Hey guys, today I am reading What If Bella Became a Vampire and Found Her Bear Brother. So without wasting more time, let's get started. Brother Bear. Here I was in lovely Forks, wah. Well, lovely to some. In this small rural town it rained more than other places in the US. Why would someone love that? If you were a vampire living for nearly 100 years, it was the perfect place. I've been on my own for years now. Ever since I lost my brother, I searched for him, not believing he could be dead. It wasn't long after that I became what I am today. Ops, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Isabella McCarty. I prefer Bella. I'm 17 years old, or 87 years old depending on how you look at it. Oh, and I am a mute. Before becoming a vampire I was living with my older brother. He was the one who took care of me. When our parents died, others wanted to put me into an institute because I couldn't speak. Nothing else was wrong with me though. I did well in school and I was capable of handling most any normal task any other girl my age could. My brother refused to let them take me away. We ran off and had a cabin in the woods. We had always been close and he always took good care of me. He was the first in the family to learn sign language so I could communicate with him. He was my protector from all those who picked on me. No one dared to mess with him. He was built like a lumberjack, although he was a gentle and funny guy on the inside. I sighed. I missed him. I searched for him for a long time, refusing to give up. He would be about 90 years old now if he was alive. Even if I found him now, how would I explain why I looked the same as the day he left me? He was out cutting wood that day and I followed with a picnic lunch. Flashback, I was sitting on a fallen log finishing packing up the basket from our lunch. I was debating whether to stay and read or go back to the cabin to do chores. The day was nice and I didn't want to go back just yet, so I reached for my book. My brother was back to his task of cutting down a tree to make sure we had plenty of wood for the winter. He was whistling as he swung his axe in a good mood. There was noise in the brush and he paused mid-swing to listen. I paused too, letting my book rest on my lap. Baby doll, I didn't bring my rifle with us. Could you go get it, please? He didn't take his eyes off the woods. I nodded and stood up quickly. Just then a bear stood up on his hind legs not 10 feet away, roaring in anger. Baby doll, go as fast as you can, he hollered. I took off running down the path. I could hear the yelling behind me. I tripped over a root and slammed into the ground. I pulled myself back up and continued to run, ignoring the pain in my left ankle. I got to the house and slammed open the door. I jumped up, trying to get the gun over the door but couldn't reach. Frantically, I grabbed a small chair and dragged it over. I jumped on it and retrieved the rifle. I ran back, not caring that I left the door wide open behind me. It scared me when everything was silent. As I got closer to where I left my brother, tears already ran down my cheeks. I got to the spot and saw the dead bear. His head looked like it had been turned funny. At least, he was dead. I looked around anxiously for my brother, terrified he was hurt. I couldn't find him. There was blood everywhere. If he headed back to cabin I should have seen him. I had no way of yelling for him since I was mute. I was terrified that he was lying somewhere in the woods, hurt and disorientated. I shot off the gun hoping her would hear it and call out, but still nothing. I started to sob in panic. How could he just vanish? I've never felt so lost or alone at that moment. My brother was nowhere to be found. I searched for days, finding nothing. Our cabin was far out in the woods with no neighbors near. We lived off the land with him only going to town once, maybe twice, a year to get goods that he could carry. I had no one to turn to. Several months after he left, a stranger showed up offering to help me, which was the worst mistake of my life. Now I was constantly on the lookout and on the run from him. I shrugged on my leather jacket over my deep blue, V-neck sweater and black skinny jeans and checked the mirror. An average American girl looks back at me, only paler and with golden eyes. I shouldn't stand out too much, I hope. I left my small apartment and tucked my long brown hair up into my helmet, then hopped on my blue bike, Suzuki Hayabusa GSX 1300R, to drive to the high school. Once there, I noticed people already staring at me as I got off the bike. When I pulled my helmet off, letting my hair cascade down my back, I heard a few boys' remarks and girls scoff. I shook it off and headed to the office. I froze when I passed a silver Volvo. That scent, vampires. At least 5 of them. I looked around to survey the area, then pulled up both my shields. It wasn't his scent, but I wasn't taking chances. I would have to keep a lookout. I walked into the office to get my schedule. I pulled out my iPod communicator with a speech program. The device allowed me to type and it would talk for me. It made it easier to talk to people. Not many understood sign language, so I had to use this or write. Hello, there. You must be Isabella. I'm Ms. Cope, a short red-headed woman said as she approached me. I nodded. You're mute, I understand. Do you have a way to communicate with the teachers? I'm afraid most of them do not understand sign language. I nodded again and held up my iPod communicator. Yes, ma'am. I had the device speak out. Wonderful, it's amazing what they can do these days with technology. Back in my day they didn't have anything like this. She smiled at me, handing me a map of the school and my schedule. I struggled to keep the smile off my face, as I thought what it was like when I was human and all the advances since. Please have all your teachers sign this slip and get it back to me at the end of the day. She smiled. Do you have any questions, dear? I shook my head. Thank you, I typed out. You're welcome, dear. Have a good day. I walked out of the room and headed to my first class. This happened to be English. Definitely easy enough as I looked the list of books we were going to reading. I have read all the books before, so it was going to be boring. The teacher, Mr. Birdie, was nice enough to not make a big production of the new student. I laughed inwardly, even though as time goes by some things never change, you always have stereotypical students, they were easy to spot. The jocks, queens, geeks, and etc. other things that don't change, a lot of people who think just because you mute means you're deaf too. I had a few kids whisper, thinking I couldn't hear or try to talk to me by shouting. One of the ones who thought to shout was standing in front of me now. He definitely would be classified as geek. He was just missing tape on his glasses and a pocket protector. His name was Eric. He was over helpful trying to show me to my next class. By the time I reached lunch, I was bored and annoyed. The mindless gossip was getting to me, since I was new I was the hot topic of the school. Boys were betting who would get me first and girls were saying unflattering things. I heard it all even without vampire hearing, because no one bothered being quiet, thinking I couldn't hear them. I kept my eyes peeled all day for the other vampires. Would they be red eyes, violet, or maybe and hopefully gold? Gold eyes would mean they were like me and stick to animals rather than humans. Luckily, it seemed that I had chosen to sit with the school gossip queen, Jessica Stanley. She was one of the few who got it that I could hear without her yelling. She happily gave me the rundown of who is who and what was what. She yammered on and on that funny enough I actually thought I was deaf too. I heard them before I saw them, a loud familiar booming laugh. I knew that laugh, it was the sound I could never forget. I whirled around and spot their table. All 5 sat together with their gold eyes, a few darker than others. 3 males and 2 females. One of the males has blonde shaggy hair and a firm UILT, his face looked slightly pained. Beside him is a small female, even smaller than me. She has dark spiky black hair. Next to her was a male that made me do a double take. He was handsome, not as firm built as the other, but he still looks firm and fit. His bronze hair is in a disarray on his forehead, which makes him look sexy. Sexy? What the hell, am I thinking? I can't think things like that until I know if they are friends or foes. Even then I can't allow anyone to get close, but this guy was so captivating that I had to drag my eyes away. I look at the girl across from him. Even with her back to me I could tell she was drop-dead gorgeous. Long wavy blonde hair and she has the looks of a supermodel. Instantly I felt more plain. The last male caught my attention. His back was to me, but his curly brown hair seems familiar and he was clearly the strongest by his muscles. Those are the Cullens and the Hales. Jessica spoke up beside me. She must have seen me staring. The bronze hair boy's eyes shot up as he looked over. Clearly he heard her and was checking out what she was going to say. I avoid eye contact hoping he would miss seeing my eyes. Which is which? I asked her with my iPod. I heard the voice from the bronze hair one comment to the others, the new girl is asking about us. What is she thinking? Said a male voice. Thinking? Does that mean one of them is a mind reader? I'm not sure, he whispered. I smirked to myself, of course not, I have my shield up. Well, the blondes are Jasper and Rosalie Hale. They're twins. The others are Emmett, Edward and Alice Cullen. She babbles on, but I stop listening to her. It can't be. But the name isn't that common anymore. Before I realize it, I was up and walking towards their table. I vaguely heard Jessica calling after me. The few that were facing me eyes widened slightly and were on guard. They knew I was a vampire by now, but I ignored them though. I had to check to make sure. I doubt they would be too worried since I had golden eyes anyways. When I get to the table I faced the boy who had his back to me. His eyes widened when he looked me. I couldn't help but stare at him. It was him. After 70 years he was in front me again, looking almost the same as he did back then, except he was a vampire too. My brother, Emmett McCarty. Can we help you? The blonde girl, Rosalie, snarled coldly. But I was frozen looking at my brother. So many emotions and thoughts were running through my mind. Happy that I found him again. angry that he had been alive this whole time and never came back for me, which brought me to feeling abandoned. Maybe he thought this was his escape from having to take care of me. Maybe he was glad to get away. He was staring back, looking confused. "Do I know you?" he asked. "He has forgotten me." I choked back a sob as I slowly backed away, turned and ran from the cafeteria. I ran into a girl's bathroom praying no one followed. My heart broke as I leaned against the wall and slid to floor. "He doesn't remember me, that's why he didn't come for me," I dry sobbed in the bathroom stall. "Bear, BPOV," I sighed and tried to pull myself together before going into my next class, biology. I hand the teacher the slip of paper. He took it and signed it, then spoke to me. "New student right, Isabella McCarty." I point to where I have written I like to be called Bella. "You can take the seat over there by Mr. Cullen." I froze. I wasn't ready to face Emmett without breaking down. I turned to see the other Cullen boy. I believe Jessica said his name was Edward. I still avoided eye contact with him as I sat down. I felt his eyes turn to me, even thought they were dark at the moment. I saw hints of amber, indicating he is an animal drinker too. "Class, we have a new student with us. Her name is Bella McCarty." I see out of the corner of my eye Edward's eyes widened slightly. The teacher started talking about mitosis and frankly I was a little bored. I saw Edward slide a piece of paper my way. The first thing I noticed is his elegant handwriting. "You're Emmett's baby sister, aren't you?" I looked at the paper, then stared back ahead, not answering. So Emmett did recognize me and just didn't want to acknowledge me? I bit my lip. I decided to ignore the curious vampire next to me, hoping he would take the hint. "He misses you. He wasn't sure it was you at first. In fact, he thought he was seeing a ghost," Edward wrote. I ignored him again and I heard Edward sigh heavily. I looked over at him. He gave me a small smile and his eyes looked worried. Not irritated like I was expecting. Not threatening either. Why does he care? I reached for the paper and wrote out a response. If he missed me so much, why did he never come back for me? Seems to me he is happy with his new family. I shoved the paper back at him just as the bell rang. I got up quickly to leave. "Bella, wait." I stopped as his hand grabbed my arm. A spark ignited on the skin, making me jump. "How did that happen? My shield is up." Edward looks taken back too. I jerked out of his hold. "Emmett was beside himself after you left the cafeteria. Give him a chance to explain what happened, please." He spoke very softly. I looked into Edward's eyes and was momentarily dazzled. I shrugged. I wanted to see my brother, but I wasn't sure if it was a smart idea. "Wait for us, after school, please?" Edward asked politely. Again I shrugged and then flee to my last class, leaving Edward behind. My last class is gym. The teacher doesn't expect me to participate today. I sat in the bleachers and watched. A blonde boy kept looking at me and winking. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. This boy clearly thought he was all that and more. I am relieved once the bell rang. I followed the teacher, or coach, whatever they call it in this school, to receive my locker and uniform. Afterwards I quickly head out to my bike. I was chickening out. I wasn't ready to see Emmett yet. Behind me the blonde boy and another boy with brown hair were walking. I could overhear their conversation about me. Apparently these two idiots fall under the category thinking that because I was mute, I was deaf too. Right now they were talking about which one of them could nail me first and how they could do it anywhere with me since I wouldn't be loud. I furiously whipped around reaching for my iPod when an angry voice boomed across the parking lot. "Who do the two of you think you are? Get the hell away from her." Emmett's face was livid. I haven't seen him that angry since they wanted to separate us. Edward and Jasper were both with him, each grabbing onto an arm holding him back. Edward was glaring daggers at the blonde boy. Jasper looked confused by why they were getting involved. "Mike and Tyler, you idiots, just because she is mute doesn't mean she can't hear you," Edward snarled. Both boys paled then turned bright red. They looked at my face and I just crossed my arms and cocked an eyebrow. "Apologize to her," Emmett growled. Both boys shake, clearly frightened. I felt calming waves bounce off my shield. I saw Jasper glance at me quickly. He might be able to control emotions, interesting. I watched as the others calmed down. "Sorry," both boys squeaked in high-pitched voices and ran off to their cars. Emmett and I stared at each other for a moment. Jasper and Edward were no longer holding him. Emmett started to open his mouth. Before he could speak, the blonde girl from earlier, Rose, was in my face. "I do not know who you think you are, but get away from my family and my husband," she hissed at me. For the third time that day I ran. I jumped on my bike, not stopping to put on my helmet. I heard Emmett yelling behind me. "Baby doll, wait, Rosie, she's my baby sister," he sounded anguished. I sped off, fighting back my sobs, hair flying out behind me. Not long into my ride I sense I was being followed. I glanced behind me and noticed the silver Volvo. Edward is behind the wheel and Emmett is in the front seat. Instead of stopping, I sped up. Let's see if Volvo boy can keep up. I blasted away, taking a turn down a dirt road that said the road closed due to a bridge being out. I jumped the section in my bike landing on the other side. I heard the Volvo squeal to a stop behind me. I sped off continuing in case they got and tried to follow on foot. When I reached my apartment I hid my bike well from view of the street. I entered to my apartment and sat down. I hadn't unpacked yet. Truthfully, I never kept a lot so I could travel easier and faster. Sometime I have to leave fast. I usually rented furniture or furnished apartments so I didn't have to worry about storage. Maybe I should just leave. I don't want to complicate Emmett's life. My brother seemed to be happy and I didn't want to ruin that. Plus, I may have to leave if he finds me. I don't want to bring trouble into my brother's life. Emmett would fight and I want to keep him safe. I couldn't ask him to fight my battles anymore. I remembered what it was like long ago, when we were children. I was forever being picked on and Emmett was always my protector. One time he was outnumbered and by size. He ended up in the hospital hurt. I ended up with a broken wrist, which made signing hard. Flashback, I was 10 and Emmett was 13. It was right before the Great Depression. Our family was considered middle class. So while we're never without, we still didn't get spoiled either. It was a special treat if father gave us money to get ice cream from a shop rather than making it. I remember how it was a hot summer's day as we walked to the shop. Come on, baby doll. It's hot out here, let's get some of that ice cream. Emmett said excitedly, holding my hand and swinging it. I tried to skip beside him, my foot tripped over nothing and I flew forward. Emmett grabbed me before I hit the ground. Gee, I can't take you anywhere without you hurting yourself, Emmett laughed. Not true. I stuck my tongue out at him and started walking in front of him in a huff. Baby doll, don't be that way. I'm only teasing you, Emmett quickly caught up to me. What kind of ice cream you want? I was thinking 1 scoop of chocolate and 1 vanilla. Emmett grinned in excitement. I think I want strawberry, I told him, smiling back. Why did I even ask? You always get strawberry. Emmett rolled his eyes. We were at the shop and Emmett opened the door and we went inside. After we received our ice cream in cones, we headed home. I remember licking the ice cream that seemed to be melting faster than I could lick it. Hey Emmett, wait up, a voice shouted behind us. I turned with Emmett and saw a group of 5 boys approaching. Just wonderful. What do they want? Emmett muttered. Who is this, your girlfriend? A boy with dark hair asked. He was a few inches taller than Emmett. The other boys were about Emmett's size or bigger. This is my sister, Bella. Emmett stated carefully, stepping slightly in front of me to protect me. I noticed he didn't bother telling me their names. I wonder what type of boys they were. Emmett went to public school, while mother homeschooled me, so I didn't know many around town. My family kept me well sheltered at the time. It was customary back then. Most deaf and mute children didn't attend normal school and my parents couldn't afford a special one. I heard about her, my ma says she is too dumb to speak. A second boy laughed, taking a step toward us. Reflectively, I moved more behind Emmett. Leave her alone. She is not stupid. She was born without a voice. I happen to know she is smarter than you, Emmett snarled. I grabbed his arm, trying to calm him. I didn't want him fighting when he was outnumbered. I think we can get her to talk. The first boy looked evilly at the others. Before I knew what was happening, I was being held by one of the boys. Emmett was being held by 2. The other 2 boys started kick and punch at Emmett. I started to panic and cry. I tried desperately to get out of the boys' arms that were holding me. Whoa, there. All you have to do is talk and we will let your brother go. He grabbed roughly at my hair to speak directly in my ear. I tried to kick and he pulled away laughing. He grabbed my wrist and snapped it. I gasped in pain. Leave her alone, Emmett snarled before getting a fist in the jaw. I started sobbing and struggling. One of the boys who were kicking at Emmett turned to face me. Come on honey, just say one little word and we will leave your brother alone. He moved to caress my cheek with his hand. I turned my head to try to bite him. You wench, he slapped me then spat at me. I loosened one shoe with my opposite foot then kicked as high as possible. Everyone paused to watch as my shoe went flying off and broke a window in a nearby house. What in the world? A voice floated out. Run, said the boy holding me. The others dropped Emmett and started running. Emmett lay on the ground unmoving. I never forgave myself for being the cause of Emmett getting hurt. His response was different. He was more resolved than ever to take care of me. He started working out as if it was his life mission. After time, it resulted in his hulking frame today and his nickname, ironically, Bear. No one will ever be able to hurt you again, baby doll, he would tell me. It was different this time then with a schoolyard bully. I couldn't let Emmett get hurt or die because of me, again. I briefly think of Edward. He was really cute and he seemed genuinely nice, but who am I fooling? Why would he want someone like me? He deserved someone who is whole and doesn't bring danger with her. I couldn't bear to see him hurt any more than Emmett. I needed to hunt, I decided. Maybe that would clear my head, however, it was still daylight.
I quickly finished my homework, which seemed tedious. It has been a while since I have learned anything new. Afterwards, I put in some time for my job. I worked as a medical transcriber. It pays my bills with a little left over for others things I may need. I wasn't rich, but I wasn't in need either. The beauty of this job was that I could do it from home without having to talk to anyone. I could also easily do it as a full-time job in about the quarter of the time of most people.
When it was twilight, I decided it was time to go out. I walked out of the apartment, taking a quick glance around. After seeing and hearing no one, I slipped into the woods. I started off running. For a while I just ran to feel the wind fly through my hair. Running was one of the things I loved about being a vampire. After a good run, I slowed down to capture 2 elks. I then spot a mountain lion on the prowl. They usually put up more of a fight and I wanted a challenge. I crouched down, but before I could pounce, another form beat me to it. I watched as the male vampire quickly caught hold of the lion, snapping the neck as the muscles in his arms rippling slightly. I couldn't look away as he bit into the neck, draining the blood. As I watched, I caught a glimpse of his bronze hair as he straightened up. He turned sharply in my direction and I stood still, hoping he realized I didn't mean to be threat. His eyes softened when he saw me. I gave him a small smile and started to turn. Bella? Edward called softly and I turned back around. Can we talk a minute? I searched my pockets. I didn't bring my iPod with me, but then I wasn't expecting to meet someone out here. I looked at him. I wasn't willing to lower my shield. So I signed to him. Edward seemed intelligent, maybe he would know it. Can you understand me? I asked. Yes, I know sign language. I am sorry about Rosalie. She didn't know that you are Emmett's sister. She feels incredibly guilty for acting the way she did. They are trying to locate you now through records, Edward told me. They are not going to find anything, I announced smugly. Then I frowned. Emmett never talked about me? Edward sighed. You should talk to him about it. I'm not going where I'm not wanted. Emmett doesn't need me complicating his life. I will just leave. I turned again, but Edward's hand shot around the sleeve of my arm. Who says you're not wanted? Emmett has missed you, trust me. I know because I can read minds. When he first woke up, all he could think of was you. That is all I'm going to tell you. The rest you can get from Emmett. Please, come back with me to the house. Everyone will behave, I promise. Emmett has been distraught all afternoon and evening. He truly wants to talk to you. Well, except for when you were on your bike, and then you scared the crap out of him. Edward smirked at the last part. I rolled my eyes. Emmett never let me do anything fun when I was human. He was extremely overprotective. Fine. Lead the way. Or do you need to hunt still? I'm good. Follow me. He quickly buried the animal carcass, then takes off running. I follow behind him. EPOV baby doll. Another day in a personal purgatory. High school, it was nothing but monotonous. Those are the Cullens and the Hales. Jessica Stanley's voice caught my attention, already staring at Edward Cullen. Like she stands a chance when he doesn't even notice me. I resisted rolling my eyes as I glanced in the direction of the voice. The new girl kept her face turned from me. Which is which? She asked using an electronic device. Interesting, why didn't she speak? Is she mute? The new girl is asking about us, I informed them. What is she thinking? Emmett asked. I'm not sure, I whispered. I was confused. I couldn't read anything from her mind. That has never happened before. They all look at me confused. How could he not know? He is a mind reader. I'm not comfortable with this. I can't seem to read her emotions. It like she can block us? I can't see her either, Edward. Their thoughts whispered to me. Jasper and Alice were also concerned too. At least it wasn't just me, but now I was more curious than before. Something was odd about this human. Well, the blondes are Jasper and Rosalie Hale. They are twins. The others are Emmett, Edward and Alice Cullen. I can hear Jessica Stanley talking to someone. I tried to look at her. I first notice her long brown hair that looks like it might have hints of red in it. Her face appears heart-shaped, but I could not see her eyes. Until she got up and started heading towards us. She was another vampire, a vegetarian at that. She was beautiful and I feel a pull towards her as she came towards us. She must be brave as she was confident to walk towards us when she would be outnumbered. I noticed my other sibling eyes widen as the smell hit them. Why can't I get any emotions off her? Edward sounded like he couldn't read her thoughts. Hopefully she will be friend not foe. Jasper was worried. I can't see her or us anymore. What is going on? You can't hear, can you? Can Jasper? Alice was panicking. I silently communicate to her he couldn't. I got ready to speak for us as I often did when Carlisle, our father, wasn't present. However, she didn't look towards me. I found myself disappointed that she focused on only one of us. Unfortunately, Rose just might rip the new girl's head before she might speak. The girl turned and looked at Emmett, just looking at him as if she was studying him. I couldn't read her mind, but she looked like she was in shock. Emmett, on the other hand, had a series of thoughts. He seems to be confused if he knew her or if she was a ghost. It can't be. I have to be seeing things. Ed, are ghosts real and do they have gold eyes like us? I wasn't able to answer him before Rosalie blew up. Can we help you? Rosalie snarled. Who the hell is she? Doesn't she realize that he is my husband, the little bitch? Do I know you? Emmett asked. Her face fell, she backed away, then turned away and ran out of the cafeteria. Baby doll? Emmett seemed ready to chase after her, but Rosalie pulled him back down. Who was that? How do you know her? Rose hissed. Emmett's eyes were still trained on the door the girl left from. I have to go after her, but Rosie going to be pissed. How do I explain that is my baby doll? Why did you call her baby doll? I couldn't help but frown. Somehow it already irked me that he had a nickname for this girl. Baby doll? What the hell, Emmett? Rosie storms off to her next class, her mind full of hurtful and ticked-off thoughts. That bitch better watch her step and stay away from my husband. Emmett still sat in his seat and was thoroughly confused, his thoughts running rampant. He was trying to decide whether to go after Rose or after the new girl. What do I do? Go after Rosie since she is pissed and try to explain, or do I go after her and make sure that really is my baby sister? That thought caught me off guard. Suddenly it clicked in my own mind. Your baby sister? I whispered softly, looking in the same direction. I vaguely remember Emmett thinking of his sister from time to time. He had always felt guilty about leaving her behind after he was changed. He never talked about her because he didn't want to make Rose feel bad, but it always bothered him that he left his mute baby sister behind. For the most part, one tried to leave him to his private thoughts when he was thinking about her. I'm not sure. He looked me. What was she thinking? I can't hear her. I shrugged, looking perplexed. I couldn't get any emotions off her either. Jasper speaks up. I looked at him, he looked curious too. If she is indeed M's sister, she probably can be trusted. But I have to wonder about the rest of her coven. Alice was biting her lip, shaking her head. I can't find her in any visions, she frowned. What does this mean? She looked at the rest of us. A shield of some sort, Jasper murmured. Pretty powerful one if she can block all of us. We should talk to Carlisle, I informed them. Emmett was still sitting still, trying to figure out what to do. First, we should go to class. Emmett, give Rose space. If you go after her now you will just get your head ripped off. After school we will look for a way to approach the new girl, Alice announced, getting to her feet. She looked at me a minute, having a silent conversation. I'm not sure, but she might be in your next class. There is this void next to you. Maybe you can get her to talk or come over later. I nodded and walked off. I entered my biology class and immediately sit down and wait. I made sure the place next to me was available, in case the new girl was in my class. I watched as she entered right before the bell and hands a slip over to the teacher. New student right, Isabella McCarty. She pointed to something on the slip. You can take the seat over there by Mr. Cullen. She froze. She turned and seemed relieved to see me. Apparently she wasn't looking forward to seeing Emmett. I watched her as she sat. She was doing her best not to look at me. Class, we have a new student with us. Her name is Bella McCarty. The teacher introduced the new girl. McCarty? That was Emmett's human last name. So this was his sister after all. Since she was mute, so I knew she wouldn't be able to talk inconspicuously. I decided to write her a note. You're Emmett's baby sister, aren't you? She looked at the paper and she bit her lip. Her eyes grow sad, but she would only look ahead. So I tried again. Thought she didn't answer me, it was obviously a yes. He misses you. He wasn't sure at first. In fact, he thought he was seeing a ghost. She ignored me again and I let out a sigh. She looked at me and I give her a small smile, trying to be friendly. She still seems to be sad though and hesitant. She was obviously hurt. I wanted nothing more but to make her smile. I didn't like the fact that she seems so upset. Why was I feeling this way? I barely knew her. Finally she wrote something quickly. If he missed me so much, why did he never come back for me? Seems to me he is happy with his new family. She shoved the paper at me just as the bell rings. My dead heart broke at her words. She thinks Emmett has abandoned her. I raced after her before she got away. Bella, wait. I grabbed her arm and instantly feel a spark. That can't be what I think it was, right? She seemed surprised too. I quickly spoke to her before she ran again. Emmett was beside himself after you left the cafeteria. Give him a chance to explain what happened, please. I spoke very softly, so no one can hear me. She looked into my eyes and shrugged. Wait for us after school, please. Again she shrugged and then she took off. It took everything in me not to run after her again. I watched her for a moment before heading to my Spanish class. Emmett was already there, acting unusually unhappy and nervous. The kids around him gave him side glances. He glanced at me when I walked in. Did you catch the new girl's name? He was looking at me, nearly begging. She was in my last class. Her name is Isabella or Bella McCarty, I whispered softly. His eyes lit up at the confirmation. My baby doll, my baby sister for real, I nodded. Did you talk to her? Again, I nodded. His eyes beseeched me. I handed over the note from biology. His eyes fell and he looked sad again. I should have gone back for her. She thinks I left her. She doesn't look like she aged much since I left her. You couldn't have gone back right away. You might have killed her, I reminded him. He balled the paper and tossed it into his book bag. You or Carlisle or Rosie could have gotten her. She obviously needed me and I let her down. Carlisle wouldn't have changed her if she was well though, I reminded him. Is she alone? Does she have a family? I shrugged, not knowing. Look, I asked her to wait after school, so you can explain. His eyes grew hopeful. I just hope she can forgive me for leaving her for over 70 years. I reached over to give him a pat on the shoulder. He watched the clock for the remainder of the period.
When the bell rang, Emmett was out of his seat and out the door. I followed quickly behind him. We spotted Bella walking in the parking lot. Michael Newton and Tyler Crowley were following behind her, discussing openly about who was going to get with her first and other inappropriate things. Are they stupid? Didn't they realize she could hear them? Bella's face looked annoyed and angry. But not as livid as Emmett. I quickly grabbed his arm. Out of nowhere, Jasper appeared, grabbing the other arm. Who do the two of think you are? Get the hell away from her. Emmett bellowed, causing both boys to jump. Why is Emmett so ticked? I get that they are being jerks, but why is he getting involved? And why are you so pissed? Jasper was confused at what prompted his reaction. I didn't answer him, but glared at the boys myself. Their thoughts were still filthy. I was tempted to let Emmett go.
Mike and Tyler, you idiots, just because she is mute doesn't mean she can't hear you, I snarled. Both boys paled, then turned bright red. They looked at Bella, who looked across of being mad and not impressed. Apologize to her, Emmett growled. Both boys shake, clearly frightened. I feel calming waves from Jasper. Bella quickly glanced at Jasper and then back at the boys. I think she realizes what I did. Jasper became concerned. Sorry, both boys squeaked in high-pitched voices and ran off to their cars. Emmett and Bella stared at each other for a moment. Jasper and I let him go since he had calmed down. Here's my chance. Emmett started to open his mouth. Before he could speak, Rose was in Bella's face. I don't know who you think you are, but get away from my family and my husband, she hissed at her. When is this girl going to get it? She isn't wanted. Bella's face flinched and she spun around and jumped on bike and took off. I glanced around to see if any of the humans noticed. Some watched her speed off, wondering if Chief Swan would pull her over, but that was it. Baby doll, wait, Rosie, she's my baby sister, Emmett cried. Rose's mouth dropped open in shock. What have I done? I didn't know it could be possible. Everyone, get in the car, I told them. We piled into my Volvo and take off after Bella's bike. What the hell is she doing on a bike? She's going to get herself hurt. Emmett was looking worried. She's a vampire, she will be okay, Jasper told him. At that moment Bella glanced behind, sees us and sped up. Shit, she's pissed. Emmett looked upset. Emmett, what do you mean your sister? Jasper asked. I wasn't aware he had a sister. Well, besides Alice. My human sister, Bella or baby doll, as I called her. Before I was changed I was taking care of her. She's mute and they wanted to put her into an institution. When I was changed she got left behind, all by herself, for over 70 years. His voice came out broken. Emmett,
I am so sorry. I didn't know she was your sister. I never would have expected her to be a vampire too. Rose said quietly.
I know you didn't, Rosie, but right now I want my sister back. I can't let her leave again, especially like this, Emmett answered. Bella turned off the road onto a closed road. We all watched as she jumped the missing bridge and I had to brake since the Volvo would never make it. She was already gone before we could get out of the car. I looked at Alice. She shook her head. She's long gone. I can't be the one to tell him. I don't think we are going to catch her, I said quietly. Emmett pounded my dashboard, causing a dent. Normally, I would have bitten his head off for it, but I didn't have the heart to. I'll fix, I promise. This mess is my fault. Rose leaned forward over the seat to grab Emmett's hand. The poor guy actually starts to dry sob, placing his head into his free hand. We will find her. We can get her back and explain what happened. Rose tried to soothe him. I felt Jasper try to calm the car. We will all help, Alice said brightly. She still has to go to school with us and Forks isn't that big. She's not going to be hard to find. Besides, maybe she's not alone. Maybe she has family or mate. I clenched my steering wheel at the thought. I saw Jasper raise an eyebrow and glance at me curiously. Later that night I knew I had to hunt to get away from all the chaos. Emmett and Rose were searching for Bella on the computer. Jasper was on the phone with a guy who might be able to track her. Alice was trying to get some sort of vision or non-vision, since she couldn't see Bella. Esme and Carlisle were trying to offer their support. I ran to clear my head from all the thoughts that were going on in the house. I quickly took down an elk. Then I spotted a mountain lion. I pounced, taking that kill down quickly. I then realized I wasn't alone. I turned, about to growl in warning, when I saw Bella's golden doe eyes looking at me. She gave me a shy smile before turning to leave. Bella, I called to her softly and she turned back around. Can we talk a minute? She searched her pockets, and she frowned. Then she looked at me, hesitated, then she started to sign to me. Can you understand me? She asked. Thankfully I do. Being the odd person out for so long, I would study things to keep me a bridge. Yes, I know sign language. I'm sorry about Rosalie, she didn't know you're Emmett's sister. She feels incredibly guilty. They are trying to locate you know through records, I told her. They are not going to find anything, she announced with a smug look. Then she frowned. Emmett never talked about me? I sighed. You should talk to him about it. I didn't like to talk about others' private thoughts to people. I'm not going where I'm not wanted. Emmett doesn't need me complicating his life. I will just leave. She turned again, but I grabbed her by the arm.
Who says you're not wanted? Emmett has missed you. Trust me. I know because I can read minds. When he first woke up, all he would think about you. That is all I'm going to tell you. The rest you can get from Emmett. Please, come back with me to the house. Everyone will behave. Emmett has been distraught all afternoon and evening. Well, except for when you were on your bike and then you scared the crap out of him. I smirked at the last part. Bella rolled her eyes and looked at me before agreeing. Fine.
Lead the way. Or do you need to hunt still? I'm good. Follow me. I quickly buried the animal carcass, then took off running. She followed behind me. We came to a stop by a small river behind a huge 3-story white house. The back of it was nearly all glass. On the bottom floor, I could see Emmett at a computer looking frustrated. Rose was rubbing his shoulders from behind. The small black-haired girl, Alice, I think, comes up to them. She speaks so low I couldn't hear them. Emmett turned sharply in our direction. We locked eyes and he was out of his seat and out the door, standing a few feet away from me. I will leave you two to talk. Edward continued into the house. We stood staring at each other for a minute. Emmett's face looked so sad. He held out his arms and after a brief pause I jumped into them, hugging him tight. He nearly crushed me with his grip. Baby doll, I am so sorry, Emmett whispered. I never meant to leave you. I pulled back from him to sign to him. What happened? After you ran to get my gun, the bear attacked and I was losing the battle. The last thing I remember was a beautiful angel rescuing me. Then there was all this burning like my body was on fire. When I woke up, my angel turned out to be Rose. She is my mate. Edward, who you've met, was also there, as well as Esme and Carlisle, who you can meet. They would be happy to meet you. They are like parents to us. Edward, Jasper and Alice are like brothers and a sister. I held a hand up to stop him. I was done hearing about his new happy family. Why didn't you come back for me? Were you tired of taking care of me? You left me alone in the woods with no one and no way to get help. Emmett cringed. I'm sorry. When I woke up I wanted to go back to you, but they wouldn't let me. They told me I would kill you, because I would thirst for your blood. I didn't want to hurt you. You know how it was when we are so young, we are not in control of our thirst. He was begging, my eyes narrowed. That is bull. What do you mean out of control? I never had a problem controlling myself. That is a poor excuse. Baby doll, why would I lie? Are you telling me you never had problem controlling yourself around humans? I nodded. Well, then that is remarkable, but you have to know others don't have it as easy. What about the rest of your family? You mean you? Knowing I have no one else, I struggled, yes. That's why they kept me away. I tried to talk one of them to go to you for me, but no one was willing to change you.
Carlyle is the one who changed me, and he only believes changing someone once they are dying. I went back after a year, praying I would find some sign of you. But I found nothing, and it looked like our cabin had been untouched for a long time. I did search for you every I knew how, hoping I could check up on you, but you had disappeared. What about your family or your coven? He looked at a loss as he pleaded with me. It was always hard to stay mad at him.
You mean the coven of me, myself, and I am? Its eyes widen. You've been alone this whole time? No family, not even a mate? I nod. I'm so sorry, baby doll. What happened to the vampire who changed you? I shrugged. I wasn't going to answer that question. He just left you alone? Emmett looked pissed, his eyes went flint black. That reaction was exactly why I couldn't tell him the truth. I placed a hand on his arm and he relaxed slightly. He glanced at the house, then smiled. He grabbed my hand and started pulling me towards the house.
Please, come into the house, meet the rest of my family.
They can be your family too. Rosie is sorry about earlier. She didn't know you were my sister. I stopped talking about you after I returned from our cabin and I couldn't find you. I knew she would only blame herself for me losing you, but I never forgot about you. He tugs at my arm to make me follow him. He suddenly looks so excited and happy. Was there really any harm in meeting his family? I didn't think I could call them my own. I wasn't ready to join a family with all my extra baggage. I didn't get a change to sign before he pulled me through the door. Hey everybody, he bellowed so loud my ears hurt. I smacked him with my free hand. Ow, I signed. Ops, sorry, he said apologetically. Emmett, what in the hell? Did you have to be so loud? Jasper complained from the bottom of the steps from where he appeared. He spotted me at that point and gave me a small smile. This first time I really got a good look at him. I tried not to stare, but he was covered in scars. At this point, the rest of the family arrives. There are two vampires I haven't met before. The male is a tall blonde man and the female is slightly taller than me with medium brown hair. They must be Carlyle and Renesmee. Emmett, do you know the meaning of indoor voices? The female scolded motherly. I brought a hand up to hide my smirk. Emmett still has a death grip on my other arm.
Sorry, ma'am, he looked sheepish. I got a little excited. Everybody, this is my baby sister, Isabella. I glared at him until he amends my name. She prefers Bella though. Bella, this is Carlyle and Renesmee. They are our parents. They both came over. Carlyle shook my hand while Renesmee pulled me into a hug, finally making Emmett let go of me. She reminded me of our mother. It had been so long since I received motherly affection. I wanted to enjoy it but knew I shouldn't.
Over by the stairs are Alice and Jasper. They are mates and are married. Alice bounced over and gave me a hug. Hi, Bella, we are going to be the best of friends. I didn't need a vision for that. Alice is even more hyper than Emmett. Visions? Does that mean she can see the future? Jasper came up behind Alice and shook my hand like Carlyle. Emmett continued on. You have met Edward already. Edward came over anyways with a crocked grin on his face. Not officially. It is a pleasure to meet you, Bella. He shakes my hand. I felt the same electricity as I did earlier. How does he do that? I smiled back at him, glad I could no longer blush. I noticed Jasper in the corner of my eye look very interested in us. Last, but certainly not least, is my beautiful wife and mate, Rose. Rose came over and looked ashamed and embarrassed. Bella, I'm so sorry for earlier. I didn't know and I saw you as a threat. I feel completely horrible. I hope you can forgive me. She did look completely sorry. Part of me wants to bite her head off, but Emmett was so happy with her. Bear gave up a lot of friends and girls in the past for me. She couldn't be all that bad if Emmett married her. I forgive you, Rose. We are sisters after all. I wasn't sure if she could understand me or not, but I extended the laurel leaf anyways. Emmett was beaming at my response. However, Rose looks confused. She looked at Emmett. She said, I forgive you, Rose. We are sisters after all. Emmett translated for her. She smiles and gave me a hug. Sorry, not everyone knows sign language. Emmett looked apologetic. Obviously I do. Carlyle does, Edward and Alice. Sorry, I left my iPod back at the apartment. I didn't think I was going to need it while hunting. Emmett translated while I was signing. It's a pleasure to meet you, Bella. Are you by yourself or there others in your group? Carlyle asked me. I'm by myself. How long have you been by yourself? Edward asked, looking concerned. Basically since Emmett left. I saw a few winces. Your sire left you alone? Jasper looks incredulous. No, I have been on the run from him, but I wasn't going to let any of them know that. I nodded in response. Who kept you in control? How did you learn to hunt animals? Carlisle seemed very curious. I have always been in control of myself. I was in the middle of the woods with no humans around when I was changed. Animals were around, so they seemed like the logical solution. When I came across my first humans, it was a mother and her baby. I couldn't bring myself to kill them. Ever since then I stayed with animals. That is wonderful. Carlisle smiled at me. There was a brief lull. So, Bella, do you have any special powers? Alice asked excitedly. I raised an eyebrow. I wasn't really surprised some of them noticed that, since their powers didn't work on me. I wasn't usually forthright about them though. I didn't want anyone who would want to misuse them to find out. You don't have to share if you don't want to, Edward responded. When I didn't, he shot a glare at Alice. I thought for another moment. They had powers too, so it isn't like they probably don't understand why I might like to keep mine a secret. The others would be willing to share theirs too, I imagine. We have 3 here that have powers, Emmett says excitedly. Jasper shot him a brief glare, then sighed. He probably figured out that I knew something about him and had the same feeling I did about our powers. I smirked. You already knew that, didn't you? Jasper asked suspiciously. I know 3 of you have powers and I have a good feeling what they are, but I wasn't sure if anyone else did. Edward the First figured out in the cafeteria was a mind reader. He only confirmed it earlier. You knew that long ago? He asks, looking surprised. I nod. Next, I figured out Jasper is some type of empathic, due to the altercation after school. Yes, I can control emotions as well as feel them off of others, he nodded. We heard about that terrible thing. Those boys are so rude. Would you like me to call their parents? Esme shook her head. It was sweet for her to offer. That's okay, I think Emmett scared them enough. Lastly, Alice just mentioned a vision, so I am guessing she's some sort of psychic? Yep, she pops the P. Now why can't any of us sense you? She got down to business. I think it's fairly obvious, Carlisle spoke. You're some sort of shield. Yes, I have 2 shields, one physical and another mental. Can you control them? Jasper asks. I saw everyone looked intrigued. I debated how much I want them to know. A little bit. I didn't elaborate. Luckily they didn't push it. Then night wore on until the early morning. Emmett and I stayed talking about the last few years.
I stayed away from any dangerous subjects. We mainly talk about him. The many weddings he and Rose have had. How many weddings does one person need? It hurt to know I have missed an important event in Bear's life. He promised that they will probably have another one soon and I can be best man or women, as he quickly corrected himself. All the talking of weddings made me feel sad, realizing that I would probably never get the chance for myself.
Emmett didn't seem to mind talking on and on, so I kept asking him questions about his family, places he has been and what he has done. I hoped that he didn't notice I was distracting him from asking about me. At last, I stood up to go back to my apartment to change for school. Baby doll, I think you should let one of yous pick you up. I don't like you riding that motorcycle, Emmett frowned. I shake my head and roll my eyes. Don't you roll your eyes, Isabella Marie. You are not riding that motorcycle anymore. Emmett crossed his arms. Who did he think he was? I've been on my own for years, making decisions on my own. You can't tell me what to do anymore, Emmett. Shannon McCarty. Shannon? Edward started laughing. I noticed he and Jasper have arrived at the bottom of the stairs. What about Shannon? Jasper looked confused. Emmett was scowling. Emmett's middle name. Edward continued to laugh, this time with Jasper joined him. You have girly middle name. Jasper chuckled, grinning. Emmett's focus was now on them. I slipped out, hearing Emmett behind me. It's not girly, it's a family name. Bella, where did she go? I took off running for home before he could follow. A real man. BPOV, when I got back to my place it was time to change for school. I pondered for a few moments what to wear, then I smirked to myself. I decided to have a little fun with Emmett. I pulled out a super short plaid skirt out of the closet to put on. Next, a nearly fitting white collared shirt that tailored just at the waist. If I raised my hand in school, I would show skin, but usually teachers didn't call on the mute girl, so I should be all set. I left the top few buttons of the shirt open as well, covering enough cleavage as not to be slutty. Up next, knee-high socks, pure white. I stuck my 4 inches black Mary Jane shoes into my backpack. they were not exactly practical for a motorcycle or gym class. Finally, I braided my hair into 2 long braids complete with ribbons. I smirked as I looked at my reflection in the mirror. Emmett was going to blow his top, but he needed to learn he wasn't the boss of me anymore. The touch of the braids would probably be the frosting on the cake. He used to tell me when we were little that I was too cute and always get my way with the adults if I wore my hair in braids. I quickly tied my sneakers and slid on my biker's jacket. I grabbed my bag and left out the door. I knew I was taking a risk wearing my skirt on my bike, but I was planning on going fast enough so no one would get a show. I head off to school after making sure my helmet was on. When I was about 2 miles out, I saw a familiar silver Volvo just ahead. I sped up and passed it, casting a quick glance behind me after I passed it. Alice, Rose and Jasper are laughing in the backseat. Emmett looked furious once again. Edward looked annoyed. I wonder why. I sped up and beat them to school. I pulled into the parking lot at a reasonable speed. Just as I finished taking off my helmet, the Volvo pulled into the slot next to me. I gave a friendly wave and started to head off to class. Isabella, you're not wearing that. Emmett growls. I spun around with a sweet smile on my face. Of course not, Brother Bear, these shoes would never go. I have other ones. With that I pull out my other pair. Emmett's eyes narrow. Alice whispered to Rose, then clapped gleefully. Those would be great with that outfit, Alice gushed her approval. Rose nodded in agreement. I walked over to a bench to change the shoes. By the time I finished, the rest of the Cullen Hale brood were standing around me. Better? I twirled a braid around my finger. The way he convinced me to get out of trouble or get something from Dad, I learned early on it worked on him too. No, he growled lowly. Yes, the girls answered at the same time. I smiled at them. Jasper was trying to hide a snicker. Edward looked almost upset as Emmett, but he was glaring across the parking lot at the blonde boy from yesterday. Have a good day at class, Brother Bear. I blew him a kiss and walked away. Hey, Bella, wait, Alice chirped behind me. I turned and see her skip lightly to my side. She linked arms with me and keeps walking in the direction of my class. Sorry, I just want to make sure we all have our stories straight about how you know Emmett, she whispered low. A few people heard him say you were his sister in the parking lot yesterday afternoon. She continues to explain. So we thought the best thing would be that you two are indeed brother and sister. However, you were split up at the time of your parents' death and are just now finding each other after years of separation. So the truth basically, she nodded. Okay by me. I didn't know if she'd call attention to knowing the Cullens because they didn't need any unwanted attention. However, after yesterday it might be worse not to acknowledge them. Join us for lunch, the pixie pleaded with a pout. Which one of us is barricading the door? Her eyes went wide. I bit back a giggle when I think she took me seriously.
Oh, you're joking. Wonderful. You and Emmett have the same sense of humor, don't you? She complained, but she was grinning. I simply nodded in response. That probably explains the Catholic school girl look too. You know, Emmett wasn't the only brother of mine attention you got in that outfit. She went off giggling before I could ask her what she was talking about.
I knew Alice was right when I was bombarded by Jessica and Trig. I had heard whispers earlier on, about theories how I knew Emmett. How do you know the Cullens? She practically bursting in her seat. Before I could even sit down, I pulled out my iPod, but that might be too loud for class. I grabbed a sheet of paper. Emmett is my biological brother. It's the first time in years that we have seen each other. B. Oh, that must be so exciting. Are you going to move in with them now? J. I shook my head. As much as I love my brother, I couldn't allow myself to get too close. Luckily, the teacher called the class to attention and I pretend to pay attention. By the time I reached lunch there were whispers all over school that I was Emmett's real little sister. Most students were giving me a wide berth. I wonder if he had threatened any of them. I went through the lunch line quickly, then started over to the table they sat at yesterday. Are you joining us today? I heard Edward speak from behind me. I turned and he was standing behind me with a crooked smile on his face. I couldn't help but to smile back as I started to nod. He grabbed the tray out of my hands and I raised an eyebrow at him. So your hands are free, he explained. Thank you, you're welcome. He starts to smile but then frowns. I see him look across the room and gave a small growl. Everything okay? He looked back at me and nodded as he placed the tray at the table. He held out a chair for me to sit. It has been a long time I have been around someone who was so gentlemanly. I sat down and noticed Emmett was already sitting at the table next to me, frowning. What's the matter, Brother Bear? I twirled my braid and gave him the big eyes. He said that would work like a charm on Dad. Oh, I don't know. A bunch of adolescent boys, thinking about my baby sister in disturbing ways, he mumbled, his eyes softened as he looked at me. How do you know what they are thinking? He did a quick glance at Edward. I looked over at him. That bad? Edward nodded. Why don't you turn it off then? I can't, he murmured low enough so only the table could hear him. Neither can I, Jasper added, wincing a little. I raised an eyebrow at him.
You can understand me now. Those who didn't before borrowed some of Carlyle's books last night to learn how. He answered me.
We figured it might be easier than to have someone translate all the time, Rose answered softly, flipping her hair over her shoulder. All right, baby doll, I get it, you're a big girl now. I can't help but try to take care of you. You used to need me, Emmett pouted.
I had to learn to take care of myself. I wouldn't be here today if I didn't. I still need my brother Bear. I just don't need someone trying to control me. I wrapped my arms around his torso and gave him a hug.
I know, but I just got you back, baby doll. I can't help it. The braid thing isn't helping either. He smirked as he tugged on one. I started to giggle. Your own fault. You're the one who taught me this trick. I smirked right back at him. He chuckled. What did he teach you? Alice looked amused. The others seemed interested in the story. Whenever he wanted something or got himself into trouble, he would convince me to dress up in a dress and braids, then go to our father for him. Apparently, Dad couldn't say no or stay mad at his little girl. There was this one time when he broke a lamp and he convinced me to take the blame, because he knew I wouldn't get into trouble if I dressed up. Emmett, you used your little sister. I would have killed my brothers if they tried that. Rose gave him a glare. Oh, it's okay. I learned fast that it worked on him too. I smiled angelically as he gave me a dirty look, however, he couldn't keep it on his face as he started to chuckle. It seems like you kept the skirt from when you were little too, he teased. He's kidding, right? Alice asked, her eyes were huge in alarm. There is nothing wrong with this skirt, it's way too short, Emmett narrowed his eyes again. Is not, do you think it's too short? I turned and looked at Edward, since he was on the other side of me. He glanced down at my legs and his honey eyes darkened.
I'm not sure if you should be asking me, looks just fine to me. His eyes stayed trained on my legs, not looking up to meet my eyes. I heard Alice and Rose giggle. Suddenly Edward's eyes shot up and met Emmett's. He looked away sheepishly. He quickly glanced back at me and our eyes locked, and momentarily, I forgot everything else. Suddenly, Alice squeals, bringing me back to reality. My eyes break away from his as I look at the small pixie-like girl.
I will have to take you shopping, she was practically bouncing up and down.
Alice is our resident shopper alcoholic. She rarely lets us wear the same thing twice. Jasper explained to me.
Sorry, but no, I'm not into the whole have to have a lot of clothes and girly things. In fact, this skirt is the only one I own. You're kidding? Rose looked surprised. Probably not. Baby doll was more of a tomboy growing up. She used to follow me around all the time, Emmett said proudly. Why didn't you play with any girls? Alice asked. I saw Emmett stiffen beside me and I started to frown. Em was the only one willing to play with me, not many want to play with a mute girl. Oh, sorry, I didn't even think, Alice trailed off looking embarrassed. Don't feel bad, you didn't know. I gave her a soft smile. By the way, you forgot to get the doors. Alice started to giggle. The others looked confused. Edward suddenly started to laugh as well. Why do I feel like I'm missing something? Jasper asked, looking down at his giggling mate with affection and curiosity. Seems like Bella's sense of humor isn't too much different than Emmett's. When Alice invited Bella to lunch, she asked which one of us is barricading the doors. Edward told them while laughing. The rest of the table broke out into laughter. Great, all we need is another, Emmett, Jasper snickered.
Don't worry, unlike Emmett I have tact. I smirked.
Wonderful, just what we need, Rose hissed, looking behind me. Apparently, some just can't take a hint, Edward scowled. I turned just in time to see Mike walk up to the table. I couldn't decide if this boy is just stupid or gutsy coming within arm's length of Emmett after yesterday. Bella, there you are. I thought I would give you the pleasure of me walking you to class. I heard both Emmett and, surprisingly, Edward growl beside me. I grabbed my iPod and turned it to loud. Are you saying that I can't get to class myself because I am mute? Heads from nearby tables swiveled in our direction. No, of course not, he grew nervous, shifting around. I just thought you might want a real man to walk with you. I started to narrow my eyes, but instead decided to use this to my advantage. You think I need a real man, huh? I raised an eyebrow. Yes, I think you do. he squeaked, and I wondered if he naturally was like this or if Jasper was messing with him. Okay then. Edward, I need a real man to walk me to class, care to help me out? I smiled over at him and he grinned back. I would be honored to, Bella. Okay, I have a real man now. Anything else, Mitchie? Ah, it's Mike. His voice breaks like an adolescent boy on the I of his name. I guess I will see you around. He glowered at Edward before running away. I put down the iPod before turning to Edward. You do not mind, do you? I bit my lip, sorry that I dragged him into this. Not at all, I'm happy to help. He gave me a crooked grin, my insides fluttered. I now can see the relation to M, even more than before. That was great. Jasper was laughing. Why do I feel like I had a little help in that matter? I raise an eyebrow at him. I don't know what you are talking about it. Jasper gives me an I'm too innocent smile. I rolled my eyes. Sure, Jasper, we really believe you. Rose smirked. Technically she wasn't talking, she was signing. Emmett snickered, the others groaned. I elbowed him. What? Emmett shrugged. Bell is going to ring, Alice giggled. I got up and started to grab my tray. It was gone from the table before I could touch it.
I don't think so. See, as a real man, I can't possibly let you carry this or this. Edward took my bag and threw it over his shoulder. Alice and Rose glared at their husbands. They gave Edward dirty looks and grabbed their wives' trays. After disposing of the tray, Edward offered me his arm. I raised an eyebrow and then take his arm. Who thought he would take this so seriously?
Just being thorough, he winked. When we got to the classroom, he held the door open for me and pulled out my chair. I pulled out a piece of paper to write him a note. Where, when are you from? B. I remembered Emmett saying he was already a vampire before him. Chicago. I was changed in 1918. I was dying of Spanish influenza. E. That explains a lot. B0. What does it explain? B. His brow furrowed, he looked adorable. Why, you are so chivalrous and know how to treat a girl. B. I complimented him. Then with how handsome he was probably used to treating his girls that way. Thank you, I will take that as a compliment. My mother would be unhappy if I did anything but treat a lady the right way. E. So you are used to doing this for girls then? B. Actually, no, I never had anyone like that in my life. You? E. I just shook my head. He looked pleased by my answer. Funny enough, was happy by his. Class started, so we ended our conversation. Only dancing, BPOV. The rest of week went by slow. Each day Emmett or one of his family members tried to get me to come over after school. I always refused, telling them that I had things I needed to do. I felt bad, but I was still hesitant to get too close to his family. It wasn't that I hadn't forgiven Bear, but I was afraid to get too close again. The reason also wasn't that his family wasn't nice, in fact that it was just the opposite. I knew if I let Bear get close again, it will just hurt when I have to say goodbye.
Bear tried talking to me a couple of times of moving into the Cullens house, and each time I told him no. I saw the pain and disappointment each time I told him no, and it killed me to say it to him. But it must be done, even if what I really wanted was to be close to my brother again.
Then there was Edward. He really was a kindred spirit. I don't know why Bear thought he was depressing. I actually enjoyed Edward the most out of his other family members. He always seemed to have a smile for me. He also never looked at my muteness as a disability. He treated me normal, not that the others didn't, but there was a difference I couldn't explain with him.
It was the end of the day on Friday. Gym class was less than exciting. Gym class brought Mike again. I was really wondering if this kid had any sort of brain. He was once again showing off. We were playing volleyball, and every time he managed to hit the ball, he would turn around and give me a grin. Once he even flexed his arm and kissed his bicep.
After that, I decided it was once again time to teach Mike a lesson. When it was my turn to serve, I might have accidentally hit him in the back of the head with the ball. He was out for about a minute. When he woke up, I gave him an apologetic look and signed to him that I was sorry. Who knew that Coach Clapp actually knew sign language? The man seemed to be stifling a laugh too. I wonder if he knew I did it on purpose. I was out of gym fairly fast and was heading to my bike. As I approached my bike, I saw Jasper leaning against Edward's Volvo staring at my bike. He looked up and gave me a smile when he sees me. Sweet bike, by the way, but don't tell Em I said that. Thank you. Do you ride? Yes, but not for a while, he answered me. Hi Bella. Alice came over and bounced to Jasper's side. I gave her a wave. The others followed close behind her. There is going to be a thunderstorm tonight. Alice started bouncing up and down. I couldn't understand why she and the others were getting so excited. Great, we can play baseball. Emmett was nearly bouncing like Alice. He turned to me.
Baby doll, you got to join us and play. He looked so happy it was hard to resist. I wasn't sure what to do. I want to spend time with him, but I was afraid of getting too close still. Would it be better to spend time while I can or keep hurting Bear by keeping a distance, even if it was for his own good? Basically, it was a choice of heart or mind.
Bella? Emmett snaps his fingers in front of my face. He was now frowning in disappointment. Sure, when? I need to go change first. I smiled at him. I see the others looked happy as well. No need, we have uniforms. We should have one that will fit you. Alice cheered. Wow, they apparently take this seriously. All right. I gave in. Everyone moved to leave and I grabbed Jasper's arm to get his attention. When he turned, I held out my keys to him. Really? His eyes lit up. I rolled my eyes then tossed them at him. He catched them single-handedly. Can I get a ride? I asked Edward, seeing that the Volvo seemed to be his car. Yes, of course, he replied smoothly, giving me a small crooked grin. I felt my insides tingle. Get a grip, Bella. It's bad enough you might be dragging danger towards Emmett. Don't fall for Edward, it will just turn out bad. Thank you. Why can't I drive your bike? Bear was starting to pout. 1. Didn't you tell me it was too dangerous? 2. You broke all my toys when we were younger, why should I trust you? I could hear the others chuckle. I never broke any of your toys on purpose. He crossed his arms in front of chest. I crossed mine as well and raised an eyebrow. What about my China doll I got for my 8th birthday? Did you or did you not tie her to a stake and burn her, while dancing around her with you shirt off and wore paint on your face? Emmett's eyes grew large. His brothers were choking back their laughter while the girls looked ready to hit him. Emmett, Rose hissed, glaring at him. How do you remember these things? Aren't you supposed to lose your human memories? He looked around guiltily like he wished he was somewhere. Apparently, it was burned into her memory. Jasper laughed. Jasper got on the bike and took off. Edward opened the passenger door and gestured for me to get in. Before I could get in, Emmett squeezed by me and sits. Thanks, bro. He gave Edward a meaningful look. The smile on Edward's face dropped as he opened the rear door. Ladies, he gestured again, before moving to the other side to open the door for Rose. The three of us get in the car with myself in the middle. Edward took off, heading presuming to their house. When we get there, Jasper was already there waiting for us. After I get out, he tossed me the keys. That was a sweet bike. I might have to get me one of those. He gave me a smile. Glad you like it. I smiled back at him. Emmett once again was pouting. Can I please take it out? I promise not to hurt it. I thought you wanted to play baseball. We will have to wait a bit for Carlisle to come home, Edward answered, taking a closer look at the bike now. If that was so, why couldn't I go home and change? All right, but if you break anything you are paying to get it fixed. Wouldn't need to. Rosie here is an expert mechanic. She can fix anything. Emmett draped an arm around her. Really? No offense to Rose, but she seemed too pretty to get down and dirty with cars. Yes, one of the hobbies I learned through the years. I have found it interesting. Can I look at the engine of your bike later? Rose asked me softly. I just nodded in response and then I tossed the keys to Bear. Thanks, baby doll. Bear jumps on the bike. He took off, making the tires squeal, and I cringe. I turned to grab my bag, but it was missing from the car. Where is my bag? Rose was the only one still outside with me. I saw Edward take it in for you. She smiled at me and then picks up her own bag. I followed her inside and I find my bag by the couch inside. Rose headed up the stairs and I go over to the couch. I get out my homework and finish it in no time flat.
I wonder if it would be okay if I used a computer. I looked around and no one seems to be around. Emmett has yet to come back with my bike. I get up and head up the stairs. I couldn't hear any sounds coming from any of the rooms from the second floor, so I head up to the third. I heard music coming from a room down at the end of the hall. I knocked on the door. Come in, Bella. I heard Edward's voice come from inside the room.
I opened the door and saw him sitting on a couch. How did you know it was me? I was a little confused to how he knew. Well, when I couldn't hear the person's mind on the other side of the door, it narrowed it down. What can I do for you? He chuckled lightly. I was wonder if there is a computer I could borrow. No one seemed to be around to ask. Sure, you can use mine over there or any of the ones downstairs. He got up and set up his laptop. Thank you. I headed over to his desk, but I paused by a wall covered in CDs. I take it you like music. I smirked at him. Yes, I do. How did you guess? Edward smiled while walking towards me. I don't know. Maybe the fact you own more CDs than most music stores. Is this Claire de Lune? Yes, you know Debussy? His golden eyes lit up. It has been a while since I have heard it. I gave him a smile. I moved over to his desk. Thank you, again. Are you sure you don't mind? I asked before I sat down. Nope, not at all. What do you need it for anyways if you don't mind me asking? You don't seem the social networking type, he asked, resuming his seat on the couch as I sat down. You're right. I'm not. I do medical transcribing for work. It is an easy job, since verbal skills aren't required. Was it hard getting by before without verbal capabilities for jobs through the years? Edward asks, seems genuinely interested. The money Emmett left behind from our parents helped for a while. I always found something though. Like dishwashing, libraries, or cleaning, ones where I don't have to worry about interacting with people. It was harder years ago when most people didn't accept my muteness. Then I usually stuck to the woods and abandoned old houses. Edward frowned like Emmett did when I told him my past. What about you? Are you a professional high school student? I gave him a teasing smile. I have been through high school more times than I like to admit, college a few times as well, medical school twice. There was a time I did leave Carlisle and Renesmee. It was before the others joined us. What did you do then? I asked. This was one of the things that made it difficult. Edward was so easy to talk to, it was hard not to like him. I call that period of time my dark years. I questioned why we fought against our true nature.
So I tried to live like others of our kind. Only I refused to kill innocents. I sought those who were up to no good. Rapists, murders, and spousal abusers are just some examples. I then realized, who was I, to play God with these lives? After that, I sought Carlisle out and he accepted me back with welcoming arms. I have been living this way ever since. Edward talked openly with me. He looked a little guilty at his admission. I wasn't expecting him to be so open with me or what he had done.
Was it hard to go back to animals after? I asked him. I was curious since I never had the struggle.
Yes and no. The guilt I was living with was enough to keeping me from slipping. I still wish I haven't done it though, taking all those lives. He frowned.
I know you didn't like feeling like you were playing God with these lives, but it sounds like in way you made the world a better place at the same time. There are many lives you probably saved taking out what made hardly could be considered decent human beings. You shouldn't let the guilt of the past eat at you. There's nothing you can do to fix it. I gave him a small smile. That's sweet of you to say. Edward smiled back. We worked in silence for a while. Every once in a while I would steal a glance at Edward and could feel him do the same. At some point Edward went up to change a CD. A familiar song caught my attention. It was a song that came out a few years before my parents passed away, although it was a different artist. I used to dance on my father's feet as he spun around the living room. My father used to tease me, he would dance with me to it on my wedding day. That was never going to happen now. Bella, are you okay? Edward asked, looking concerned. I hadn't realized I'd gotten up and was now standing by his stereo shaking in dry sobs. Edward had come over and placed a hand on my arm. Sorry, this song just reminds me of my childhood. My father used to dance to somebody to watch over me with me. I gave him a sad smile. Edward reached over to turn it off and I grabbed his hands, feeling the sparks again. I was really starting to wonder about that. Please don't. I want to hear. It has been a while. May I have this dance then? Edward asked shyly. Before I could stop myself, I nodded and let Edward pull me into a dance hold. His embrace feels natural and we move around his room. I looked up into his eyes and our eyes locked. He started to lean forward and his eyes flickered at my lips. My mind said stop him, but my body betrayed me as I leaned in closer. Just then Emmett came barreling into the room. What are you doing with my sister? He bellowed, glaring at Edward. I immediately put myself between them. Nothing, Emmett, we were only dancing. Ever hear of knocking? Edward growled.
Why is she in your room alone with you? Emmett narrowed his dark eyes.
I slapped his arm to get his attention, because when you went off on my motorcycle, I went looking for someone to ask if it was alright to use a computer, so I could get some work done. I found Edward and he was letting me use his laptop. The song Somebody to Watch Over Me came on and I got all sentimental and Edward asked me to dance to cheer me up. What is your problem? I glared at Emmett, who was still looking like a raging bull. My problem is my baby sister is in a room alone with a guy, Emmett hissed. Are you really telling me that you think Edward is a threat? That he is going to try and take advantage of me? Because he has been nothing but a gentleman and friendly to me. I stood my ground against Emmett. His eyes softened. He looked at me then at Edward. No, Edward would never do anything like that. You're right. I'm sorry that I lost my cool. Emmett sighed as he ran a hand through his hair. I sighed, then gave him a hug. I stepped back and Emmett looked at Edward. Edward nodded his head as in confirmation to something. Here you are, Bella. Alice bounced into the room. Here is a uniform for you to wear. I altered it a bit so it should fit you perfectly. There's a bathroom at the end of the hall you can change in. Alice dragged me from the room and down the hall. I drove off on Baby Doll's bike. Jasper was right, it was a sweet ride. It still gave me a heart attack though to think of my baby sister riding this thing. When we were humans she was a klutz, she couldn't go a day without tripping nearly a dozen times. I was the one who always caught her and wiped away her tears then. Now I wasn't even sure if she needed me anymore. Could I blame her? It has been a long time since I left her alone. I pulled off to the shoulder of the road and look out over the cliffs to the ocean. All week I have been trying to get her to let me back inside and I feel as if she has a wall up between us. I sighed as I think about the first night she was back. When we arrived back from school Esme and Carlisle was already there. Alice called us. What's going on? Carlisle had a look of concern on his face.
My baby sister is here and she is a vampire. I answered as I flopped down on the couch and placed my face in my hands.
I'm not sure if I understand what is wrong with that. Carlisle sounded confused. She hates me, that's the problem. She thinks I have abandoned her all those years ago. She doesn't look like she has aged since I left her. I should have gone back for her when I wanted to. I pulled at my hair in frustration until Esme came and sat next to me and wrapped her arms around me. I'm sure she doesn't hate you, dear. What exactly did she say? Esme asked me. She didn't say anything. My sister is a mute. I didn't get a chance to talk to her before she ran off. I sighed heavily. It's my fault that she ran off. I didn't know who she was and I went all territorial on her. I'm so sorry, Emmett. Rose pleaded with sad eyes. Your sister is mute? Why didn't you tell us? Carlisle frowned. Would it have changed anything? Would you have changed her if you knew? I couldn't tell you she was mute, because no one ever accepted that of her except myself and our parents.
She was ostracized in our hometown. When my parents died they wanted to put her into an institution.
I promised her as long as I could breathe, that I would never allow that to happen. I was afraid if you knew she was mute, that is what would have happened to her. I couldn't allow that to happen. She knows how to hunt and do most things. I knew if she got desperate she could get to town herself. I went back after a year to make sure she was okay, but she was gone. I was going to change her myself. I stared at the floor in front of me. Emmett, I wished you have told us all this back then. Carlisle looked at me in sympathy. My loyalties lie with her first. I didn't know any of you then. I was afraid of what would happen. Would you have changed her if you knew? I asked again. He frowned, not knowing what to say. I didn't think so. I said bitterly. We would have found some way to help her. A way that didn't require an institution or her being by herself. Esme gave me a hug. I'm sure she doesn't hate you. Didn't you ask Jasper or Edward? Actually, I can't read any emotions at all off her. Jasper admitted with a shrug of the shoulders. Carlisle and Esme looked at him in surprise. Alice and my powers don't work on her either, Edward spoke up. How can this be, I wonder? A shield, maybe. She is still mute too, after being changed. Carlisle looked up. Appears to be. She was in one of my classes and she uses a handheld iPod communicator to talk with the teachers. I really don't think she hates you, Em. I know I can't read her mind, but she just looks hurt to me. Edward gave me a sympathetic smile. He's right, she's here for a reason. I say we find her so you can talk to her. Don't give up yet. Alice looked at me encouragingly. It was a blessing that Edward ran into her while hunting and convinced her to come to talk to me. I did my best to explain what had happened and why I didn't come back. I knew she was mad, but I thought she had forgiven me. It killed me to find out she had been alone all this time. I wanted to rip apart her sire and burn him a piece at a time. When I wanted to introduce her to the rest of my family I felt her reluctance. At that point I had chalked it up to her wanting to avoid being rejected like when we were younger. She seemed to loosen up as I introduced her to everyone. Two things didn't escape my notice. The way Baby Doll and Edward looked at each other when I introduced them. I even noticed Jasper raise an eyebrow. Edward is an okay guy and everything, but she is my baby sister. I just got her back. The second thing, I noticed that even after Rosie wasn't nice to her, Baby Doll forgave her and even called her a sister. That was a huge relief for me. I wasn't sure if I could handle my two favorite girls fighting with one another. Although, maybe I shouldn't be surprised. Baby Doll always forgave easily when we were younger. She took our mother to heart when she used to tell us life was too short to hold a grudge.
Baby doll and I talked for that rest of that evening. We exchanged stories about the past few years. I noticed baby doll's guard was up. I wasn't sure if she has forgiven me or if she was hiding something. I ended up telling most of the stories. Although finding out my little sister has power was sweet, but again she was very vague about it.
Things appeared to be going smoothly until she was getting ready to leave to change for school and I put my foot down about her motorcycle. That was clearly a mistake. Baby doll's stubbornness came out in full force. She refused to give up her bike. In the end, I can't say I blame her, the thing rides great. I knew she was trying to goad me when she showed up to school like a sweet little Catholic schoolgirl that boys fantasized about. I knew the boys at our school were thinking these twisted thoughts about my sister just by the expression on their faces. Edward even confirmed it for me. He seemed to be equally peeved with the boys, particularly Michael Newton. Part of me knew she was trying to prove a point, especially after I noticed the pigtail braids. Damn, why did I teach her that trick? Of course, I didn't keep my temper, demanding that she should change. Bella ignored me and walked off to class with Alice. Rose rolled her eyes before heading off to class herself, telling me that Bella was my sister, not my daughter, and that I can't order her around like I was doing. I had a quick powwow with my brothers, trying to get their help in spreading the word that I was Bella's brother and I would hurt anyone who went near her. By the time lunchtime rolled around, my mood was not much better, especially when Edward walked up carrying Bella's tray. At the time, I wasn't sure if I liked how they were getting along. It didn't help when baby doll asked him if her skirt was too short and he couldn't help but keep staring at her legs. I had to yell at him in my mind. I never have seen Edward act this way before towards a girl. Why did it have to be my sister? Baby doll and I seemed to get on better footing when that prat, Mike Newton, had to walk up running his mouth again. Instead of turning to me for help, she turned to Edward. That hurt. It was always me she used to turn to. Although, she did get Mike pretty good by questioning his manhood in front of the whole cafeteria. Rosie insisted, later when I was complaining about it, that she had chosen Edward mainly because he was single and had to look like she was choosing another guy over Mike. Not asking her brother to stand up for her. If Mike thought there was another guy he would back off faster. After that explanation, I calmed down. Instead of being mad with Edward, I was grateful. Baby doll continued to have a wall up the whole week. We were far from being as close as we once were. It wasn't like she was closer to Edward than myself, but I noticed the glances they gave to the other when they thought no one was looking. Each day my siblings and I tried to get her to come back for a visit to get to know each other better.
Or in our case, reconnect. I asked her a couple of times move in with us. We had plenty of room, but she refused each time. I could see the hurt in her eyes. She was keeping something from me, I know it. But what? I wasn't sure. She didn't appear to be lying when she said she forgave me. But I was at a loss as to how to get her to tell me. It never took any effort before. Esme told me to give her time to adjust, that this reunion is probably as hard for her as it was for me.
I was the one who always held her hand when she needed it. I always protected her from jerks. It was me who brought my books home and shared them with her so she could learn to read and write. I was the first to learn sign language. I remembered the first time I called her baby doll. I was 5 and she was only 3. She was a small little thing not bigger than her own dolls. It was before any of us knew sign language. Bella mainly communicate by gestures. Bella, Mama says to come downstairs. I stopped as enter her room. My tomboy sister was in the frilliest and puffy pink dress I have ever seen. She was sitting in the middle of her bed with a matching doll on her lap pouting. Grandma had sent the dress and the doll for Bella's birthday. Mama was making her wear it for her visit. You look cute. I was trying not to start laughing, causing her to turn bright red with anger. No, seriously, you look like one of your baby dolls. I started laughing. She picked up her ball from next to her bed and threw it at me. It missed. I ran over and jumped on her bed. You know, I think I might have to call you that for now on, baby doll. I reached over and tugged on her braid. She smacked my hand away. Now, baby doll. Be a good little dolly, no smacking, she lunged, catching me off guard. We fall off the bed and she started smacking and kicking me. Help, help. I am being attacked by a baby doll. I gasped with laughter. It was fun to get Bella riled up. What on earth is going on up here? Mama came into the room with Daddy and Grandma behind her. We immediately get to our feet. Bella tried to straighten out her dress. Nothing, Mama, baby doll just tripped and took me down with her. I answered her, trying to appear innocent. Bella glared at me with her hands on her hips. Baby doll? My mother questioned, looking confused. Yes, ma'am, doesn't she look like one of her dolls dressed that way? I asked. My father tried to hide his laughter with a cough. Patrick, really don't encourage the boy, my mother scolded. The boy is right. As cute as the dress is, it is a bit much for around the house. Go change, my dear, my grandmother chuckled. Bella ran up and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Before the others leave the room, I paused outside the door. Even if you change, you're still going to be baby doll to me, I smirked as she slammed the door closed in my face.
I chuckled. How have I missed her? I was glad she decided to finally come over and play baseball with us. I glanced at my watch. Where did the time go? I meant to do a quick run on her bike to see why she liked it so much. I was hoping to spend time with her before the game. I hopped on the bike and rushed back to the house.
I pulled into the garage and saw Rose's feet sticking out from underneath my Jeep. You know, for someone who wanted quality time with his sister, you have disappeared for a while. Rose slid out from underneath, giving me a questioning look. I know, I got to thinking and lost track of time. Where is she? I asked. Edward's room. She is using his computer, she shrugged. Why isn't she using the one downstairs? I huffed in irritation.
Well, from what I could hear, it sounded like she went looking for someone to ask if she could use a computer. Since all of us disappeared at your request, Edward was the first person she found, due to the fact she heard music coming from his room. She asked him and he offered his. He was trying to be nice. Rose stood up.
I don't like it, I pouted, starting to head to the house with Rose following. What? That they are attracted to one another? Edward is a good guy, wouldn't you want that for Bella? Jasper was waiting outside the house. I just got her back, I turned to him exasperated. Rose took my hand and squeezed it. Edward isn't trying to take Bella away from you, I'm not even sure they both realize they are falling in love with each other yet. They both have been alone for so long, don't they deserve to find love? Jasper asked me. So they do love each other, I scowled. I only know for sure what Edward is feeling, he is confused, but he's in love with her. I'm pretty sure they are mates. Jasper told me softly. I shook my head, it's too soon. I charged up the stairs and up to Edward's room. All I could hear was music coming from the room. I charged right in. What are you doing with my sister? I yelled, seeing red. It looks like they were about to kiss. Nothing, Emmett, we were only dancing. Ever hear of knocking? Edward growled. I was vaguely aware of Bella putting herself in between us. Why is she in your room alone with you? I demand, wanting to hear his explanation. You can't fool me, Edward, I saw you about to kiss her. It was Bella who answered me though, she was upset as her hands flew as she started signing like mad. If I wasn't a vampire, I wouldn't be able to keep up. Because when you went off on my motorcycle, I went looking for someone to ask if it was alright to use a computer, so I could get some work done. I found Edward and he was letting me use his laptop. The song, Somebody to Watch Over Me, came on and I got all sentimental and Edward asked me to dance to cheer me up. What is your problem? Bella glared at me. My problem is that my baby sister is in a room alone with a guy, I hissed. Are you really telling me that you think Edward is a threat? That he is going trying and take advantage of me? Because he has been nothing but a gentleman and friendly to me. I immediately started to feel bad. I knew Edward would never hurt Bella. I knew both his mother and Esme raised him to be a gentleman. No, Edward would never do anything like that. You're right. I'm sorry that I lost my cool. I sighed, embarrassed by actions. Bella gave me a big hug. Bro, I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to imply you would take advantage of her. Edward just nodded. Here you are, Bella. Alice bounced into the room. Here is a uniform for you to wear. I altered it a bit so it should fit you perfectly. There's a bathroom at the end of the hall you can change in. Alice dragged her from the room and down the hall. I'm sorry I overacted. I just got my sister back and I feel as if I haven't spent any time with her. I still felt guilty over the situation. I'm not trying to take her from you, Emmett. I was just trying to be nice and make sure she feels comfortable here, so she would come around more often. Edward told me as he turned off his CD player with his back to me. You better go change, the pixie will be back in a minute to drag you out of here. I nodded as I headed out of the room. I changed in a bathroom, placing my shirt on the counter as I buttoned up the jersey. I glanced in the mirror. It was tailored to fit me like Alice said, however, it seemed like it was brand new. On the back of the jersey it said baby doll. I quickly braided my hair into a single braid this time and placed on my cap. It amazed me that Emmett's family has been so welcoming to me, even when I've been trying to keep them at arm's length. I hoped giving in a little won't hurt them in the end. They all seemed like nice people. I am glad Emmett has them.
I touched my lips lightly with my hand. I could have sworn Edward was about to kiss me in there. Part of me longed that he would have, but it almost made me nervous since I have never been kissed before. But to feel his lips on my mind, just the thought sent butterflies in my stomach. Stop. I yelled at myself. Don't fall for Edward. I can't have a relationship with Edward. He wouldn't hesitate to kill Edward if he suspected anything. If I cared for Edward, not getting close would be the best thing.
I tucked my shirt into my bag and stepped out into the hall. I could hear everyone downstairs, so I skipped down the stairs to the living room. They all look over and smile at me when I reach the bottom, making me feel slightly self-conscious. Is there a glove I can borrow? I asked. No need, baby doll, we don't use them. Emmett smiled, slinging a large bag containing bats over his shoulder. Have you ever played baseball, Bella? Jasper asked me, but Emmett snorted the answer before I could. Bella was a world-class klutz when she was human. She couldn't even walk across the floor without tripping. There's no way she could have played baseball. He started laughing. I crossed my arms over my chest and narrowed my eyes at him. Emmett, Esme chastised him and he stifled his amusement. Well, she was a tomboy, so I figured she must have liked sports, Jasper shrugged, looking apologetic. I did or do. I was just never any good at them, I admitted. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get to the field. Alice bounced and skipped to the door. I followed behind the rest of the family out and they started running in a direction that I was assuming was to the field. We arrived and Carlisle gave me a quick rundown on the rules of the game. All right, I think we should play boys versus girls. Emmett rubbed his hands together. I knew immediately he was up to no good. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who thought that. What are you up to? Rose has her eyes narrowed. Seems he wants to make a bet. Edward raised his eyebrows. What kind of bet? I want to know the stakes. I didn't trust his bets. I have been on too many losing sides of them. Baby doll, I am hurt, don't you trust me? Emmett gave me an angelic look. I crossed my arms but didn't say anything. He smiled then continued. Winners get to pick losers' outfits. Emmett shrugged. That's it? That was too easy. Fine, it's a deal. Let's huddle up, girls. Alice agreed. I moved in a circle with them. Rose, you know anything about hideous pink frilly dresses? I have an image of Em holding one up and laughing like a maniac. Alice whispered too soft for the boys to hear. Rose shook her head, but I caught on right away. I started to hiss. I snapped my head around to catch Bear's eye. He was smirking back at me. Something wrong, baby doll? He empathized my name. My hiss turned into a growl. I noticed Carlisle and Edward look at me with surprised looks on their faces. Apparently this side of me shocked them. That was almost scary. Emmett started laughing. Don't like the dress, don't lose. He chuckled. I hissed again. That's it, we can't lose this game. The guys took to the field and girls were up to bat first. Esme is first. This is unfair, they have the advantage, Rose huffed. What advantage? We might have Alice, but they have Jasper and Edward. Since Edward can see Alice's visions, it gives him an advantage. Jasper has also been known to use his as well. Rose continued. Wait, they can use their powers and it isn't cheating? We do have Bella, Rose. They can't affect her. Alice called out as she picked up a bat, getting ready to bat next. That's true. Too bad you can't cover all of us with it, Rose sighed. This brings me to thinking, if I learned anything over the past week, I could trust the Cullens to keep a secret of my powers. That, and if Emmett thinks I was ever wearing that god-awful dress, he was sorely mistaken. I made my decision. I looked up to notice Esme was on first and Alice was about ready to bat. With a sigh, I stretched both shields out covering only the girls. Edward was first to notice the difference. His head shot up in confusion. He looked at all the girls ending with me last. I gave him a smile and cocked my head to the side. His eyes widened in surprise. Jasper looked at Edward curiously, then he picked up on it as well. I gave him the same smile. Are you doing that? He asked me. Doing what? I tried to keep an innocent face on. Blocking our powers from all the girls? Jasper narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? I can see Rose and Esme just fine. Alice looked confused. Sorry, but a girl has to keep her secrets. I winked. Can you see us, Alice? Edward asked her. She nodded. You're cheating. Emmett started to get upset. I'm not. Rose says I am allowed to use my powers. I am using my powers. Settle down, Emmett. She's right, those are the rules. Carlisle sided with me. Emmett huffed on the verge of pouting. What's the matter, Bear? Afraid of being beat by a group of girls? No, we will still win this. Emmett spoke with confidence as he heads back to the infield. Alice stepped up to the plate to bat. It was an amusing sight since the bat was more than half her height. In an average game of baseball she would have virtually almost no strike zone. However, with vampire rules it was different, you don't swing then it was a strike. I learned quickly watching her that her size was clearly an underestimation. She hit the ball on the first pitch with enough force that she attempted to make it a double. Carlisle was standing in front of second, attempting to tag her when she slid through his widespread legs and reaches the base before the tag. She stood up and brushed herself off, looking quite pleased with herself. Clearly her size was an advantage, not a hindrance. I picked up the bat a little nervous. Bear tried to teach me to play when we were little, but as a human I was such a klutz it never turned out well. This should be good. Bear was already snickering in anticipation. I stepped up to the plate and get into a stance. This shouldn't be that hard, I just need to connect the ball and bat in a swing. Oh, and baby doll, remember not to let go of the bat while swinging. You wouldn't want to hurt Jazz. Emmett snickered even more. Edward started chuckling as well as he shook his head. I was hoping to wipe the smiles off their faces. Jasper winded up and pitched to me. I swung as hard as I could. I heard a thwack of the metal ball and bat colliding. Run, I heard Rose shout from behind me. I took off for first base, noticing a very surprised Emmett. He didn't expect my success. The ball landed in the brush far out behind him in left field. Both him and Edward were running for it and collided with each other, making a crashing sound like thunder. I kept running and make it to third. I was quite pleased with myself for my first hit. With my success of a triple, I was able to ensure both Esme and Alice scored a run each. Yay, Bella. I heard Alice squeal. The boys are looking a bit miffed that they are behind already. I was still riding of my high as I turned to my brother. Did I do that right, Bear? I gave him a big smile. He was no longer smiling but has his game face on. He clearly thought we might be able to beat him now. Just play the game, Isabella, he muttered. Ooh, my formal name, he must be upset. He rarely called me that. I shrugged and turned around hiding my smile. Now wasn't the time to get smug. I don't want to lose my focus or get overconfident. By the time the guys were up to bat, we were ahead by 5. I voluntarily took to the outfield with Rose. The guys play hard trying to take the lead from us. With 1 out left, the bases were loaded, Bear was up to bat. He smiled widely. Alice froze. Time, she called, then ran back to me. Keeping her hands close to her she started to sign to me. She gave quick directions to where to go to catch the ball. Emmett was going to point his bat in one direction, but hit it in the opposite direction. I nodded in response. She ran back to the mound and wound up for the pitch. I noticed Emmett point out to right field, so I got ready. Alice pitched a curveball and Emmett hit it with all his strength, but I was ready. I ran out and caught the ball before it hits the ground. Bear was out and he was staring slack-jawed at me. I think we found someone as fast as Edward, Alice giggled. Rose ran over and gave me a high five as we go to run in for our turn to bat. The game continues with the lead going back and forth a few times. We are now in our last inning. We girls were only slightly ahead. I was up to bat with bases loaded and 2 outs. I was trying not to feel the pressure. We are only 1 run ahead and I wanted to get the others home to ensure our lead since the boys are last up to bat. I stepped up to the plate trying to gain the confidence I needed to achieve my goal. I got into a stance and glanced readily at Jasper for the first pitch. He wound up and let a fast ball fly. I closed my eyes and swing. I heard the connection and opened my eyes to see the ball going out of sight into the outfield. Edward was already on his way to get it. I took off running for first, not stopping to run on to second. When I approached second, instead of slowing down, I head on to third. Edward threw the ball back towards Jasper, but I decided to run for it. Jasper looked surprised, but then smirks as he caught the ball and moved to intercept me to tag me. Sorry, Jasper, not going to happen. I solidify my physical shield and pushed it out. Jasper went to tag me only to find himself bouncing off the shield and landing on his rear. What in the world is that? He cried out in frustration. I dropped the solidified part of the physical shield as I crossed the plate and into my teammates' welcoming hugs. Come on, how is that not cheating? Emmett whined. He kicked the ground sending up a cloud of dust. Because it was part of her shield. Powers are allowed. Rose smugly wrapped her arm around me. We may have to rethink our rules for future games. Carlisle chuckled, looking impressed. Edward was looking at me with his eyebrow raised. I expected Jasper to be upset like Emmett, but he was looking at me with eyes full of curiosity. Does that shield completely encompass you and anyone in it when you do that? He was looking at me as if he is studying me. He made me feel slightly uncomfortable. Maybe I went overboard. I nodded in response. Can you put it up again? Jasper asked. I nodded and solidified my physical shield again. He moved closer and bumped into the shield. He used his hand to push against it as he examined it. He even squinted his eyes, turned his head at different angles. Remarkable, I can't even see it, but yet it is there, he spoke in awe. The other males reached out tentatively to touch it in awe. Why have you kept this from us, baby doll? Bear was looking at me in disappointment. It was nothing personal. I learned it was better to keep my powers a secret, I signed, while I bit my lip. So you don't trust us? Bear accused. Instantly I felt bad. It was never so much as trust, as it was keeping them safe. Do you blame her? Edward came to my defense. She barely knows us. On her first meeting with us, it was just after finding Em after many years of being alone. Did anyone really expect her to divulge everything? I know Jasper, Alice and myself rarely give away our information, especially not to strangers. I know I don't blame her. Edward's right. Something like this, I don't blame her for wanting to keep it a secret. Just imagine what this power can do in the wrong hands. Jasper turned to Emmett. I visibly flinched when he struck so close to home. I tried to cover it before anyone notices. I caught Edward looking at me, out of the corner of my eye, with furrowed brows before he wiped his face clean. Let's continue the game, Carlyle said. Everyone got back into positions. Rose was up to bat. She hit the ball, but Emmett was quick to catch it, making Rose the last out. We were now ahead by 5 as the boys came up to bat. We made the first 2 outs fairly quickly, but the boys weren't giving up easily. They still managed to score 1 run. They have bases loaded and Edward was up to bat. He hit the ball with ease on the first pitch, sending Rose after it. I ran to cover third. She lobbed the ball in my direction. I caught it just as Edward passes me. I couldn't let him score or we would be tied. I took off after him, not even a millisecond behind. Just before he gets to home I reached out to tag him, causing both of us to crash to the earth. I ended up landing on top of him. Edward clearly looked startled. Apparently, I was faster than he expected. There's my baby doll. Nice to know some things don't change, Emmett roared with laughter. Edward started to laugh as well as I moved off him. Sorry, I signed. That's okay. Next time save the tackling for football. He winked at me, standing up as he held his hand out to me. I took it and he helped me to my feet. I was so glad I couldn't blush anymore. He doesn't let go of my hand right away and he gave it a squeeze. Good game. It looks like you girls won. Go easy on me on the outfit, okay? Edward smiled. Wait, we lost? Emmett stopped his snickering and started to pout. Yes, Bella tagged Edward before she tripped, taking him out. Esme smiled. Alice, think we can find that dress in Emmett's size? Rose and Alice started laughing hard. Emmett turned white even for a vampire. Come on, baby doll, have a heart, Emmett begged. Why should she? This bet was your idea, Rose smirked. Rematch, now, Emmett demanded. I don't think so, bro. The storm has moved off, Jasper sighed. Why aren't you more worried? Aren't you afraid they will put you in a dress too? Emmett glared at him. My darling wife wouldn't do that to me. Jasper wrapped an arm around Alice. Would you? He glanced down at her and she just giggled. Be afraid, be very afraid, Alice giggled. The boys exchanged a very worried look. The Monday after the baseball game was an amusing day at school. The girls and I plotted all weekend for the perfect outfits for the guys. The guys all grumbled about their outfits. However, they decided to be good sports, for the most part, and wore the outfits. For Jasper, we chose a jean overalls that ended 4 ins, above the ankle with a simple white sleeveless undershirt. On his feet were flip-flops and on his head a huge Huck Finn-style straw hat. For Edward, we went with emerald green knickers with black suspenders and white collared shirt with emerald green jacket that a 4-clover in the breast pocket. On his head was a green derby hat. He had white knee socks and black dress shoes. Emmett, my dear brother Bear, lucked out. We couldn't find a pink frilly dress in his size. Instead of Alice making one, which we considered, we went another route. First was a black peasant skirt that we bedazzled with pink heart gems. Alice also embroidered huge pink flowers on it. His shirt was fluorescent pink with puffy sleeves and in big black lettering it read, Girls Rule, Boys Drool. He was forced to wear hot pink knee-highs and black pumps with pink bows. How Alice managed to find pump that fit him was beyond me. In his hair was a large fluorescent pink bow. Frankly, I thought they got off relatively easy. However, they were subjected to stares and laughter all day at school. When we approached biology at the end of the day, Mr. Banner paused by our shared desk. Mr. Cullen, did you and you brothers lose a bet or something? He asked with eyebrows raised. Something like that, sir, Edward nodded. I started shaking in silent laughter as Mr. Banner headed back to the front of the class. Go ahead and keep laughing. Just remember revenge is sweet. Edward leaned over to whisper directly into my ear. I turned to him and batted my eyes, making him freeze. Going to have to beat us first, I smirked, turning my focus back to class. Maybe I just want you to tackle me again, Edward whispered back, sounding a bit husky. I blinked and my eyes grew wide. I glanced at him and he was focused on class. Now it was the end of the day. I changed fast and I was out in the parking lot before any of the others. I took off on my bike heading to the hospital. I had gotten a message yesterday via email to call the office, from where I was getting my records from. They asked me to call. Obviously, that wasn't going to happen, so I decided to stop by. I knocked on the door to the office and entered. When I hear a come in, I entered and pulled out the iPod communicator. Hi, I am Bella McCarty. Someone in the office asked me to call. The lady in front of me appears stunned for a moment. She recovered herself and answered me. Yes, that would be me. I'm Ms. Harris. Forgive me, but are you deaf? She asked in a kind voice. No, ma'am, I'm mute. I can hear just fine, I answered. Oh, I wasn't aware. Well, this is a bit difficult then. You see, you do such a good job on the charts. I was hoping you would be willing to answer phones to answer patients' questions. She looks slightly uncomfortable. That's okay. I'm sorry I couldn't be any help. I shrugged and turned to leave. Now wait a minute. Do you think you would be willing to answer emailers' questions? You would have to check an email account every day. It would also be an increase in pay. She gave me a smile. That's something I can help out with. I nodded, smiling. Good, let me get the proper information to it. I will use the same account you use with us now. It should take a couple of days, so I think you would be able to start with this part on WED. If you have any questions you can contact me. The increase will be in your next check. She smiled more warmly as she stood and held out her hand for me to shake. I shook her hand. She winced slightly. Goodness dear, have been keeping your hand in a freezer? She exclaimed. No, poor circulation. I bit back a chuckle. My apologies, you have a good day now. She looked embarrassed, so I took my leave, waving as I go out the door. I'm not far down the hall when I heard a voice behind me. Bella, I turned to see Carlisle. It was the first time I saw him today, so I wasn't prepared for the sight. Overall, I think we girls went the easiest on him since he was a professional doctor. He had normal scrub pants on, but he was wearing an oversized scrub shirt that looked like it was bedazzled and decorated with sparkle fabric paint. Written on the front was, "World's Best Dad." Sporadically around the shirt was each of the younger Cullens' handprints and their names. I started to giggle. I see you like the shirt. They gave me this one year for Father's Day, believe or not, he chuckled. You are lucky, we went easy on you. I smirked at him. I agree. I saw the others. What brings you here? He asked. I had some business to take care of. I work transcribing medical records, I answered. He nodded. Well, do you have a moment? I would like to talk to you about something, Carlisle asked. I nodded, fearing what was to come. Does he know something? Is he going to ask me to leave, so I don't endanger his family? Good, why don't we go to my office? He gestured me to follow him. I couldn't help burst into laughter when I notice whose large handprints are gracing right on his behind. Carlisle looked over his shoulder. Yes, your brother is quite the comedian. I followed him into a windowless office and he shuts the door. I glanced on the wall and see the traditional diplomas and degrees on the wall. I wondered if he has been to school that many times or if they have a way to make fake-looking degrees and such. The color of the office is the same as the rest of the hospital, stark white. I see some familiar paintings on the wall and other decorations that made me think Esme must have decorated the office. Now, Bella, forgive me for prying, but how did you become mute? He asked, sitting in his chair. I was born this way. I was relieved that this was what he wanted to talk about. Yes, I know, but do you remember seeing a specialist or anything when you were young? Did they tell you if you were born without anything or if anything wasn't completed, like the vocal cords? He implored. I don't know. I don't think so. My parents never really liked to talk about my condition. They just accepted it as it was and never sought out if there were ways to fix it. It was Emmett that convinced them to learn sign language so I didn't have to point all the time, I told him honestly. I see. This is what makes me wonder. Usually during the change to becoming a vampire, most things that ail a person are fixed. For example, Esme's back was broken, which in most circumstances would have left her paralyzed, if she survived. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Would you be open to me running some tests to see if your voice box is in workable condition? He asked. I guess not. Do you really think I could speak? I was bewildered by the idea, the thought never occurred to me. I think it's quite possible. Have you ever tried to talk, since you changed? He inquired while leaning back in his seat. No, I haven't. I frowned. If I knew it was possible, I would have tried. Well, the reason I think it might be possible because you were able to make hissing and growling noises the other day. That's what provoked my curiosity, Carlyle continued to explain. How are you going to test this? He has me as intrigued as well now. Digital video stroboscopy is what the procedure is called. What I would do is take an endoscope and slip it down your throat. The endoscope is a long tube with a small camera attached. It can take pictures or video of the vocal cords and any abnormalities. How soon can you do this? My curiosity was getting the better of me. Carlyle chuckled at my enthusiasm. Well, tonight is a fairly slow night. How about we go do this now? He suggested. Wait, how much is this going to cost? My good mood fell. I wasn't in the position of being able to afford any extensive charges. I knew from doing charts that this could be fairly expensive. Bella, I am hardly going to charge family. We can easily keep this on the down low from the hospital. Carlyle smiled at me. He was considering me as family? Can we keep this from the others, at least for now? I asked. Carlyle hesitated, then answers. Well, patient confidentiality keeps me from telling anyone. May I ask why, though? If I'm still unable to talk, then I don't want to get anyone else's hopes up. Even if everything is fine, I'm afraid of letting them down if I have trouble learning to speak, I admitted. I'm assuming you mean Emmett, Carlyle asked, resting his folded hands under his chin. I nodded. I see. If all appears fine, we can find someone to help coach you vocally. Maybe since you already seem comfortable with him, it could be Edward. He does have a medical background as well, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's check you out before we can get into that. He stood and led me out the door. I followed him to the elevators. We go up 2 floors and turned down a corridor that was empty this time of night. He led me into an exam room. The room has an exam table and chair and a desk next to it. On the desk was a small monitor. Okay, lay back on this table here. This is the endoscope and here will be the monitor that the images will appear on. I will need you to stay completely still for this. Carlyle leaned towards me and I opened my mouth as wide as I can. He started to slip the tube slowly down my throat and starts watching the screen. He got to what I am assuming was the right area and starts focusing in. He changed views a few times, but he never said anything. He was starting to make me nervous. Interesting, Carlyle said as he pulled the endoscope up and out gently. Well, I asked, sitting up. I see nothing wrong down there. There is no indication if there was anything wrong. So either it was repaired or you could have had a paralysis. Carlyle informed me in the process of him cleaning up the machine. So I should be able to talk? My excitement came back. I think so. Let's try something else. Hiss for me. When I raise my hand, try to make the sound louder. When I lower it, try to make it softer, he instructed me. I started off with a hiss, then follow the directions he gives me. Good, good. Bella, this is wonderful. Carlyle gave me another smile. I could see how Emmett sees him as a fatherly figure. When I get home, I will speak to Edward about giving you private lessons, Carlyle informed me. I want to surprise Emmett though, please don't let him know. I won't. I can speak to Edward through my mind. Emmett and everyone else will be none the wiser, Carlyle promised me. Thank you so much for this. I hopped off the table. Bella, really it was nothing. As I said before, we all view you as family and not just because you're Emmett's sister. I understand why you may be hesitant to trust us due to your past, but I hope you let us in, he told me, placing a hand on my shoulder, giving it a soft squeeze. I simply nodded, feeling guilty. It gets harder and harder to remind myself why I need to keep the distance. After we get off the elevator, we go our separate ways. I head for home, trying to wrap my mind around everything that has happened. On Tuesday, we were in biology with Edward when he started to talk to me. So, Carlyle talked to me before school. He seemed to believe that you can speak, he muttered in a low voice as we worked on a lab together. I looked over at him where he's smiling warmly at me. I nodded enthusiastically, feeling a big grin break out on my face. Carlyle suggested that you might be able to help me learn to talk. I bit my lip as I looked at him shyly. It's not something that I've tried to do before, but I am willing to give it a shot. Now why don't you want to tell Emmett? He asked. I want to surprise him if I am able to succeed in this. If I can't, I don't want to disappoint him. I answered him. I was starting to feel doubtful, again. I'm sure you're not going to disappoint him, either way. At least, you're going to try. That is something in itself, Edward whispered quietly, sensing my mood. Besides, from what I have seen from Carlisle, I think the odds are in your favor. He took a stray lock of my hair and moved it behind my ear. We worked through the rest of the lab fairly fast, then watched as the rest of the class struggled with it. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched Edward chuckle under his breath as he watched Mike, who was looking very confused with the lab. Edward and I head towards the door as soon as the bell rings. We walked silently, side by side, towards the gym. When we get to the door, Edward spoke up. I looked up at him, seeing his hair get even more tousled in the light breeze. I resisted the urge to run my fingers through it. I know a private place we can go to, where no one will follow us. Would you like to start today? I nodded in agreement, giving him a smile. He gave me his crooked grin before speaking again. I will meet you after school in the parking lot, don't leave without me, he teased, then winked at me. He turned and walked away towards his class, feeling a sense of longing as I watched him. After school, I waited by my bike for Edward. He came out with Bear close behind him. They both smile when they see me. I gave them a casual wave. When they got to the car, Edward threw his bag in the back of his Volvo, then tossed Emmett his keys. Bear looked confusingly at them in his hands. You're not going home with us? He asked as he narrowed his eyes as Edward approached me. No, I am working on a project with Bella, Edward answered him. The others arrived at the car at this point, looking interested at the conversation. I noticed Jasper looked concerned when he glanced at Emmett. Why can't you and Baby Doll work on it back at our house? Emmett crossed his arms over his chest. Rose came up and placed a hand on his arm and he calmed down slightly. Because we don't want to be constantly interrupted, I answered. It was unfair of Bear to just integrate Edward. What was Bear's problem lately? Edward is his brother, I thought they got along. I hope I wasn't the one causing problems. I will see you guys at school tomorrow. I headed over to my bike. I'll see everyone later, too, Edward told them as H joins me. So, since Jazz and Em got to drive your bike, can I? Edward asked shyly. I cocked my head to the side as if I was deliberating it. Okay, I guess so. It is probably better since you already have a place in mind. I hand over my keys. I waited until he climbed on, then I hopped on the back and wrapped my arms around his waist. My hands tingle as I feel the firm, hard muscles under my hands. Edward kick-starts the engine and we drove away from the school. He headed north for a bit and stopped where it appears the road ends. He cut the engine and we both got off the bike. I glanced around and saw only a trail. Are you taking me off to the middle of nowhere to kill me? I joked. Now, if I was going to do that, why would I let the others see me leave with you? He smirked back. Good point. I started to head to the trail. Edward's arms shot out and stopped me. Where are you going? He asked. To the trail, I questioned. Silly, Bella, we don't need a trail. We are vampires, plus, where we want to go is this way. He headed off into another direction. I turned and followed. He started running and I kept pace. I pulled my hair from its ponytail so I could feel the breeze run through my hair. I noticed Edward was very fast and stayed ahead of me easily. He reached a clearing just before I do. You're fast. I compliment him. You're too. I haven't met anyone that can keep up with me like that. He smiled back. I wasn't keeping up, you were ahead of me, I admitted. Yes, however, I tend to leave the others in the dust. You weren't that far behind me. He walked to the center of a meadow. I looked around, a meadow that is circular and surrounded by trees with a stream running through it. I like to come here for peace and quiet. No one comes here, so I can escape all the voices in my head and just hear myself think for once. It's a shame that it's almost winter. This place is full of flowers in the spring through the early fall. His velvety voice calls to me. I walked over to him. We both take a seat on the grass. I looked over at him expectantly. He ran a hand through his hair before speaking again. So have you tried to make sounds or talk on your own yet? He asks. I shook my head in response. No, just what Carlisle had me do for him. I have been too nervous to try. Don't be nervous. It takes babies a year or so to talk, some earlier, others later. Being a vampire, I am sure the process will go much faster. He smiled encouragingly. Your hissing and growling is what piqued Carlisle's interest, that you could be vocal, so why don't we start there? I hiss for him. Now try just S instead of dragging it out, he instructs. SS's I tried dragging it out a little. I smiled when I was able to accomplish it. Very good, Bella. Edward smiled at me. Now, we can work on other letters one by one. Watch my mouth as I say the letter. Then, you try. I will warn you ahead of time that the letters that give people the most trouble are T, G, K, L, R and S, but you already accomplished the S, so no worries there. But it will probably be different since vampires learn fast. We will start in order if that's okay with you. He paused to gauge my reaction. I nodded enthusiastically. Okay. He started off enunciating carefully and slowly. I watched his mouth carefully for the movements of his lips and tongue. I smiled again. We continued on through of the alphabet, taking one letter at a time. A few times I stumbled with a letter, but Edward was very patient. Several times, I would get entranced watching the movements of his mouth. Luckily for me, Edward seemed to think it was because I was struggling with the letter. Overall, the first day went well. We spent Thursday practicing as well. I was now able to say simple words. This was beyond my wildest dreams. Well, sort of anyways, my daydreams recently have been staring my tutor, but he wasn't teaching me to speak. I argued with myself that it was okay to fantasize about him. I knew deep down nothing could ever happen. I wouldn't want to cause Edward any harm. Besides, why would he want someone like me anyways? He was incredibly handsome, smart, sweet, caring, funny, and I could go on and on. I was just learning to speak at the age of 88 years old. I've never been to college. I was plain looking for a vampire. Not to mention I have been running for the last 70 years from someone who wouldn't hesitate to kill my loved ones. So I'll keep my fantasies. Still, I wonder, as great a guy Edward is, why he hadn't found a mate yet. I knew girls found him attractive, he never seemed to notice them though. We didn't practice every day because we didn't want to alert Bear that we were up to anything. He seemed very suspicious if the two of us were going off alone anywhere. So Edward was coming over to my apartment on Sunday. None of the others knew where I lived, so we figured it would be a rather safe setting. I was just finishing answers to a couple of emails when there was a knock on the door. I opened the door to let him in. Hi, I both signed and spoke at the same time. It was something Edward suggested, that way if I was struggling with the word he could help me. Hello, Bella. How is your weekend going? Edward gave me his crooked smile. Mine is going okay. How is yours? I asked. It has been relatively quiet. I spent most of my time yesterday playing the piano, Edward answered. The piano at the house is yours then? I questioned, remembering seeing the baby grand piano. Yes, it is. Edward smiled, then glanced around the apartment, taking in the sparse setting. He frowned a bit, but didn't say anything. I started to feel self-conscious about my apartment. It was nothing in comparison to the Cullens' home. I know it isn't much. I bit my lip and struggle with my words a tiny bit because of my lack of confidence. Sorry, I wasn't trying to judge. Edward looked a little sheepish and ran his hand through his hair. Here, I thought you might want to try something more challenging today. I know you can read, but some of these words can be challenging. Edward handed me a book. I looked at the cover and frowned. This is a kid's book. I tried to hand him the book back, slightly insulted. Yes, and no, this is a Dr. Seuss book. He tends to come up with sentences and a bunch of made-up words that can be tongue-tying. Edward sat on my couch, ignoring the fact that I was trying to hand the book back. Humor me, Bella, he pleaded, giving me a puppy dog look. I huffed, then sat next to him on the couch. He threw his arm over the back of the couch behind me and I started to read out loud. I could see that Edward was right. The way the book was written made it easy to trip over the words. I read out loud carefully and I managed not to trip too badly. I smiled smugly and smacked the book into Edward's chest when I was done. Oomph. All right, you proved me wrong. I think it's easy to say you don't need my help anymore, he groaned theatrically. I giggled and he shook his head, smirking. Thank you, Edward. I paused for a second, then made a quick decision. I gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. I felt a warm tingling feeling as my lips touched his skin. You're welcome, Bella. Edward's eye looked darker and a bit dazed. We sat there looking at each other for a second. So when are you going to show the others you can speak? Edward finally broke the silence. Christmas is in a couple of weeks. I thought I could surprise him Christmas Day, I announced shyly. You're going to wait that long? Edward raised an eyebrow. Bear hasn't heard me speak in over 88 years. I think he can wait another 2 weeks, especially since he doesn't know he is missing anything. I smiled. Why do you call him Bear? How did he get that nickname? Edward asked. I freeze, my good mood vanished. You don't have to tell me if it is too personal. Edward now looked uncomfortable. No, it's okay. It is just not the happiest of stories. I sighed, then launched into the explanation. When it gets too difficult to speak, I revert back to sign language. When I finish, I stay looking at my hands resting in my lap. Edward was quiet. When I finally got enough courage to look at his face, he appeared murderous. Edward, I asked hesitantly, what happened to those boys? He growled. Nothing, really. They basically got off, too young to be charged with anything, so it was looked at as boys will be boys. I sigh. I could hear Edward grind his teeth as he pinched the bridge of his nose. That isn't right. It does explain why Emmett is so protective of you, though, Edward sighed. Emmett is definitely the best big brother I could have asked for, I smiled fondly. So, why does he call you baby doll then? Edward asked, changing the subject. If I told you that, then I would have to kill you, I told him as seriously as I could muster. Maybe I just need to ask Em then. Edward smiled innocently. I rolled my eyes. I glanced at the clock and realized it was getting late. Do you mind if we call it quits for the day? I want to hunt before school tomorrow, I asked. That's fine by me. I should hunt too. Mind if I join you? He asked politely, standing up and offering a hand to help me up. It never seems to fail. Whenever Edward and I had skin-to-skin contact, I felt this spark. I let go of his hand reluctantly. Okay, but no stealing my lion this time, I smirked. I didn't steal your lion. How do you know I didn't see it first? He cocked an eyebrow at me. I rolled my eyes and head out of the apartment with Edward following close behind me.
I followed Bella into the woods behind her apartment. I was surprised to see how she lived. She had hardly any belongings. No personnel touches at all to the apartment. She seemed ashamed when she caught me looking around in a bit of shock. What I wasn't sure of is if this is how she wants to live. Maybe she wasn't materialistic. Or maybe she wanted to be able to leave in a moment's notice. However, I had to fight the urge to spoil and take care of her.
Bella amazed me with how well she took to talking. Carlisle and I figured it wouldn't be hard since vampires seem to learn faster than humans. I did notice she was more comfortable if she signed as she spoke, sort of a safety net. When she got upset, she went into signing only. Like when she was talking about how Emmett got the nickname, Bear. I cringed at the thought. Emmett always led us to believe he just built up his muscles playing sports and working hard for his family during the Depression. To find out the real reason was disturbing. The thought of anyone torturing Bella because of her inability to speak angers me to no end. If those boys weren't very old men or even no longer here on Earth, I was tempted to go torture them for hurting her. I understood better than before why Emmett was so protective of Bella. At first, I thought he was overacting some, but after Bella's story I can understand why. I could also see why he took her to the cabin away from civilization to keep her safe and so she could feel relatively normal. I continued to follow Bella in a leisurely run. I enjoy seeing the smile on her face while she ran. It was one of being free and enjoyment. Her soft mahogany hair was flowing loosely over her shoulders. She was the sweetest and most beautiful girl I have seen inside and out. I knew we are mates. That spark has happened more than once when we have touched. At first, I wasn't sure what it might be. However, being surrounded by 3 other sets of mates, I realized the truth. Bella seemed clueless though. Every time it happens she gets a confused look on her face. I raised a hand to where she kissed me on the cheek. I could still feel her lips there. I thought back to where we almost kissed before, if Emmett hadn't barged in. I hadn't planned on being so forward, but it just felt so right. I don't think she would have stopped me either. I pulled out of my resolve when I realized where we are heading. I sped up to catch Bella before it's too late. Bella, stop. I yelled and grabbed her arm just in time. She turned, startled. Before I can explain, I heard growling and an awful stench. I quickly maneuvered Bella behind me and get into a crouch. We didn't cross the line. Bella is new to the area. She wasn't aware of the treaty line. I'm sorry. I will make sure she knows. I explained to them apologetically, but I don't let my guard down. She is part of the Cullen family then. Did one of you change her? 3 wolves came into view. I noticed that the thoughts come from a large black wolf. No, none of us changed her. Yes, she is part of our family. She's Emmett's biological sister. She was changed in 1935. We just found her a couple of weeks ago. We don't know who changed her, I explained. I felt Bella freeze up behind me. She moved to my side rather than stay behind me. She started to sign to me. Her face looked nervous, so I knew she wasn't going to speak. What is going on? Can you always hear animals? She glanced at the wolves, then at me. They aren't real wolves, Bella. They belong with the Quileute tribe. They are werewolves. Didn't Emmett explain the treaty to you? She shook her head. I sighed, thinking how could we overlook something so important. Basically, what it comes down to is we will stay off their tribal land and not hunt. In return they will leave us alone as long as we stick to animals and we don't hunt or change any humans, I explained to her. Bella's eyes grow wide.
I'm sorry. I wasn't aware. I will stay off your land. Bella signed.
Why is she signing? doesn't she speak? What is she saying?
Bella was mute when she was human. It seems that wasn't changed when she became a vampire. She told you. I'm sorry. I wasn't aware. I will stay off your land. I answered. I straightened out of my crouch so I don't seem on the offensive.
See that your family stays clear of the line in the future, the Black Wolf asked. We will. I grabbed Bella's hand and started to run away from the line. We run nearly halfway back to her apartment when I stopped and let go of her hand. Are you okay, Bella? I asked. She rolled her eyes. I'm fine. It would have been nice if someone explained to me about a treaty beforehand. She started talking again. I'm sorry. I assumed Emmett would have warned you. I frowned, thinking about all the times Bella could have gotten attacked by the wolves when hunting. Don't worry about it. It's not like they could have hurt us. Bella smiled softly at me. Bella, maybe you aren't aware of this, but the wolves are our natural enemy. They can tear us apart with their teeth. Of course our venom, if we managed to bite them, would instantly kill them. I got agitated. Doesn't she have any self-preservation? She smirked at me and I started to get more upset. Edward, try and grab me, she ordered. I reached out and my hand came to a stop at a solid barrier. Her shield. I have forgotten about that. I had it up around both of us. As soon as you threw me behind you trying to protect me, she cocked an eyebrow. Oh, I said sheepishly. Bella giggled softly. So, I guess, you were the one protecting me. I glanced away. Maybe, but if it's any consolation, if it came to a fight, I would have needed you. I'm not much of a fighter. I know some defensive moves, Emmett taught me, but I doubt that would have come in handy against a wolf. She smiled. I'm sure Emmett would love to teach you to fight. It's one of his favorite pastimes. Or Jasper, he has a strong background in fighting, I suggested, knowing I couldn't teach her to fight. The whole idea of attacking her left me feeling cold inside.
Maybe. She shrugged and looked away. I noticed her walls went up again. The same walls she kept putting up between herself and the rest of us.
I have a strong suspicion it has to do with whoever changed her and her powers.
The others knew something was up too. Emmett was thinking she was running from something, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Jasper was thinking on the lines someone wanted her powers for self-gain. Rose was concerned as well. She thought Bella was acting like an abused victim. Carlisle and Esme thought it was due to abandonment issues. Alice knew there was something Bella wasn't telling us, but she hasn't speculated on what. She figured she would tell us when she was ready.
We all have been hoping that if she could see that she could trust us, that she would let us help her. Maybe, if I approached the subject, I could convince her to tell me or Emmett. It didn't really matter who, just as long as we help her. Before I could speak, Bella got a whiff of something, smirked at me and took off. After a brief hesitation, I inhaled and realized why she smirked at me. I took off after her. I watched as she bounded gracefully through the forest. She suddenly leapt up into the trees. There was rustling of the leaves. Suddenly, Bella and a mountain lion fell with a thud to the ground. Bella was quick to snap its neck. I watched entranced as she bit into the neck and drank her prey dry. She looked like a beautiful goddess doing so. I felt a stirring inside me that I didn't know I would get from watching someone hunt. I hunted plenty of times and laughed as Emmett taunted and played with his food. But this was different. She finished her prey and looked at me as she licked her lips clean of blood. My eyes zeroed in on her tongue. Edward, my eyes snapped up to her face. Why didn't you get the other lion? I guess I got distracted. I cleared my throat trying not to sound husky. She looked a little embarrassed. Did you want to go after it? She asked. I nodded. I picked up the scent and followed it. I caught up to it fairly quickly and pounced, bringing it down with a light thud. I wasted no time drinking it dry. When I finished, I glanced up and caught Bella looking away quickly. She looked back at me and gave me a sheepish smile. I inwardly smirked. I wonder if she was feeling like I was earlier. I wish I could read her beautiful mind.
What are you thinking? I asked her softly. Does it bother you that you can't read my mind? Her smile became mischievous.
Yes, I admitted. I kind of like it that you can't. She smiled bigger, winked, then took off laughing. I chased after her, unable to resist joining her laughing. Before long we came across a herd of deer. She took down a buck quickly and I followed suit. We both caught one more deer before calling it quits. We took care of the carcasses together. We weren't far from the meadow, so we walked without speaking into it. The light snow had started to fall. Maybe it will be a white Christmas, Bella said softly as she lays down on the ground and stared up into the sky. She appeared to be a real snow angel. Will you celebrate Christmas with us? I know the family will love to have you, I asked sitting down next to her. I haven't celebrated Christmas in a very long time, Bella whispered softly, not answering the question. Bella, can I ask you a question? I started, she nodded, so I proceed knowing this may not end well. Who or what have you been running from? I asked. She froze, then wiped her face clean. Nothing, she stated rather coldly for her. I knew immediately, looking into her eyes she was lying. Bella, I started to argue, she sat up fast and stared me straight in the eye. What? She asked, her face was cool, but her eyes say she was worried. You're hiding something. I struggled to stay calm, I felt my anger rising. I'm not, she insisted. Then why does it always feel like one step forward, two steps back with you? I asked. It seems like every time you start to get close to one of us, you pull away. I can't shake the feeling that you're scared about something. I'm not the only one who suspects something is wrong. Why won't you trust us to help you? We all care for you. It's killing Emmett that you won't open up. He wants to help you. I see her flinch at Emmett's name, so I continue. He is scared that one day you will be gone again. That you will up and leave with no warning. She looked down and closed her eyes. He will follow you, you know. If you run, he will chase after you, to make sure you're safe. He doesn't want to lose you, I ranted, knowing towards the ends I was speaking more of myself than Emmett. If Bella ran, I would follow her. I would watch from the shadows if I must, but I refused to let her keep running in fear from something. Bella's head shot up and she was shaking and her chest was heaving. She started signing, so I knew she was upset. You think I like living alone? It's the way it has to be. It's the only way. I can't lose Bear again. She got up and ran off. I stayed where I was. I pinched the bridge of my nose in frustration. I hoped I didn't just screw up. I wanted to help her know I was afraid I sent her running. Hopefully she will show up to school tomorrow. I got up and headed for home. Where have you been all day, Edward? Emmett asked as I entered the door. He and Jasper looked up from the video game they were playing. Out, I answered him, coldly. Everything okay, bro? Jasper asked. I shook my head silently. I walked over to my piano and started playing. I tried to work out a tune that has been in my head since I first met Bella. Is it about Bella? Jasper silently asked. I nodded. She is going to run, isn't she? I shrugged. I knew if Bella did decide to run, I would chase after her, even if that meant leaving the rest of the family. When it happened, I couldn't pinpoint, but I knew that I was in love with her. She was my life, now. Edward, that is pretty. Does it have a name, yet? Esme asked. My head shot up as I realized she has come into the room. No, not yet. I answered. It's for Bella, isn't it? Alice bounced down the last of the steps and sat down beside me. I nodded. She smirked, then changed into a soft smile. Don't give up on her yet, Edward. I think she is just scared. I nodded again. I wasn't going to give up on Bella. Then, I think about what Alice said about Bella being scared. Then it hit me. She is scared, but not for herself. I looked over at the giant sitting on the couch. She is scared Emmett was going to get hurt. I remembered the look on her face as she told me his backstory. She was terrified he was going to die that day. Whatever her secret is, she's keeping it to protect Emmett and possibly the rest of us. I felt even guiltier for pushing her and yelling at her now. If she was at school tomorrow, like I hope she would be, I would apologize for pushing her. I played for a bit longer, then I get dressed to get ready for the day. When we arrive at school, Bella's bike is already there, but she's nowhere in sight. I didn't see her until lunch. She was already seated when I got there. She was absorbed in a book. Halfway through lunch, Emmett finally says something to her. You okay today, baby doll? Emmett looked concerned. I'm fine. I'm just getting involved with the book. She looked up and smiles. Hey, Bella, Rose and I are going shopping for Christmas on Saturday. Would you like to join us? Alice asked. Sure, that sounds good. Bella gave her a friendly smile. I was a little shocked that she was so willing to agree without any hesitation. Emmett looked surprised too. Baby doll, you will come over and spend Christmas with us, right? Emmett got excited. She smiled at him. I noticed she quickly glanced at me before saying anything. That would be nice, Bear. Emmett's eyes lit up. I could read through his thoughts that he was hoping Bella was finally getting comfortable with the family. I didn't get to talk with Bella until biology. She sat down and looked straight ahead. Bella, I said soft enough that only she should be able to hear me. She turned to look at me. To my relief, she doesn't appear mad. I'm sorry for upsetting you yesterday. I was only trying to help. If you don't want to talk about what is wrong, that is fine. I just want you to know that I will be here for you if you need someone to talk to. I stared into her golden eyes. It's okay. I'm not mad. Sorry for running away like that. You're right. I was pushing you guys away because I was afraid. I guess I have abandonment issues. I won't do it again. She signed and gave me an apologetic look. I'm not quite convinced, though at least for right now, I know she isn't going to run. On that last day of helping me, Edward shook me up after we finished hunting by confronting me trying to figure out what was wrong. Apparently they all thought I was running from something. I thought I was doing well hiding it, however my lack in getting close to them was making them worried about me. The comments Edward made of Emmett chasing after me scared me. The look in his eyes told me that he wasn't talking about Bear, he was talking about himself. It was at that moment I realized I loved Edward. So much for trying to prevent it, now I can only hope it was one-sided. What if I allowed myself to get close? If I see signs of a problem coming up, I can run and the Cullens wouldn't be on guard for it. That way they may not follow and get hurt. The best part of this plan, I can feel like I have a family too, for a short while. He may never expect me to hide in another group of vampires. Maybe I would luck out and he has stopped looking for me. It has been a while since he last found me.
However, now I felt guilty that I was to lie to them even more. What if I did tell them everything? Edward made a comment that Jasper had some fighting experience. The one thing I lacked, hence why I needed to run. Maybe they could help. But if anything happened to any of them, I would never forgive myself.
Shopping with Alice and Rose was an interesting experience. I don't think anyone loves to shop more than this little pixie. I never thought I would get worn out as a vampire, but Alice was sure up to the challenge. Who shopped for nearly 15 hours straight besides Alice?
She insisted while we were out that I get something more formal to wear to Christmas. I can't remember the last time I wore a dress. The dress was a simple halter style with a sweetheart neckline in emerald green. The skirt flared out and ended about 2 inches above the knee.
It was 2 weeks after Edward finished helping me learn how to talk. It was Christmas Day. I was getting ready to go to the Cullens to celebrate with them. My hair was swept back with a simple barrette, leaving my hair to fall in waves down my back.
Since I was dressed so nicely, riding my motorcycle was out of the question. Edward was on his way to pick me up. There was a knock on the door, so I moved to open it. Edward was standing there looking as handsome as ever.
Merry Christmas, Bella. You look very beautiful. Edward smiled at me. Merry Christmas, Edward. Thank you, you look very handsome. I complimented him. I noticed that the color of his button-down shirt matched my dress. Must have been Alice's doing. Are you ready for this? Emmett and Alice's combined on this day is worse than a group of over-sugared kindergartners, he chuckled picking up my pile of packages. Poor Jasper. I giggled. Are you ready to make your speaking debut? Edward smiled at me as we head out the door. So far I have only spoken in front of him. I think so. I grew worried. You will be fine. Bella, you rarely stumble anymore. Edward winked and I felt butterflies in my chest. We drove in silence. It was early enough that it was still dark. There were many houses decorated in bright lights. It's so pretty, I said gazing out the windows. Then I spotted a man dressed as Santa sneaking into a house. He lives there, right? I turned to ask Edward, who chuckled. Yes, he is trying to surprise his wife and kids. He is a solider that has been away overseas. Edward smiled. That's so sweet. Emmett did that the first year we were on our own. He thought I still believed in Santa. I knew it was him though, his laugh is too distinguishable. I giggled. Hate to break it to you, but Emmett still thinks you believe in Santa. Edward started laughing. Who knows, maybe he is right. We exist after all. I smiled wryly. Maybe we should take a trip to the North Pole then. Find out the truth. Edward played along. We pulled up to the house, which was aglow with white lights. There was even an inflatable snowman in the field near the house. Edward pulled into the garage and we get out to head into the house. The snow was falling at a steady pace, covering the ground. It ended up being a white Christmas after all. Edward held open the door as we stepped in. Merry Christmas, baby doll. Bear scooped me up into a big bear hug. I felt tears that will never shed come to my eyes. I'm not sure if I realized how much I really missed my brother until now. Curse that bastard that has been after me for years. I want my brother, a family and Edward, if he would have me. I'm tired of running and being alone. I clung on to Emmett until I feel him lightly pat my back. You okay, baby doll? He asked softly. I nodded. He gave me a smile and pulled me over to their enormous tree. It was covered in white lights with crystal and blue ornaments. On top is an angel with honey-colored hair wearing a white dress. Look, baby doll. Santa came. Bear's eyes were dancing with excitement with his dimple smile. He looked like an oversized elf himself with Santa's hat on his head. I heard Jasper snicker over in the corner. Emmett glared at him. Don't tell me you believe in Santa, too, Bella. Jasper rolled his eyes. Of course I do. I gave him an innocent smile, taking my brother's side. Come on, it's time to open presents. Alice starts hopping up and down. We all gather around the tree. I found myself sitting next to Bear. I want to open Baby Doll's gift to me first, Emmett announced when came to his turn. I instantly feel nervous. This was going to be my big moment. Edward winked at me and Carlisle smiled encouragingly. I handed Bear his gift. Merry Christmas, Bear, I said clearly. Out of the corner of my eye I see 4 mouths drop open. Emmett's hand froze on the bow and his eyes grow wide as he looked at me. Did you just? He can't finish his sentence. Yes, Carlisle checked me out a couple of weeks ago. He said he couldn't find anything wrong with my voice box and was convinced that becoming a vampire should have fixed it. So that project I was working on with Edward was him teaching me to speak. I wanted to surprise you. I looked at him. His confused look turns into a giant smile as he gave me a huge hug. This is wonderful, baby doll. All the Cullens took turns getting up to congratulate me. Emmett grabbed me again. Speak, he commanded. What am I, a dog? Arf, arf, I rolled my eyes. The rest of the family chuckled. You really had no idea that you could talk? Jasper asked. No, I had no reason to expect that I should be able to talk after the change, so I never tried. I shrugged. Are you going to start speaking at school now? Rose asked. That probably wouldn't be the best of ideas. She may call attention to herself. People are going to wonder why she can talk all of a sudden, and so well, Edward brought up. Well, that's no problem. The next place we go, you can talk and no one will be the wiser. Emmett glowed with happiness. I smiled back, wondering if I would be able to follow them. Bear went back to opening the Christmas gift I had gotten him. There was a couple of new games for his game system. Whichever one it was, I wasn't familiar with those things. Alice helped me get them. Most of my gifts included clothes and books. Edward took the time to fill an iPod with a variety of music that we have enjoyed listening to together. It came time for our presents from Santa. They were all toys, of course. Carlisle got a toy doctor's kit that got a chuckle out of him. Esme received a paint by number. Rose a model car. Alice got a life-size Barbie doll. I'm not kidding when I say it was the same size as her. Edward got a toy keyboard. Emmett received a stuffed teddy. Edward winked at me. When Emmett had a hard time keeping the surprise off his face that he got a gift. It was obvious then that Emmett had indeed played Santa again. Jasper exclaimed out loud when he opened his. What the heck, Cole, seriously? He pouted. Maybe someone should have believed in Santa. I giggled as the others laughed. Wait, Alice stopped him before he throws it out. Something is under the coal. Jasper took out the coal. Underneath are parachute army men. He immediately throws one up in the air and we all watch it fall. Baby doll, you're up next. Bear prompted. I opened my box and looked down. Staring up at me was something I never thought I would see again. The China doll that Bear had given me, or Santa had given me, our last Christmas together was staring back at me. I had left it in the cabin when I left. Bear must have taken it with him when he went back looking for me. It was confirmation that he did, not that I didn't believe he was lying before. Everything okay, dear? Esme asked, concern is written on her face. Yes, everything is fine. I never thought I would see this again. I'm going to have to send Santa a nice thank you note. I pulled the doll out of the box so the others could see her. The doll had long curly brown hair. Her blue dress wasn't frilly, but not exactly plain. She had rosy cheeks and brown eyes. Emmett had told me he thought it looked just like me all those years ago.
I started to help with the cleanup, which was done in no time flat due to house full of vampires.
I think this is the perfect time for some festive music. Edward, would you please play for us? Esme asked him sweetly. Sure, he got up from his spot to play. I got excited. I was hoping to hear him play sometime.
Edward moves with his normal grace and starts playing with his fingers flying over the keys. I recognize the song as Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas. I didn't notice until I'm right next to him that I had drifted over to the piano. Edward looked up and smiled at me. He gestured with his head to the bench next to him. I sat down to watch him play. I looked back at the others. Each couple was dancing with one another.
Edward finished the first song and looked at me. Any requests? My head snapped back to him. His eyes burned into mine. How about I Am Dreaming of a White Christmas? I asked shyly. He started playing and I grow entranced watching his playing. I feel him looking at me, so I looked up.
You play beautifully. I compliment him. Thank you. He looked slightly embarrassed. I look back at the other couples as they dance, staring into each other's eyes, wishing for the first time it was Edward and I dancing. After a few more songs, Alice turned to Edward.
You should play that new song, she smiled. I haven't finished it, yet he sent her a look I don't understand. You compose too? I asked, amazed at his talent. Yes, a bit, he admitted. Will you play something that you have written sometime? I asked sweetly. Edward nodded, then looks at Alice with a scowl. You know what we should do now? Emmett started to get excited. That could be fun. Edward's eyes lit up. Share, please. Rose was looking annoyed. A snowball fight up at the field, Emmett announced excitedly. I can't remember the last one I was in. That sounds like fun. I smile. Esme and Carlisle told us to go ahead, that they were staying in. We eventually talk Rose into it. I have some winter clothes upstairs for you, Bella. I wouldn't want you to ruin your dress. Alice ran up the stairs and back before I can get up from the piano bench. She handed me a pile of clothes. I started to walk towards the stairs with Edward behind me.
Edward, Bella, Alice called. I turned to look. She points up. Mistletoe. She smirked.
I looked up to see the small bunch above us, then at Edward. He looked down at me, contemplating something. Go ahead. You're supposed to kiss, Rose giggled. Emmett on the other hand crossed his arms across his chest and was scowling. I heard a heavy sigh from Edward. He bent his head slightly and then kissed my cheek. I felt the electricity spread through my body. I paused slightly before standing on my tippy toes to kiss his cheek back. What kind of kiss is that? Alice whined in disappointment. The perfect kind if you ask me. Emmett answers. That was twice now that he has ruined a kiss for me. I was starting to get annoyed by my big brother. Really, then I guess that will be the only kisses you will receive from now on. Rose smirked, then heads up the stairs. I tried not to start laughing as Bear's mouth dropped open. I heard Edward snickering beside me. But Rosie, Bear whined, chasing after her. I followed suit with the others to get changed. Too many years we had to wait, soon we will bring it all to an end. I have changed this girl, and apparently she doesn't know that means she belongs to me, to do my bidding. Her power turned out to be better than I could have ever imagined. I worked hard to select her. Who knew, the sweeter the human smells the more powerful they are. Once I found her, I worked slowly to ensure she would fall into my grasp. Getting rid of her parents in an automobile crash wasn't hard to orchestrate. Her brother, on the other hand, was a different story. He rarely let her leave his sight. Provoking a bear to attack them was pure genius on my part. Or so I thought, until this blonde vampire came out of nowhere and ran off with him. At first, I wasn't worried, because I assumed she would do the rest of the work for me. Years later, I discovered him again with a larger coven. This angered me. The coven had powers that could rival some of our enemies. Isabella must never find them or join forces with them. My plans could be ruined if she did. The first time I found Isabella after she ran, I warned her never to join others or I would just destroy them for being associated with her. Because of her powers, she escaped again. The game of cat and mouse was getting tiresome. As the years progressed, she got better at hiding. I was forced to finally hire a tracker to help me. It was easy to convince him to help me once he knew of my objective and his award. I would finally take out the coven that took out mine and my brother's. It's a powerful coven of strong and gifted vampires. Now, I will soon have one more powerful with the capability of cancel out their powers. We will have our revenge. The tracker fool thinks I will make him a new leader, but he will be dispensable, along with his mate. Not to mention the butt kisser that follows them. My brother, the tracker, is back. He found her in a small town of Forks. Wah, he hissed. Wonderful, let's head out. I smiled cynically. My brother stayed frowning. What is it? I hissed. She found her brother in his coven, he answered. Once again I was in the bathroom on the third floor as I changed into something more appropriate. I was starting to wonder if Alice has been secretly shopping for me. The clothes always fit perfectly and I wasn't any of the other female size. I was in slim-fitting white jeans. The top is a soft wool sweater that was also white. She had given me a pair of white sneakers and white knit cap too. Who wears white to play games outside? I walked out of the bathroom a little hesitant as to what to do with my dress. At the same time Edward is coming out of his room. Edward was head to toe in white as well. You can leave your things in here if you like, he looked over at me. Thank you. I brushed by him and placed them nicely on the couch. Shall we? He asked. Is everyone going to be in white? I gestured at our outfits. I followed him out the door and to the stairs. It would be like camouflage out in the snow. Edward's point makes sense. It should have before since the Cullens seem to take their games seriously. I should have thought of it before. It made me think that if they really do play football then they will have uniforms for that too. The image of a small girl like Alice in gear elicited a giggle. Edward turned with one eyebrow raised. I shook my head. How I wish I could read your mind, he mumbled. Are you sure you want to? You might find it disturbing. I giggled again. It can't be worse than Emmett's. Edward chuckled. We arrived back in the living room where the others congregate. Team captains are Emmett and Edward. Emmett, you can choose first, Alice chirped. Fine, I chose Baby Doll, Emmett announced. It's the first time I have been ever picked first for a team. I happily skipped to his side. I'll take Alice, Edward sighed. Alice was bouncing at his side after pleading with him. Emmett hesitated, then announces Jasper. Rose scowled at my brother. Sorry, Rosie. Jasper is better at these things than you are, Emmett told her. I shook my head in amusement as my brother digs his grave a little deeper. We'll see about that, she huffed. With how mad she was, it tells me never to get on her bad side. Wait, a few rules. We have 10 minutes to build a fort and snowballs. Also, it wouldn't be fair for Bella to solidify her shield around your team, Alice brought up. But she got to use it last time, Bear whined. Let it go. We can still win without it, Jasper smirked. Are we at least betting? Emmett crossed his arms in front of his chest in full pout. No dress up again. Something different, Edward insisted. I couldn't hide my smirk. Losers do winners' homework for a month, Jasper suggested. We all agree with his idea. Not much later we are in the field. Jasper and Emmett are making a fortress while I make snowballs. We should strategize, Emmett murmured lowly. Shish. Edward will hear us through thoughts, not to mention Alice will see it. Jasper hissed. I rolled my eyes and then covered them with my shields. We heard a scream from Alice and a curse uttered by Edward. I tried not to giggle. Jasper looked worried at Alice's scream. Relax, I just put my shield over you both. You disappeared from Alice's vision, which is why she screamed. We should talk in sign language, that way they can't hear us. Jay, interesting, I can still feel them, but not you. This will work well. For once Alice and Edward will be caught off guard. Emmett smiled evilly. The brothers high-five, then high-five me. Jay, I'm curious. Can you take your physical shield and place it around something and solidify it without you being in it as well? I looked at him confused. B, I only have the one physical shield. I never tried taking it off. I've always kept it on in some form. Jay, right, but say you can take it off yourself and just trap a snowball inside of it. I shrugged. That would be awesome. Jasper picks up a snowball and throws it straight up. I concentrate on it. I can feel the bubble of my shield around me. I pushed it away from myself with all my might toward the snowball. Once the snowball is in it, I solidify the shield. Cool, the boys mumbled as they see the ball stop in midair. I was thinking anything but cool. As soon as I solidified the shield, I started to experiencing sharp pain in my head. I fell to the ground whimpering. I clutched my head and snapped my shields back to only me. The snowball landed on Jasper's surprised head. Baby doll, are you okay? Bear was beside me in an instant. His face was full of concern. I couldn't answer him yet. I was still recovering from the pain I experienced. What happened? Edward arrived growling with Alice and Rose following. He knelt down on the other side of me. Bear gave him an irritated look. We were just testing out her shield, Jasper spoke up. I'm fine, I told them all before it got out of hand. It just really hurt, that's all. I'm not going to try and do that again. Are you sure? We can get you checked out by Carlisle. Edward's voice still sounded concerned. I'm fine. The pain is gone now, I told him. I moved to my feet as Bear and Edward do the same. Let's play then. Alice helped end the tension with her enthusiasm. Soon we were all excited for the fight. As the others run back to their side, I pulled my shield back around the guys. I wish you would give me warning before you do that. It is not funny seeing your mate suddenly disappear, Alice yelled. I stifled a giggle. Sorry, I called back. Hey Alice. What? My shields are up. I yelled to her. I heard her make a very unladylike reply that made me dissolve into giggles. Bear was laughing beside me. Jasper even seemed to be holding back his laughter. On the count of 3, Edward called. 1, 2, 3. Balls of snow go flying through the sky. Alice was the first causality due to her lack of vision. She huffed off to the side to watch. Emmett decided to be daring and taking an armful of snowballs he started charging to the other side. Jasper and I tried to cover him but were unsuccessful. He was out, but he was happy that he managed to get Rose before he was hit. That left Jasper and myself against Edward. The odds were in our favor. For a while we tossed the snowballs back and forth. Jay, I have an idea. We are going to try to sneak up on him. You go around that way. I want you to be a bit obvious but try not to get caught until you're close. I basically want you to distract him. So be seductive and he will be oblivious to me. One other thing. Block Alice and Rose from him so they can't warn him of me. B. I have no idea how to be seductive, I told him. Jay, it won't be hard since you are mates. He rolled over and started to crawl to the side. He gestured to me to do the same. I was caught off guard. Mates? How does he know that? I shook it off and start to crawl. I remembered to put Alice and Rose under my shield. I sneak not too carefully around some mounds of snow and avoid snowballs. When I get brave enough I peek at Edward. We make eye contact. I bit my lip and batted my eyes. I noticed he had some sort of reaction when I do this. He seems a little dazed as he throws a snowball in my direction that ends several feet short. Come on, Edward, she's trying to distract you, Rose shouted. I pulled my head out of view. A quick glance at Jasper told me he was close, but I need to distract Edward more. Both Alice and Rose are watching me. I don't think they realize Jasper is on the move. I take a chance of creeping further. I got fairly close and I had a good angle for a shot at Edward, so I lobbed the snowball at him. It missed. Edward took this chance to throw one back. It hit me on the shoulder and the girls cheered. Edward had a smug grin on his face. I give him a pout and I make a show of brushing the snow off my sweater over my chest. I watched as Edward watches me. I accidentally knock my hat off. I turned and bent at the waist to pick it up, making sure my butt was in the air towards Edward, and wiggled it slightly. I felt utterly ridiculous. This could never work. I glanced at Edward between my legs as I grabbed the hat. His eyes are dark and hooded. Just then a snowball hit Edward in the side of the head. His stare is broken as he snapped in the direction of the throw. Jasper was laughing at the sight of snow falling off him. Gotta yaw, we win. Jasper snickered. Yes, Emmett shouted as he ran across the field to pick me up and whirled me around. Then, he high-fives Jasper. That isn't fair. Alice whined. Please, like you and Rose have never played those tricks. Jasper snickered. Edward looked at me with an expression I don't completely understand. It looked like amusement, surprise and lust. Were you purposely trying to distract me? He looked directly at me. I did my best not to squirm. I signed instead of speaking, hoping it wouldn't be obvious that I was lying. I have no idea what you are talking about. I don't believe you. Why are you signing instead of talking? Edward demanded, but there was a playful glint in his eyes. He took a step towards me. Old habits are hard to break. I shrugged my shoulders innocently and took a step back. He smirked and suddenly he pelted a snowball at me. Hey, I squealed when it lands in my hair. The others started to laugh. I picked up another snowball, but before it could register, I threw it in Jasper's face. That is war, he yelled. Suddenly balls of snow are flying all over the place. Soon laughter and squeals fill the field. I couldn't remember the last time I laughed like this. At one point, I was able to sneak up on Bear. He had his back to me, so I leapt on it, effectively knocking him off balance. He landed in the snow and I proceed to give him a white wash, paying him back for the ones he gave me. Uncle, he shouted. I rolled off of him giggling. Damn, you've gotten strong, he grumbled, lifting himself up and brushing himself off. Such language, Bear, I teased. He flicked some snow in my face. Ew, I whined. Baby, he chuckled before hauling me to my feet. He pulled me into a big bear hug. I am really glad you came here today, baby doll, he told me sincerely. I am too. I hugged him back. It was twilight, the end of a perfect Christmas day. Snow was falling from the sky. I glanced around at the vampires that are starting to feel like family. The feeling was a good one. I looked over at Edward. He was watching the others still playing. Well, Alice and Jasper are. Emmett and Rose had started to make out. He turned to me when he sensed my stare. He gave me a big crooked grin that sends my insides aflutter. I averted my gaze to the sky. I wonder what Jasper meant that Edward and I were mates. Does that mean he has feelings for me too? I was still confused to how Jasper even knew. I didn't even know that we are. Did Edward know? If he did, why hasn't he said anything? Is he upset to find out I am his mate? If it is true, did he wish it was someone else? You seem very lost in thought. Everything okay? Edward asked, appearing by my side. I hesitated on whether or not to ask him about it, but I was afraid of scaring him off. Yes, everything is fine. Where did everyone go? I asked, noticing we were alone in the field. Do you really want to know? Edward asked with eyebrow raised. Oh, never mind then. I caught on. At least, you have an apartment to escape to. Perhaps it was wise you decided not to move in. I'm not looking forward to going back to the house, Edward sighed. Want to hunt with me then? I asked shyly. I'd love to. Edward smiled and he held out his hand to me. I took it as we ran off into the night. About 2 weeks have gone by since Christmas. It has been a total 6 weeks since Bella's arrival. Things appear to have changed for the better. Bella has let her guard down around us. She was smiling and laughing with my family members. She came over nearly every day after school without prompting. Emmett was ecstatic to have his baby sister back. When he found out she could speak, he was shocked and overjoyed. When we weren't in the hearing range of the humans, he would beg her to speak just to hear her voice. At first, she humored him, but after a while she was getting irritated. My sisters were enjoying the even numbers in the house. Bella joined them often for girl time, though she flat out refused to go shopping with Alice again. Much to Alice's chagrin, Bella would win out because of her shield. Bella and I were getting closer as well. We hunted often together, sometimes joined by others' family members. A few times, I ventured over to her apartment at night when the others were seemingly involved with each other. We often talked or just sat and read, enjoying the others' company. Each day, I wanted to tell my angel that I loved her, to tell her we are mates. Jasper mentioned it when he slipped and called us mates. She looked both confused and shocked. I have given Emmett the time he asked for to get close to his sister again. Now, I was getting impatient. I didn't want to wait anymore to claim what was mine and let her know I was hers. The other reason I've waited until now was that I was afraid she would run. My other family members were no longer concerned in this. They all assumed maybe it had been abandonment issues after all that going on with her. I wasn't completely convinced, but right now, she was staying and she was happy. I wanted to make her even happier. Giggles erupted from the table next to us where the girls sat. They were conversing on a piece of paper and Bella had her shield around them so I couldn't read their minds. They are up to something. Emmett narrowed his eyes. What do you think it is? They are highly amused, Jasper asked with an eyebrow raised. Bella has her shield around them, so I couldn't tell you. I watched them. Bella caught my eyes and smirked. Again, I heard Rose whined. She was glancing at something in the cafeteria. Mike was on his way towards the girls, thoughts filled with lust and other things. I let out a growl. My brothers looked at me. He is going to ask Bella to the dance, I hissed. Emmett was frowning, looking ready to stand. Jasper started to chuckle. Our eyes snapped to him in irritation. He wouldn't find it funny if it was Alice. Come on, think about it. Neither of you think it's remotely funny that Mike is asking Bella to a girl's choice dance? He snickered. The corner of Emmett's mouth twitched. I suddenly find the idea slightly amusing. Besides, Bella handled herself pretty well last time. I am sure she will be fine this time. Not to mention, I am looking forward to seeing this. It was pretty funny last time. Jasper continued. Emmett resettled in his seat as we watched Mike walk right up to the girls' table. Maybe baby doll will give it to him good again. Ladies, Mike acted all smug as puts hand on the table and leaned towards my Bella. I fought the urge to get up and snap it off. Is there something you want? Alice asked in a bored tone. Yes, I would love to take Bella here to the dance. He smiled and winked at Bella. Bella rolled her eyes. You mean you're asking her to the girls' choice dance? Rose asked in a loud voice. Several students were now interested in their conversation. Bella was typing away. Sorry Michelle, I have plans. Bella typed out then moved her hands with her iPod under the table. It's Michael or Mike preferably. Mike looked annoyed at being rejected. In his mind, he couldn't fathom how this was happening yet again. That's what she said, Rose said tersely. I heard Michael. Alice insisted with a smile. Mike looked confused. Bella held up her device for Mike to see the screen. Apparently, under the table she corrected the name to Michael. I could have sworn. Mike was shaking his head in confusion. The girls were desperately trying to hold in their laughter. Hey, Michelle, leave my sisters and girl alone, now. She said no to you for the girls' choice dance. Why further embarrass yourself? Emmett spoke up, causing Mike to whirl in our direction. He looked ready to argue until he caught our face expressions. His face went from angry to panicked in a second from the help of Jasper. Right, prom then, he stated looking back at Bella and running away. Bella buried her face in her hand and groaned. I was immediately irate. No one but me was taking my Bella to the prom or any other dance. Why can't he take a hint? She mumbled loud enough for only us vampires to hear. Now, where is the fun in that? Alice giggled. Bella grabbed a fry off her tray and threw it at her. The period ends and I find myself walking with Bella to biology. We were walking close together and our arms would occasionally brush against each other. She glanced up at me and our eyes meet. She gave me a shy smile and looked away. I felt the urge to wrap my arm around her waist and pull her to me, or even grab her hand and entwine her small fingers with mine. We reach our seats in class. The teacher wasn't here yet, so I glanced around. Mike was scowling at me when he noticed how close we were sitting together. I gave him a smug smile, then wrapped my arm around Bella's shoulders. Bella looked at me with one eyebrow cocked. "What?" "I'm trying to help give the kid a hint," I said under my breath innocently. She shook her head slightly, then she snuggled a bit into my arm, resting her head against my shoulder. My hand was tempted to start playing with her hair. Before I could react, the squeaky wheels of a cart came into the room. Bella sat up straight and leaned away from me. I didn't like that one bit. Mr. Banner brought old television and a VCR that's seen better days into the room. After fighting with it, Mr. Banner was finally able to turn on the video. Maybe I should mention to Carlisle about a private donation to this school, so they can upgrade their technology. Our teacher goes back towards the door and turned off the lights. Immediately, I felt the sparks grow between us. Bella shifted in her seat and glanced at me, entranced by her eyes. I put my arm around her again, this time pulling her to me. The electricity was intensified as she placed her head against my shoulder again. I glanced around. Most kids are bored and are doodling. The teacher was dozing off in his chair. No one was paying attention to us. I took my free hand to move the hair off her shoulder. I rested my head against hers. She lets out a sigh of contentment. So I proceed to nuzzle my face into her hair. Breathing in her scent, I swathed in the scent of freesia, lavender and strawberries. Her scent was intoxicating. I felt my will breaking. I wanted to run from the room with her and do unspeakable things to her. Things that shouldn't be done without the blessing of marriage vows. I felt Bella turn her head towards me. Her eyes were lustful. She looked at my lips, then again to my eyes, almost pleading. "No, sweet angel, I don't want you to feel as if you must beg me." I lowered my lips to hers and they brushed softly once, pure bliss. I moved forward to press my lips against hers again. "Mr. Banner, isn't there a rule against PDA in the school?" Mike's whiny voice yelled out. Mr. Banner wakes up with a grunt and looks around. Bella and I quickly separate as if nothing had happened. "'Tis a shame that it would be wrong to fling that boy into a wall," I muttered very quietly. Bella brought her hand to her face to cover her mouth. "You've been around Bear too long," she giggled, and no one else can hear her speak. "Mr. Newton, I fail to see a problem in my classroom," he spoke shortly. "But, Mr. Newton, no one likes a tattletale. Watch the movie and not your fellow classmates," the teacher told him before shuffling papers on his desk to make it appear if he was grading. Bella looked like she was fighting another giggle. I looked at my beautiful angel. I controlled my urge to kiss her. I was going to need to speak to Emmett, the sooner the better. I wanted to hold her in my arms. I wanted to kiss her when I want to. I wanted to marry her. I wanted to make sure she knew we were mates and she belongs to me, also that I belonged to her. However, I had feeling that I needed Emmett's blessing. He had to realize even if I informed Bella of my intentions, doesn't mean I was taking her away from him. We were in the same family after all. His opinion did matter, because I didn't want to cause a rift between a brother and sister, nor did I want to be at odds with him. Things would just go smoother if he was on board. Later in the evening I was out hunting with my brothers. I waited till we were all fed. The timing would never be better. Emmett was on a high from managing to bag himself a bear. I was sitting on a rock and Emmett on a stump as we waited for Jasper to join us. I need to talk, I started in a serious tone. "What about?" he inquired suspiciously. I noticed Jasper rejoining us, leaning against a tree looking curious. "About Bella," I continued. He immediately looked wary. "I am in love with her." He no longer looks happy, but he doesn't look pissed off either. "So why are you telling me?" he asked. "Because, you seem to have a problem whenever we get close. You asked to give you time because you just got her back. I don't want to cause problems between us, nor do I want to cause problems between the two of you. But please understand, she is my maid and it is hard to be away from her like this." I told him, looking him straight in the eye. He looked away from me at the sky. "I know you two are mates. I want her to be happy. Hell, even you are in a better mood with her around." He smirked. "It's just hard for me, bro. She is my baby sister. It's different than with Alice. I took care of Bella since she was knee-high. It is hard to give that job over to someone else." "You're not going to find anyone better for her than Edward," Jasper spoke up in my defense. "I'm not trying to take your job. I've told you that. I love her and I want to take care of her too. I want to make her happy," I said softly. And if I tell you I don't approve? Emmett crossed his burly arm across his chest. I will still pursue her. You know the mating bond is too strong to ignore. I would want your blessing to make things easier, but what it comes down to is how Bella and I both feel, I told him honestly. Good, it's her decision to make. Baby doll would kill us both if we made the decision for her. And your intentions? Emmett sighed. If you're asking if I plan on asking her to marry me, the answer is yes. But I want to make sure she is adjusted with us being mates first. I don't want to scare her off, I answered truthfully. I was still convinced something has happened in the past. You have it, Emmett answered, breaking me out of my train of thought. Wake up there, bro. Please tell me you're not daydreaming about her. It better be clean thoughts. My blessing, you have it, as long as she wants you. But I warn you, if you hurt her, I will end you, Emmett promised. Good, maybe some of the tension let up around the house then. Jasper sighed in relief. That and Edward doesn't have to try to sneak a kiss in biology class. I tensed expecting Emmett to get upset. Biology class, really? There is a janitor's closet. Wait, what am I thinking? It is my baby sister. Scratch that. Emmett shook his head to clear him of the thoughts. Jasper started to chuckle. With a clear conscience, I know what I want to do. I need to talk to Bella and confess my love for her. I may need to explain how I know we are mates. She seemed to lack some basic knowledge since she had no one to teach her. I never knew I could enjoy life as a vampire like this. I felt at home with the Cullens. Esme and Carlisle have become like parents to me.
Rose and Alice were like the sisters I never had. I never had time before to hang with girls before, even when I was human. The change was different and nice. I was glad to get to know Rose. I could see why Emmett loved her so much. She may have a tough exterior, but her heart was loyal and loving to her family. It was also hard not to share in Alice's enthusiasm when she got hyper.
Like the other day in lunch, we sat separate from the guys on purpose. We were purposely trying to get them all riled up. Juvenile, maybe, but it was fun. We were only playing hangman on a sheet of paper, but they thought we were up to something else. We were having a lot of fun, before Mike walked up to ask me to the dance. It still made me giggle that a supposedly guy asked me to a girl's choice dance. The girls had my back immediately and we ended having some more fun at the kids' expense. Jasper had become like another brother to me. I was also able to reconnect with Emmett more, though, if he said, "Speak, Bella, speak," like I was some sort of dog one more time, I was going to have to throw something at him. Edward was a completely different story. Knowing I was in love him sometimes made it difficult. However, as each day went by, it seems we were getting closer and closer, until yesterday in biology, he actually kissed me. It was brief and before I realized what had happened it was overdue to Mike. It's too bad Edward didn't smack him into the wall. Although today, Edward wasn't talking to me. Every time I looked at him he seemed nervous or started a conversation with someone else. Did he regret the kiss? It was the end of the day and I headed out to my bike. I think I will just head home. I wasn't in the mood to go over to the Cullens if I was going to continue to be ignored by Edward. Bella? I heard Edward's velvety voice call. Since we were at school I had to answer him by signing. What? I turned to look at him. He looked flustered and even more nervous. Are you coming over today? He ran his hand through his hair nervously. I wasn't planning on it. His face fell into a frown. Oh, he looked sad. My mood softened. Maybe I was reading too much into things earlier. Why? Well, I told you that someday that I would play you something that I wrote. I thought since everyone went out, it would be a good time, he answered softly looking down. Maybe this is why he seemed so nervous all day. I touched his arm so he would look at me. In that case, I would love to come hear you play. I smiled up at him, his face broke out into the most adorable grin. Can I ride with you? I let the others use my car so they could leave early today. I looked around, in my preoccupation I failed to notice the Volvo missing. Fine, but I am driving this time. I straddled my bike and I kick-started it. Edward climbed on after I have it going. He wrapped his arms around me tightly, pressing his chest into my back. I fight the urge to moan and lose my focus, especially when Edward buries his face into my hair and inhales. I sped off to their house and park in the garage in no time. Riding on this reminds me of running, Edward told me, as I cut the engine. It is the main reason why I prefer it to cars. I smiled placing the helmet on the seat. I followed him into the house. He headed right over to the piano, sat, and then patted the seat next to him. I sat down and waited patiently. He started off playing this beautiful song with precision. I was amazed at his talent. This was beautiful, I compliment him. Thank you, I wrote it for Esme. He smiled shyly. He finishes then pauses, I see his nerves coming back. This one is new, he started playing the music, as he played I could see his nerves melt away, I closed my eyes and listened to the beauty of the notes. When he finished, I opened my eyes again to find him looking down at me. That was amazing. You're very talented, does this have a name? I asked. Bella's Lullaby. Edward answered, gazing into my eyes flew opening in astonishment and I felt giddy. You wrote me a song, I squeaked out. Yes, Edward looked slightly embarrassed. Thank you. That was so sweet of you. I leaned over and kissed his cheek close to the corner of his mouth. I heard him sigh in contentment and close his eyes. When he opened them, he grabbed both my hands in his and laced our fingers together, the electricity danced between us. You feel that right? He asked, bringing my hands to his lips as he kissed them. Yes, I have been wondering how you do that. I thought my shield would prevent that, but you feel it too? I asked, biting my lip. You can probably feel it because it isn't something that wouldn't be a threat, just the opposite in fact, it symbolizes that we are mates, he answered, pulling our joined hands to his chest. Mates? Like Bear and Rose? I asked. Edward smiled and nodded. I love you, Bella. I think I loved you since I first met you. His golden eyes burned into mine. My insides were doing a happy dance. Edward felt the same as I did. I never thought this would happen to me. I love you too, Edward. I smiled back at him, his face broke out into a heartbreaking smile. He let go of my hands and I instantly frowned at the loss of contact, until one hand cups the side of my face. May I kiss you, love? He asked. You don't have to ask, you didn't yesterday in biology, I smiled teasingly. I'm sorry about that, it was too forward of me, Edward grimaced slightly. I'm glad you did it, I smiled encouragingly, waiting for when he was going to kiss me. Still in a classroom, full of kids, wasn't the best, Edward continued to ramble. Edward, I thought you were going to kiss me. I pouted. He chuckled, leaned in and pressed his warm lips to mine. One arm wrapped around my waist, pulling me towards him, the other snaked to the nape of my neck with fingers tangled in my hair. My own hands ran up his chest and shoulders, until my hands locked in his hair. I started to hear a purring noise come from him. I grew bold and licked his lip with my tongue to beg for entrance. He opened his mouth and our tongues began to dance together. His kisses grew bold and hungry. He broke away and started to kiss and nibble along my neck. If my heart was alive it would have jumped out of my chest. He moved back to my lips, growing more passionate. I felt myself shifting until I was straddling him on the piano bench. I was so caught up that when I leaned into the piano, making clinking noise of the keys, I was startled. We pulled away both breathless. Edward's arms were around my waist. His eyes are full of love and he was gazing into my eyes intently. Bella, you're going to be the death of me, Edward sighed panting. I froze as horror washed down on me. No, what have I done? I've let my guard down. Flashback, no matter where you go Isabella, I will find you. You belong to me, I created you, I will not hesitate to kill anyone in my way. I already killed your parents by sabotaging their car, it was child's play, and the big oaf of a brother of yours played into my hands, perfectly. How fitting someone nicknamed Bear would be taken care of by one. Don't bother trying to find if he somehow managed to survive, for if you do I will kill him too. But who could really survive a bear attack in the woods? Another animal probably dragged him away and killed him. Mark my words, Isabella, even if you turn to others of our kind, I will do away with them. Bella? Edward was shaking me slightly, his eyes looked really worried. I felt myself shaking and breathing heavily. Was it possible for a vampire to hyperventilate? I didn't answer him, but I get off his lap. He reached for me, but I backed away.
I can't. I started to panic. My throat was closing up and I couldn't talk.
Can't what? Love, was I pushing you too fast? I am sorry. Edward looked ashamed. I shook my head. When this angel of mine thinks he was the one who hurt me. I can't live without him. If anything happens to him, I had to leave. Edward got up and reached for me again. I stepped back again and solidified my shield. He ran into it. He looked slightly hurt. He reached out his hand towards me. Bella? What's wrong? Please tell me. You can't what? His eyes were wild and panicked. I'm sorry. I wish I could do this. I love you, but I can't. I started, shaking with sobs. Edward looked heartbroken and it was my fault. Love, please don't do this. I love you so much. Does this have anything to do with who has been after you? This freaks me out more. He still suspected. I had to get out of here and Forks before he can follow. What is going on here? No Bear too. Baby doll, are you okay? What did you do? He turned and hissed at Edward. He didn't do anything. I'm sorry, it's me, I whispered softly, stumbling over my words a bit. Emmett whirled around at me in confusion. I noticed the others filing into the room taken in the scene.
I had to get out of here. I pushed out my shield further as I head out the door. Once out the door, I pushed the shield out even more. As soon as I was out the door, I wrapped my shield around the garage too. I ran inside as I heard Emmett and Edward both shouting for me. I got to get my bike, only to find both wheels off. What the hell? Rose was standing a few feet away from it. I glared at her. I turned to run.
Bella, wait, she called and grabbed my arm. Listen to me for a few minutes, then I will put your bike back together and I won't stop you from leaving. I heard a hiss from the outside. We can even sign if you want to, they will have no idea what we are saying in the house, she pleaded. I nodded. I could listen, I guess. Did any of the others tell you how I became a vampire? She asked. I shook my head. She sighed and started her tale. I was shocked to hear about it. You would never know by seeing her today. Rose, that is terrible. I'm so sorry you had to go through something like that. Bella, I have seen some signs that worry me. Has someone abused you? Is that what you're running from? I got to go. They will just follow you, you know. Neither one are going to let you go. It would kill Emmett to see you walk out of his life again. It would also hurt Edward, he is your mate. What if it kills them keeping them in it? What if being around me is what gets one of them killed?
What are you talking about? Did Emmett ever tell you how he got his nickname? She shook her head, so I told her the story. By the end her eyes are narrowed and she looked upset. I almost lost him that day. Then I lost him with that bear. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad you were there to save him, but for the longest time I thought he was dead. I can't handle again. Now throwing Edward into the mix, him getting hurt or any of the rest of you. My body started to shake with sobs again.
So someone is after you, Bella. Even if you run they will go after you too. We all would. We all love you. You're part of this family. I'm sorry. I tried to keep my distance, so you all didn't think you would be obligated to help me. That's what family does. Bella, let us help you. Do you really want to run for the rest of your life? At least, go in there and tell them the truth before running. Would you want to be lied to? They're going to want to fight. That scares me too, but with the advantages of this family, we might find a chance to end this. We won't know if we don't try. I sighed in defeat. I did owe him the truth. Maybe there could be a solution that I might not know of. I spent so much time as a vampire, but there was little I knew from being in seclusion. I stood up. So are we going in to tell them everything, or am I putting the wheels back on you, bike? She asked. Going in. I gave a heavy sigh. I was slightly scared to head back in there. I was sure Edward hated me for pushing him away like that. Bear was going to be furious that I kept this from him. Rose took my hand and gave it a squeeze. I'm in your corner, she promised me. I took down my solidified shield and headed to the house. I sighed walking up to the house. This wasn't going to be easy. I was so worried about their reactions. Are they going to hate me now for bringing this danger into their lives? I started to second guess what I was about to do. Rose reached over to squeeze my hand again. I have to do this. Maybe I can convince them at best if they let me go.
As soon as I walked through the door, Rose led me to their dining room where everyone else was sitting. There are 2 spots open, one at the end of the table between Edward and Bear, the other on Bear's other side next to Esme. I know that leaving would be easier said than done, taking in the looks of Edward and Bear's faces. Jasper has his arms crossed, looking concerned and agitated with all the emotions.
Rose gave my hand one more reassuring squeeze before sitting between Esme and Bear.
Bella, please take a seat, Carlyle gestured to the chair. I nodded and sat and looked at the table. His tone sounds concerned, not angry as I expected. In fact, the only one who looked mad was Bear. He was clenching his hands in fists with his arms crossed. He wouldn't look at me, only at a spot near the ceiling.
After I sat, Edward reached out a hand for mine. I was surprised he doesn't look angry. Instead, his eyes are still full of love and concern. I let him take my hand and entwine our fingers. The instant we touched I felt more calm and secure. Bella, dear, no one here is mad at you. We are just concerned. Could you tell us what is going on? Has someone been after you? Carlyle spoke calmly. I took a few calming breaths. Yes, I said quietly. How long have you been running from this, I'm assuming, vampire? Carlyle asked. Since I woke up, but he has been apparently after me long before that. I whimpered. Emmett's head snapped to me with dark eyes. Yup, definitely mad. What do you mean? He hissed. I flinched back at his anger. He never directed his anger at me before and it was downright shaking me up. Edward growled at him. Emmett, calm down. She's upset enough. Rose touched his arm. His eyes softened ever so slightly. I'm sorry, baby doll. What do you mean he has been after you before that? He messed with Daddy and Mama's car. He wanted them to have an accident. He was also responsible for provoking the bear that day. He wanted it to kill you. My voice shook as my eyes filled with tears I couldn't shed. Is this the same person who changed you? Carlyle asked. Yes, he showed up a couple months after Bear was gone. It was after I had given up all hope of finding him. I was getting ready to try to venture into town for things I might need during the winter. He offered to help me, but it was all a trick. I bit my lip. Do you know why he wants you? Jasper inquired. His face looked thoughtful and calculating. He wants me for my power. He said since he created me that I belong to him. I whispered. Edward's grip on my hand tightens as he growls. He suddenly looked very angry. What did I say? I hope he doesn't think I want to belong to this vampire. That would explain why you want to keep it a secret, Jasper commented and shot Edward a look. Edward loosened his grip slightly and brought my hand to his lips and kissed it. Love, has he ever said why he wants your power so bad? Edward asked. He said he wants me to help him get revenge on the people who destroyed his coven. He said he and his brother once ruled over the other vampires and they wanted his kingdom back. Once they are gone, I could rule with him over all other vampires, but he seemed evil and I don't trust him. I thought the idea was absurd for me to be any type of ruler. This seemed to really catch Edward, Carlyle and Jasper's attention though. The Romanians? Jasper questioned. He seems very uneasy. The others looked at him curiously. Could be. Carlyle was frowning. What was his name, love? Edward asked with a frown. Stefan, I told him. Did they know who I was talking about? That would be one of them. His brother is Vladimir, who I am pretty sure is still alive as well.
The Volturi destroyed their reign many years ago. The Volturi's guard is made up of many talented vampires. I can see why he wants Bella's shield. None of the guard's powers could be used against her or anyone under her protection. Carlyle was frowning, looking very concerned. I knew it. He thinks I brought a huge burden on his family. I have to put them all into danger. I was so selfish wanting to have a family of my own.
I didn't think either of them had any powers of their own. How did they know she would have a power before she was changed? I thought only Eleazar could read others' talents? Edward looked towards Carlyle. As far as I know they don't. I highly doubt Eleazar would help them, Carlyle answered, going deep into thought. He mentioned once the sweeter a human smells the stronger their power is supposed to be. That's why he chose me, I mentioned up.
Interesting. I never heard of that before. Carlyle looked at me, then Edward, with a thoughtful look in his eyes.
I vaguely recall Maria commenting on my scent, Jasper brought up. I'm trying to remember what Edward smelled like, but he had many medications already in his system by the time I met him, so I couldn't be sure of his scent. Carlyle finally looked away from him. Does he know the extent of your shield? Jasper asked. He knows of the physical shield, he doesn't know that it's actually two shields. He also knows I can solidify it. I had to use it to get away from him. He doesn't know of the mental shield or that I can expand both to put others under it.
I ran into another vampire and his mate once. He was the one told me about the mental part. I was already aware of the physical part from protecting myself. By his advice, I practiced with it and I found out how I could control it. He also warned me not to tell others about it. He promised never to tell anyone about it. I explained, feeling a bit under the microscope again.
You must have met Eleazar. He is the only vampire who could be able to do that. He is a good friend, he won't be a threat. Carlyle nods. Isabella, why didn't you tell us any of this before? Emmett spoke through his clenched teeth. He was pissed since he was using my formal name. I was afraid you would go after him. My voice shook as I spoke. As well I should. I am your brother, it is my duty to protect you, he snapped. I watched as you nearly died twice before trying to protect me. I wasn't going to watch it happen again. I didn't want to bring my problems to your family and put any of them in danger. He told me that he would not hesitate to kill anyone who tried to help me. That is why I tried to keep my distance. I didn't want anyone else to get hurt because of me, I shouted back, starting to tremble. Emmett glared at the table in disgust. Let's all calm down, Carlyle interrupted. He glanced at Jasper. He must have sent his calming waves around the room as everyone seems to calm down a bit. Edward gave my hand a small squeeze. So what should we do now? Alice asked. We go after the lowlife that has been torturing Bella, Edward snarled. Bear grunted in agreement and Jasper was nodding. My panic started to swell again. Now hold on, this doesn't have to come to a fight. Carlisle was remaining calm. Maybe we can go to the Volturi. I am sure they wouldn't like to hear someone is plotting to overtake them. What if they try to force Bella into the guard because of her powers? We can't go to divulge to them this plot while keeping her power a secret, Edward insisted. When was the last time he found you? Rose asked for the fifth time. Her face was unhappy, she was still trying to soothe my brother. About 10 years ago. That has been the longest stretch. Usually, he seems to find me after a few years. I have gotten better at running and not leaving any evidence of myself behind. I sighed. Edward traced circles on the back of my hand. Maybe he has given up then? Esme spoke up for the first time, looking hopeful. I highly doubt it. He is probably luring her into a false sense of security so he can strike when she doesn't expect it. Jasper shook his head. Then fighting it is. Emmett pounded his fist on the table, making it groan. Bear, no, I started to plead. Isabella, enough. Do you really want to keep running? We are your family, we aren't going to let this keep happening. Stop being so damn stubborn and let us help you. I'm not going to allow you to walk out of here on your own. As of now on, one of us will be with you at all times. There is no sense of arguing with me. Emmett's temper is flared again. I have never seen him this angry before, especially at me. Edward growled at him. You can't tell me you're happy with this? We need to protect her. Emmett glared now at Edward. I agree, wholeheartedly, but you don't have to scream at her like this. Watch how you speak to her. Edward glared back. Emmett crossed his arms over his chest, but doesn't say anything else. So we are fighting then? Jasper unnecessarily cleared his throat. We may have to. Carlisle sighed. The question is whether we wait for him to come or do we go looking for him. Either way we should start training to fight. Both Romanians are trained fighters and they survived the Volturi so they must be good, Jasper brought up. We do have advantages that they don't. We have my visions and Edward's mind reading. Plus one thing they want, that can be used against them, Bella, Alice suggested. Alice, can you locate Stefan or Vladimir? Carlisle asked. Her eyes close as she searches, she gasped and she froze. Edward's head snapped towards hers in alarm. Alice, darlin', what is it? Jasper wrapped his arm around her in concern. I see them both, they are traveling with 3 others. I am not sure where they will end up, it disappears. I can only assume that it means that they will find Bella since I can't see her. Alice looked a bit unsure of herself. Would this help? For the first time I lowered my physical shield. I was relieved that lowering it all the way didn't hurt like separating it from myself. Alice and Jasper's eyes widen. I can see you now, her eyes widen. Edward pouted a little and I was reminded that he was disappointed he was unable to read my mind. Alice closed her eyes again to look. 4 or 5 days in the baseball field. She reopened her eyes. My dead heart sunk. I had indeed led the danger right to them. I was thrown off when I felt myself calming down against my will. It was a bit unsettling. I snapped my shield back on. Sorry, I was only trying to help. Don't feel guilty, Bella. You have done nothing to cause him to chase you. We all want to help, Jasper told me. The others nodded in agreement. Thank you, I whispered. My advice with everything coming so soon is to start practicing some fight techniques now. Jasper continued speaking to everyone. That sounds like a good idea. Everyone go change if you need to. We will meet down here again in 10 minuets. Carlisle stood up. The others started to follow suit. Emmett got up and stormed out of the room without saying a word to me. Can we talk for a minuet? Edward asked softly. I nodded, glad that at least he doesn't seem mad at me. He never let go of my hand, but led me up to his room. He sat down on his couch and pulled me into his lap. We were silent at first with him hugging me tight and my head on his shoulder. Bella, what did I do or say that upset you earlier? Edward asked hesitantly. You said I would be the death of you, I whispered, shaking slightly. He winced slightly. That's not what I meant. I meant that kissing you was overwhelming. He chuckled nervously. Tell me what you are thinking, he asked, brushing my hair back. I'm thinking, I am the most selfish person ever to bring all this crap to your family, I answered him.
You aren't. In fact, you are the opposite. Being alone all this time just to protect your brother and the rest of us. Bella, it isn't a selfish thing to want a family and to feel loved. Edward kissed my forehead. If this was Emmett, would you blame him? He asked. I shook my head.
What about Alice? What if she showed up and you got to know her and love her, then found she was being threatened like this, wouldn't you help her? He ran his fingers through my hair. Of course I would want to help her. I have grown to love Alice as a sister, there wasn't anything I wouldn't do for her. Would you resent her for keeping quiet about it? He tugged on a strand of hair. No, I would understand why she thought it was best to keep quiet, I mumbled. So you see, love, it is the same for us. He hugged me to him again. But I am not worth all this, Isabella Marie, you're more than worth it for me. You're worth it for you, brother. You're worth it for every other vampire in this house. Never let me hear you say that again. He pulled my chin up until he was staring me in the eye. I love you. You're my life. If anything happens to you, it also happens to me. I can't live without you by my side. Please, promise you are not going to run, he pleaded desperately with his eyes. I love you, more than anything, too. I won't run. He leaned in and kissed me softly on the lips, then deepens the kiss. He pulled back and leaned his forehead against mine. What else is bothering you, my love? He kissed my nose. How mad is Bear? I asked, my voice quivers again. He is very mad, my face crumbled. Let me finish. He is very mad at Stefan for harassing you all this time. He is also mad at himself for not being able to protect you and letting you down. He isn't mad at you at all, Angel. He caressed my cheek. But he hasn't let me down, I whimpered. He thinks he has. I wished we gave in to him all those years ago and went back for you. Edward's eyes looked sad. But you couldn't possibly know that I was in danger then. I kissed his cheek. True, but the selfish side of me realizes we could have found each other years ago, rather than be alone for so long. He shrugged, then nuzzled my cheek. I'm not letting go of you without a fight. You're mine and he can't have you. Edward's eyes grew dark with emotion. Anyone else and I would have been mad at that possessive statement, but with Edward it made me feel happy and secure. And you are mine, I told him, grasping one of his hands. He smiled, leaning in for another kiss. The others are waiting for us. Ready to learn how to fight? Edward asked, setting me on my feet. I nodded and we left his room hand in hand together. Outside his door Emmett was waiting. I'm not mad at you, baby doll. I'm sorry I raised my voice with you. He opened his arms to me and I ran to him to give him a hug. Next few days I spent training mainly with Jasper. He apparently was the better fighter, much to Emmett's chagrin. Bear still helped out, but most of the advice and instruction came from his brother. Edward bowed out of helping. He had a hard time watching anyone attacking me, training or not. With their encouragement I learned to use my shield to my advantage while fighting. My goal was going to be protecting as many of them as I could. I wanted to be an asset to the fight rather than a liability. I wanted to fight for my right to have my own family. I also knew I wasn't going to let Edward go without a fight either. I was elated that he loved me like I loved him. I just hoped I wasn't going to make a mistake. Bella, I would like to try something with your shield, Jasper requested. We were standing in the field, having practice for the past 2 hours. Okay, I shrugged. I was willing to do anything to protect my family and win this fight. It doesn't hurt you to lower your shield, right? I shook my head. I have lowered my physical shield a couple of times so Alice could look ahead. Alright, would you mind trying to first lower your shield, trying to put it around something else separate from you? Jasper asked. I heard Edward growling before I could respond. That will hurt her, Edward hissed. We don't know that for sure. She wrapped it around the snowball when she was already protecting herself. Perhaps separating it from herself while it was on is what hurt her. It is worth a try. Jasper looked at me, then at Bear and Edward. Neither of them looks too happy. What good could it do? Bear questioned. Well, she could trap one of them in her shield, say from the shoulders down or something, leaving the neck exposed to rip of the head without a fight, Jasper suggested. The idea intrigues me. That could mean no fighting at all. I could just trap my prey like spiders would trap a fly. None of my family will get hurt. This excites me. Edward and Bear look hesitant, but it wasn't really their decision to make. What do you want me to put it on? I asked. Why don't you try Emmett from the neck down? Jasper nodded his head in Bear's direction. I took a deep breath and lowered my shield. I then put it around Emmett from the shoulders down. So far so good. I then solidify it. After about 10 seconds I was brought to my knees in pain. Bella, I heard Edward shout as he knelt down beside me, wrapping his arms around me. I dropped the shield after a moment. Did it work? I asked weakly, looking up. Yes, but I don't like the idea of you doing that during a fight, Emmett frowned. But if it can help, I started to argue, it won't be a help if you are incapacitated. You wouldn't be able to rip off the head and it would leave you vulnerable. Edward rubbed my back. However, never mind. Jasper stopped mid-sentence as the other two glared at him. It is after that I decided to call it quits for the day. I think I should hunt to get my strength back up. I went to stand beside Edward, he wrapped his arm around my waist. By Alice's estimation, Stefan and whoever was with him would be here within a day. I will go with you. Edward took my hand in his. For the past few days, if I wasn't learning how to fight or at school, I was with Edward. Or should I say kissing Edward? That was all we have done, and I would be lying if I didn't say I wanted more. I knew that Edward was a gentleman and wasn't going to do much else unless we were married. That was how it was during both our human times. The idea of being married to Edward brought butterflies to my stomach. After all, if we were mates, then I was sure that would include marriage too. We had a quick hunt. We didn't wander too far. Just after I finished my stag, Edward wrapped his arms around my waist and pulls me to him. He kissed me deeply. It felt like our tongues danced together perfectly. I love that now I was able to rake my hands into Edward's tousled hair. I think he felt the same as his hands often tangled themselves in mine. He pulled away way too soon and chuckled when he sees that I was pouting. He leaned in for a kiss as my nose. Have I told you lately that I love you? He asked in a husky velvety voice. Not in the last few hours. I giggled. I love you, my Bella. His eyes shone bright. I paused. He looked so disappointed the other day when Alice and Jasper could use their gifts on me, but he couldn't. After thinking about it, I pulled down my mental shield. I love you, my Edward. Then I put my shield back up. Since Edward was watching my face, he knew immediately what I had done. His eyes widened in shock and a goofy smile formed on his face. I giggled as I broke free from his grasp and I took off running. After he recovered from the shock, I could hear him coming after me. I wonder, since I have the head start, if he will catch me. Bella, wait. I slowed immediately, hearing the tone of his voice. Something was wrong. I turned to look at him and he looked worried. Ed, put up your shield and solidify it. Why? I did as he asked, but I was curious to what the problem is and why he was signing. Ed, they are close. We should lead them to the field now. They are early. I started to get nervous. Edward quickly fired off a text message and grabbed my hand and we ran off in the direction of the field. It will be okay, Bella. We can do this. Keep your shield around us until the others get here. Edward squeezed my hand tightly. We arrived in the field and I don't notice anything. Are they coming? Edward nodded. Ed, let me do the speaking. Jasper thought it was best to keep my voice a secret in case we need a distraction. The others agreed. I nodded again. I could hear them running now. They slowed as they approached the field and walked out. There were 5 of them and my anxiety started to filter in. I solidified my physical shield and made sure it was around Edward. Edward had taken a defensive stance in front of me. Stefan stood in front. Another, dressed similar to him, stood close to him with brown hair. Off to the side stood the 3 others. A male with his dirty blonde hair in a ponytail. He glanced around with a calculating face. A red-haired female stood close beside him. Her red eyes were darting about with curiosity. The other male was olive-skinned with hair and dark dreadlocks, looked as if he didn't want to be here at all. Well, Isabella. Long time, my dear. His red eyes glittered as he looks past Edward at me. Edward let out a low growl. I see you didn't listen to me and got yourself a little boyfriend. Such a pity, I am going to have to kill him. He grinned maliciously. What make you think you can take me? Edward growled. Please, but you are only 2 to our 5, the vampire next to Stefan scoffs. I wonder if that was Vladimir. More like 8 to 5, Bear's voice bellowed behind me. I immediately made sure our family was under my shield. Most of the vampires shift uncomfortably with the change of numbers. Stefan just smirked. Oh, the big brother. I see you have found him after all these years. Bear, wasn't it? How ironic. Stefan smirked at Emmett. Carlisle, Emmett and Jasper joined Edward towards the front. Why don't you just make things easy for everyone, Isabella? Come and I will not fight them. You know you belong to me. She isn't yours, she belongs to me, Edward hissed.
Maybe we can reach a deal. Edward, you're more than welcome to join Isabella. I could have use for a mind reader, Stefan suggests, giving Edward an eerie smile.
No, thank you. I rather not become like those 3 over there. You're going to use them until you get what you want, then have them destroyed. The female and dark-haired male warily looks at Stefan. The third's face stayed determined. But you see, James here wants a bit of revenge of his own. I couldn't understand what he was talking about. The one named James' gaze flittered to Alice and then away again, but he wasn't quick enough for Edward or Jasper. They both growled. Last chance, Isabella, Stefan snarled. My sister isn't going anywhere with you. Emmett growled back as I shook my head. Brother, I bore of this. Let get this over with. Vladimir rolled his red eyes. Well, Isabella, if you are not going to come willingly, a fight it shall be. Now would you lower your shield or will your whole family run like chickens? Stefan sneered and crouched. The others instinctively do too. I took a deep breath and lower my shield. A few things happen at once. The dark-haired man with James retreated without even trying. Carlyle and Esme took off after him. The female looked as if she wants to flee too, but she was unwilling to leave James. Jasper launched at James as they started each other. Rose and Alice were quick to attack the female. Emmett charged Stefan, who just smirked and welcomed the battle. Edward started in on Vladimir as they circled one another. From the start, it had been planned out that I should stay back, unless engaged in battle, that way I could protect the others in a moment's notice with my shield. I was on pins and needles watching them fight. I wanted to fight too. It doesn't feel right holding back like this. Jasper seemed to be doing fine. He had ripped an arm off, which he threw in my direction. I quickly start an area for the fire. I didn't want to start it too soon and have a family member lose smithing. Alice and Rose were overpowering the redhead female. She was quick, but Alice's visions seemed to give her the advantage as redhead loses both arms at once. I glanced towards my two guys. The Romanians are fierce warriors. I was worried for the two of them. It seemed neither side had the upper hand. A few more parts came in my direction and I added it to the pile. I heard furious roar from Bear. My head snapped to him. His left arm was half off, he was about to lose it. I start to panic, especially as Bear tried to fix it as Stefan circled him. No, I can't lose either of them. I watched as Stefan and his brother stand back to back ready to attack while guarding each other's backs. I make fast a decision. Stefan, leave my brother alone, I shouted. His and Vladimir's head whipped in my direction. I thought you said she couldn't speak, Vladimir snapped. Quickly, I snapped my physical shield off of me and onto the Romanians from the shoulders down like Jasper suggested. The pain brought me to my knees, but I held on. Edward spun his head towards me. Get their heads fast, I signed as the pain became too overwhelming to speak. I saw Edward grabbed Vladimir as Emmett was recovered enough to get Stefan. I watched their heads roll just as everything went black. EPOV, going into the fight I knew it would be difficult. Emmett was fully intent on Stefan. None of us were going to take that away from him. He wanted revenge for his parents, Bella and himself. Jasper, after hearing that James wanted Alice for whatever reason, went for the kill. In fact, he probably had the easiest battle. The female called Victoria is very elusive. Thankfully, Alice's gift helped in that situation. As for the third in their party, once he saw the numbers out of his favor, he planned on running. Carlyle and Esme followed him to make sure he wouldn't double back. I took Vladimir. He was a creditable opponent. We knew from the start that these two would be challenging fighters, after all they did survive the Volturi. Bella was staying out of the fight, much to her chagrin, but mine and Emmett's relief. She was watching all four fights anxiously to see if any of us will need her shield. I continuously circled my opponent as we both lunged and dodged. He must have practice in blocking me because he is doing a fairly good job, not giving me too much of an advantage. A roar from Emmett informed me he was in trouble. From Stefan's mind I could see Emmett had almost lost one of his arms. Stefan and Vladimir were quick to cover each other's backs. Stefan, leave my brother alone, Bella shouted. His and Vladimir head whipped in her direction. I thought you said she couldn't speak, Vladimir snapped. Before I could contemplate my next move, the thoughts of the Romanians hit me. Why can't I move? Is this Isabella? Have her powers grown this strong? My head turned to Bella, who was on her knees with her face contoured in pain. She signed to me quickly. Get their heads fast. I grabbed Vladimir and I saw that Emmett had caught on and grabbed Stefan. Just after the heads roll, the bodies become free from the shield. I glanced at Bella and she was unmoving on the ground. My dead heart leapt from fear. Emmett followed my gaze after ripping off Stefan's arms. Baby doll. No, I got those two, go to her, Jasper shouted in his mind to me. I ran lightning fast to Bella's side and gently rolled her over to her back. I took her right hand in mine. Is she okay? Emmett fell to his knees on her other side. She breathing, but I'm not sure. I looked at her trying not to panic. We need Carlyle. On it, Alice said, phone out into her ear. She started talking fast when he answers. Rose and Jasper were dismembering the rest, being easier since they have all lost their heads at this point. Come on, baby doll, don't do this to me. Emmett grabbed her hand and pleaded with her. Dear God, I can't lose her again. Please, love, wake up and show us your beautiful eyes. She was trying to protect me, wasn't she? if I didn't almost lose my arm. Emmett glanced at me. I think she was trying to protect both of us. I knew she was scared, I should have seen this coming, I answered back. Both of you stop blaming yourselves. You would have done the same in her position. Jasper broke in. They had finished the pile and are lighting it on fire. Carlisle and Esme arrived at the scene. Carlisle ran to our side to examine Bella. What happened to cause this? He asked, pulling back her eyelids to see her eyes. I gave him a rundown on everything. She should be okay. Her mind, I think, shut down to protect itself. I'm not sure what to do but wait it out. I never had a vampire blackout on me before. What happened to the dreadlock freak? Emmett growled. He is on his way to Denali. He never wanted to fight, he was just looking for a coven to be with for protection. He was interested in our way of life and is going to try with Tanya's family, Carlisle said, sitting back on his heels. And you trust that? Jasper asked. I gathered as much from when he was here. Even if he doesn't go Denali, he won't come back to fight us. He is a coward, I snarled. Let's get Bella back to the house. I picked her up and cradled her small body in my arms. I ran home and up to my room and lay her on my couch. I knelt beside my love and watched as if it appears she was sleeping. Down below I can hear Emmett muttering as Carlisle examined his arm. I brushed a lock of my angel's hair behind her ear. I made a silent promise that once my sleeping beauty wakes that I will treasure her. I also make the decision not to wait much longer before proposing to her. Everything was dark and silent. I felt as if I was floating. Slowly my senses came back to me. I can feel and hear myself breathing. I also can tell someone else was close by because I can hear their breathing as well. Something squeezed my hand and I feel small little shocks go from my hand and up my arm. It had to be Edward, he was near me. I instantly felt a little relief, he was okay. Then worry sets in, where was Bear? Panic sets in as I struggled to open my eyes. I sat up fast and I see Edward on the floor next to me. I was on his couch. Bella, love, thank goodness. Are you okay? Edward's eyes were full of concern. I think so. What happened? Are you okay? Is Bear? Is everyone else okay? I asked, shifting so my feet were on the floor. I was trying to remember everything that happened. Everyone is fine. Please, love, calm down. You are the one that had us all alarmed. You blacked out on us. Do you remember anything from the fight? Edward moves to sit next me. He warps an arm around my waist and pulls me to him. He placed a kiss on my forehead. I remember everyone fighting. Bear almost lost his arm. I looked at Edward in alarm. Emmett is fine. Carlisle's already looked him over, Edward reassured me. I remember panicking and yelling at Stefan to distract him as I put my shield over them. Then the pain started and I couldn't speak. It was all I could do to hold on. I was thinking hard, trying to remember everything. It worked, right? You and Bear got their heads before I blacked out, right? I looked at him. He smiled gently at me, nodding. You were a big help. The rest of the fight went very easy, although, I wish you wouldn't have hurt yourself like that in the process. Edward nuzzled me and kissed my cheek. I got scared when I saw Bear hurt. I had to do it. I looked at the floor, afraid he was upset with me. Thank you, but please don't do that again. Edward kissed me long and hard. I pulled away before I could get carried away. Where is Emmett? I was confused to find that Bear wasn't here waiting for me. Emmett went off to be alone. He was upset that you got hurt. I moved to stand and Edward copied me. I need to get to him. I started walking toward the door. Edward grabbed my hand and followed. I stopped and turned to him. I think it is best that I speak to him alone. Edward starts to frown and holds my hand tighter. I don't think I can let you go yet. Edward's eyes plead with me. I gave him a small smile and then stood on my tippy toes to give his cheek a kiss. I'll be okay. I'm not going to be long, I promise. Edward nodded and reluctantly let go of my hand. Meet me in the meadow? I suggested. Edward started to grin. I would love to meet you there. One more kiss, before you go? I giggled and let him pull me to him. I pressed up against his hard chest as his arms circled tightly around my waist. Our lips part and our tongues start to dance with one another in harmony. A small moan escaped me. Edward pulled back and we were both panting. Go find Emmett. I know he is worried about you and he is blaming himself. Edward pushed a strand of my hair behind my ear. Why is he blaming himself? I furrowed my brows in confusion. You should talk to him. Edwards gave me another quick kiss on the lips. That was 2 kisses, sir, not 1. I teased him. You can punish me later. Edward smirked devilishly. I just might have to. I leaned in for a kiss and pulled away at the last second. I ran over to Edward's open window. Hey, he called after me with a pout on his handsome face. I blew him a kiss and jumped out. Finding Bear's scent wasn't hard. I followed it for a few miles and stopped on top of a small hill. Bear was standing not too far from me. He didn't hear me approach. He was intently watching two bear cubs wrestle each other by the river bank. It appeared to be over a fish. My money is on the girl. I skipped up to him. He turned sharply to me and the tension leaves his face. You're on. He turned back. The fight was soon over as the girl picked up the fish and scampered off into the brush. He let her have it. Emmett pouted. I rolled my eyes. You okay, Bear? I asked him, hugging him around the waist. I should be asking you that. Bear sighed as he rests his head on top of mine. I am perfectly fine. It was you who almost lost his arm, I answered him, letting go, and then I sit on a nearby rock. Emmett stayed silent, looking ahead. What's bothering you? Everything should be great now. Stefan is dead along with his cohorts. For once I am finally free. Plus, I have a wonderful family, and in addition to the world's most wonderful brother. I expected Emmett to crack a smile, but he doesn't. I am not the world's best brother. I have let you down so much. All of this you had to go through is my fault. I am the world's worst brother. Emmett Shannon McCarty, that is not true and you know it. How could you stop a psycho vampire from chasing after me, especially when we were human? All you ever have done is tried and protect me, I told him. And failed doing so. If I just brought my gun that day, none of this would have happened. He still would have tried until he succeeded. It was a lucky thing that it was that day. Bear shot me an incredulous look. If it wasn't that day, then Rose might have not been there to save you. Then you wouldn't be here talking to me. I would probably have never met the Cullens and given them a chance. We wouldn't have had their help getting rid of this threat. I know I am very grateful for their help. But even during the fight you thought I was going to fail you. That was why you thought to intervene. Bear punched the tree, sending it crashing to the ground. I panicked. I saw you and Edward fighting and I got scared at the thought of losing either one of you. I thought of Jasper's idea and I just did it before thinking twice about it. It had nothing to do with being afraid that you would fail and everything to do with saving you any way I could. It worked, didn't it? I tried to reassure him. You could have seriously hurt yourself. Bear glared at me. No more than you could have. I needed to learn to protect myself at some point, I told him. So you do not need me anymore. Emmett looked defeated. I never said that. I narrowed my eyes at him. His mood was confusing me. He was usually so easygoing. In a way you did. You learned to protect yourself and now there's also Edward in the picture, he huffed. What does Edward have to do with this? I got defensive. He can be your protector now. Emmett held up his hands in resignation. I moved over to Bear and wrapped my arms around him again. I need and want my brother too. Edward can't fill that space, just add to it. Is that what Rose did? Took my place? I asked, looking up at him. Of course not, don't be ridiculous. Emmett hugged me back. Then why so worried about Edward? I asked. I'm not. Edward is a great guy. I am glad it's him. You both deserve happiness. I don't know. After seeing you collapse like that, I just about lost it, Emmett admitted. I knew from experience how he feels. Verdict is still out on that, if you ask me, I teased, and Emmett started to chuckle. Let's make a deal. No more life-defying stunts for either of us. I looked at him. His eyes twinkle in amusement, so I knew his sense of humor was coming back. Where is the fun in that? He protested with a snicker. Oh, we can still have fun. Have you played any good pranks on the Cullens yet? I asked, smiling mischievously at him. Tried, but with Alice and Edward they usually don't work out well, he sighed. You mean they used to not work out? I giggled. Emmett looked at me confused for a moment. I could tell when what I said registered when in his face lit up. Sweet, he smiled evilly. You think braids will work on Edward? I joked. I don't know. I think his hair is too short, Bear tried to say seriously before cracking a smile. We spent the next little bit reminiscing about pranks we pulled on our parents. I stood up from the ground and brushed the damp earth off my clothes. I should go. I told Edward the first would meet him in the meadow. I told Bear. I'm surprised he didn't come with you. He has been stuck to your side like glue for the past 2 days since the fight. Emmett stood up too. I have been out for 2 days? I asked in surprise. No wonder Edward didn't want to let go of me. Yes, didn't he tell you? I shook my head. I was more interested in finding out if you were okay, I answered back. Well, I'm fine. I'm going to go find Rose. Don't do anything I wouldn't do with Edward in that meadow, Emmett told me sternly. Which would be? I asked, smirking. Bear narrowed his eyes. Never you mind. In fact, remember this. Don't do a thing if you ain't got that ring. Emmett sang the last part before running off. I giggled and shook my head, glad to see Emmett was back to his normal goofy self. I turned to run up to the meadow. As I approached, I could see Edward sitting in the middle with his back to me.
I slowed down and slowly ed up on him. When I got close enough, I crouched down then pounced. I grasped his shoulders and we both somersault until we end up with him on his back and myself straddling him.
Gotcha, yeah, I giggled. You're in a better mood, Edward commented with his eyes sparkling and a crooked grin on his face. He placed his hands on my hips. Now I believe that I get to punish you, I smiled mischievously. Edward's eyes darkened. Exactly what would be my punishment? Edward's eyes glinted with anticipation. I ran my hands through his hair until I could hear him purr. I leaned forward and started kissing his neck, working my way to the jaw. I then placed a soft kiss on his lips. All the while I could hear his breathing get more labored. Then I rolled off him and sat in the grass a few feet away. I solidified my shield around me. Bella, Edward sat up fast. I looked at him and bat my eyes. He moved to a crouch and pounced. He bounced off my shield. I let out a giggle, as he sat back up with a pout on his face. Bella, let down your shield, he said, trying to sound threatening. I shook my head and smiled. He moved until he was sitting opposite me. Please, Bella, please put down your shield. His eyes bore into mine, making my insides flutter. I bit my lip and shook my head again. I thought you liked kissing me. Edward gave me puppy dog eyes. I quickly let my shield down and I pounced on him, again knocking him on his back. I do, I giggled and kissed him again. He rolled us over until I was underneath him. We kissed for a few more moments. He eventually pulled back. We should get back to the house. The others have been worried about you too. He stood to pull me to my feet. He doesn't let go of my hand as we ran back home. Empov, I slowed down as I approached the garage. I heard Rosie clinkering around inside. I stepped inside and saw her on the ground beside Baby Doll's bike. So you finally decide to come back, she said, not looking up. Sorry, I had to get away to clear my head, I told her apologetically. She looked up and gave me a soft smile. I held my arms and she came to me without hesitation, wrapping her arms around my waist. I held her close, resting my head on hers. Feel any better? She asked softly. Much, Bella and I talked, I told her. I know she went flying out of here to find you, not long after she woke up, Rose said, looking up at me. She doesn't blame me, I told her softly, as well as she shouldn't. It wasn't your fault. You know that, right? It was only that filthy Romanian and his brother. They can no longer hurt her, Rose replied me adamantly. I'm starting to realize it. I just wished things could have been different, I admitted. Well, things can only go up from here. Bella is with us. Edward and her are in love. So the sourpuss of the family is for once happy and in a good mood. Rose tried to get me to smile. I gave her smile down at her. Yes, maybe things will be better from now on. I should never have taught you that trick, Emmett grumbled. I was sitting on a fallen log with my legs swinging, playing with one of my braids. Rose and Alice were sitting on either side of me giggling. Our guys were knee-deep in a hole. Are you sure this is the spot, love? Edward asked. I nodded my head and gave him a soft smile and blew him a kiss. Yup, braids work on Edward. Funny enough, Jasper too. Although I'm sure it had more to do with Edward and Bear's feelings and Alice's puppy dog look. How deep is it? Jasper asked, leaning against his shovel. I'm not sure. It was at least twice my height. I didn't want it to be found. I bit my lip innocently. The guys sighed in unison. They had to work at near human speed since Edward would periodically hear human voices in the woods. Would you like us girls to do it if you guys can't handle it? Rose raised an eyebrow. We can handle it, Bear grunted. The six of us took a small trip back to Tennessee. It was going to be sunny in Forks, so we had to miss school anyways. We weren't far from the cabin where Emmett and I used to live. The cabin was gone now, but the tree where I buried a big steamer trunk with some belongings I wanted to keep, but couldn't travel with easily, was still here. Our experience earlier in the day was interesting. The day was overcast, so we were free to explore our old hometown. Emmett was upset and I was a little sad to see our old house had been torn down for an apartment complex. The ice cream store where Emmett used to take me is a cell phone place now. It was at the graveyard where things turned interesting. Bear and I were pulling up weeds around our parents' headstone. Rose and Edward went to go find something to clean the stone with. Jasper and Alice went to get some flowers to plant it there. Flashback. I took the opportunity while the others were gone to speak to our parents. Mama and Daddy, I'm sorry we haven't visited in a long time. We had to leave after your funeral. They wanted to basically lock me up. Bear took me away and took good care of me. You would be so proud of him, Daddy. He built a cabin by hand and we lived off the land. So I guess you can see that I can talk now. I'm still surprised myself. Sometime I forget and automatically sign. You're also probably wondering why it looks like Bear and I haven't aged much. Well, we are vampires, but we only take from animals. Both of us refuse to hunt humans like others of our kind. We have a great family. I just found them, but Emmett's been with them for a time. They actually helped take care of the monster, who has been after me for years. He was the one who messed up your car and then tried to kill Bear. He wanted to use my powers to hurt others, but he is gone now. Emmett met a wonderful girl. Her name is Rose. She is beautiful and sweet and caring. She is also strong enough to keep Emmett in line. Hey, Bear pouted, looking over at me, and I shrugged. It was the truth. As I was saying, Rose can keep Emmett in line. She is fiercely loyal. I'm glad she is on our side. Esme and Carlisle have acted like parents to us both and are kind and peaceful souls. Then there is Alice and Jasper. Both are kindred souls. She is very loud and can give Bear a run for his money and excitability. Jasper is more quiet and thoughtful. Then there is Edward. I couldn't help the smile that came to my face. Bear rolled his eyes and I tossed a handful of weeds at him. Edward is simply wonderful. He is my other half. He makes me happy. He is actually the one who helped me learn to speak. It took me 88 years to find him and I'm not going to let him go. I paused as Emmett cleared his throat loudly. I was about to tell him off when he nodded his head in the direction of an older gentleman who was about 100 feet away. He looked as if he has seen a ghost. Did he hear me? I whispered. I don't think so, but he is staring at us. He might be old enough to remember us, Emmett whispered back. I stood up and walked over to him. Sir, are you okay? You look a little pale, I asked. His eyes widened when Emmett approached. He stuttered, looking like he is about to pass out. I grabbed his arm and led him to a nearby bench. He took a few breaths before starting. I'm sorry, you just look so much like him. And you look like her. He looked bewildered. Oh. We will have to be careful how this goes. Did you know our grandfather, sir? He was from around here. In fact, that was his parents, our great-grandparents' grave. I asked him. The color returned to the man's face. So Emmett McCarty's grandchildren? He asked. Yes, my brother was named after him. My name is Bella, after our great-aunt. Everyone says I am just like her except for the vocal part. I laughed inwardly at my joke. The man gave us a small smile. My name is Jonathan Murdoch, the man said. I heard a low hiss from Emmett. Were you friends with my grandfather? Knowing it wasn't the case, but I was trying to figure out what upset Bear. No, we weren't. I'm ashamed to say I hung with some kids that were bullies. It got real bad one day and I'm afraid I didn't stop my friends, instead I helped them. It was one of my biggest regret. Afterwards, my parents sent me to boarding school. When I got back, your grandfather and great-aunt were gone. I never got to apologize to them. Are they still alive? I wish to apologize to them even if it was so long ago, the man asked. I looked at Bear for guidance. I couldn't stay mad at this guy. Emmett no longer looked angry. They aren't, but I know both were very forgiving people. If they were alive, I know they would forgive you. I hope that can give you some peace. Emmett gave a small smile. I was proud of Emmett for not holding a grudge. Thank you, the old man nodded and then got up and walked away with the aid of a cane. Bear, I don't remember him. I looked to see that Emmett did. He was one of the guys holding me that day. I remember him whispering, sorry if I don't help they will kill me, too. He wasn't so bad, just in a bad crowd. I'm glad he got away from them. Bear smiled, pulling me into a hug. Finally, a shout pulled me from me thoughts. The boys finally found the trunk. Did you have to put it down so deep, baby doll? Bear complained. The girls and I hopped down from the log and walk over. I didn't think I did. It only took me about 5 minutes to dig and bury it. I was surprised how deep the hole is. It more than twice Emmett's height. I guess I misjudged. That was probably with your newborn strength, Jasper chuckled. We are going to pass it up to you girls, Edward called as he and Bear started to pass the trunk up with Jasper guiding it. Rose and I take it and place it on the ground. The guys hopped out of the hole and started to fill it in. I broke the lock off easily and opened the trunk. It was filled with mementos. I first pulled out an old album and opened it carefully so the pages do not rip. I'll look at you in your cute white dress, Alice cooed. That is not me. That's Bear. That is his christening gown from when he was baptized. I giggled. Rose giggled with me. Oh, Alice ducked her head and giggled. The boys looked over our shoulders. Ah, Emmy Bear, you look so cute, Jasper snickered, pinching Emmett's cheek. Emmett growled and pushed him into hole. Before I can stop him he grabbed the book. Emmett, be careful. I want to keep that in one piece. I whined. I pleaded at Edward for help. Come on, give it back. She wasn't intentionally trying to embarrass you. Edward reached for the book. Emmett flipped through a few pages. Hey, Ed, did Baby Doll ever tell you how she got her nickname? Emmett smirked mischievously. No, she hasn't. Edward raised an eyebrow. His face twitched as he looked as if trying to hide a smirk. Emmett showed him the book and Edward's mouth started twitching. Jasper looked over his shoulder at the picture. Wow, he said before cracking up with laughter. Let me see, Alice squealed. She and Rose jumped up to see the picture. They laughed when they see. That was one frilly, puffy dress, Alice said through her laughter. Yes, it was. That's the same dress Emmett wanted to force you into if they won the baseball game. The girls' laughter stopped as they glared at Emmett. I can see where Baby Doll came from now. Edward snickered until I glared at him. He gave me a sheepish smile. He grabbed the book back from Emmett and gave it back to me. Thank you, you are aware I wasn't trying to embarrass you, brother dear. If I was, I would have shown this other picture. I threatened as Emmett stopped laughing. Ooh. What? Alice hopped to my side. Baby Doll, please don't. I'll be good, I promise. Bear begged. I held out my pinky and he linked it. I placed the book down to see what else is in the trunk. I pulled out an old-fashioned Winnie the Pooh bear and book. Is that an original bear and book? Rose asked, picking them up. I remember my brother having one. Emmett looked a little panicked. Truthfully, they belong to Bear. Yes, they are mine, I lied. Edward raised one eyebrow but doesn't say anything. What's in this? Alice picked up a big white box. My mother's wedding dress was in it. I might be sentimental, but I always thought I might wear it someday. That was if Edward wanted to get married. I was assuming we would, because Edward was strictly not going to be too intimate before then. However, he hasn't said much on the subject, so I was starting to wonder. Please, don't open that. I stopped her as her hands on the ribbon. Sorry, Alice looked guilty. It's okay, this is just not the best place to open that, I told her. I certainly didn't want Edward to see it, especially if the dress is still in good condition. I pulled out a book and tossed it to Bear. He chuckled when he sees it. What is that? Edward asked. This is the book my second-grade teacher gave me to bring home so Bella could learn sign language. Emmett showed it to him. You didn't go to school? Jasper asked me. Nope, everything I learned was from Emmett's school books and my mother or Emmett. I wasn't accepted in school due to my disability, I informed them. We went through a few more things before closing the trunk back up. The guys finished filling the hole. To be on the safe side, Emmett and Edward both carried the trunk out of the woods and to Edward, waiting Volvo, where it was loaded. Is there anything else you need to see, love? Edward asked, taking my hand in his. No, I'm good. I smiled shyly. He pulled me to him and gave me a soft kiss on the lips. Come on, I am right here, Emmett whined and we pulled apart. Leave them alone, he only kissed her, Rose reprimanded him. Yeah, you and Rose do much worse in front of all of us. Alice rolled her eyes while hugging Jasper's waist. Fine, Emmett huffed. He went over to Rose's car and pouted. Meet you guys back at the house, Rose waved and jumped in the front. Jasper and Alice got in the back of the Volvo. Edward opened the door for me, giving me another soft kiss before he lets me in. He hurried to his side and gets in. He grabbed my hand. I realized there has been hardly a moment since the fight that Edward hasn't been touching me in some way. Usually he tried to hold himself in reserve around Bear. On the way back Alice starts talking about the Forks prom. She apparently has everything planned out, but my dress, she begged me to drop my shield so she can find my dress. Prom? I didn't do high school dances, but then I didn't have Edward before. Edward hasn't mentioned anything about prom to me. I glimpsed at him and I can't miss the excitement in his eyes. It was apparent he thinks we are going. I wonder if he assumed we were going to get married too and not even ask me. I felt slightly disappointed in that. I hid my disappointment before I lowered my shield. Wait, cover me with your shield so Edward can't see the dress. Alice bounced in the seat. I rolled my eyes and do as she asks. The plus of her seeing the dress means little to no shopping. Alice got her vision and starts write down some things. I placed my shield up as we drove towards home. Edward took my hand to his lips and gave it a soft kiss as he had his crooked grin on his face. Excuse me, that's my car, a voice called annoyance. Currently, Bella and I were in a full makeout session against a car in the school parking lot. At first, I was hesitant to do this in public. Bella shouldn't be treated this way. But she was determined to get Mike finally off her back. the vixen could be very persuasive when she needed to be. Although, once kissing her in our light caresses, I forgot we were in the parking lot until the petulant boy started whining. Sorry about that, I smirked looking at Mike, whose face looked dumbfounded. Bella was moving to kissing my neck, completely ignoring him. What the hell, bad enough he stole my girl, but does he have to make out with her in front of me? Bella, love, we need to move and take this elsewhere. I whispered in her ear loud enough for Mike to hear as he scowls. Bella pulled back slightly to pout at me. She gave Mike a scathing look that would even make me nervous. Mike gulped, dropped his keys, bent to pick them up only to drop them again. Bella stifled a giggle in my shoulder. I wrapped my arm around her waist to lead her away. Wait, Bella, what time should I pick you up for prom? Mike called. Seriously, what does it take for him to catch a clue? I clenched my fist at my side before turning back to him. I was trying not resort to violence. Bella continued to ignore Mike and started kissing my cheek and neck again. She started to purr and I don't think she realizes what that does to me. Mike, I have tried to be nice. Bella has tried to be nice, but get this. Bella is my girl. Not yours. Never has been yours. Leave her alone and stop trying. Move on. If you don't, next time I will hurt you, I threatened. Mike nodded and got into his car shaking. Bella giggled softly and grabbed my hand to lead me away. Was all that necessary? Emmett scowled. He still wasn't used to Bella and me being openly intimate. Don't you think that a little too strong? It was tamer than you and Rose at times. Jasper chuckled. Bella giggled as she snagged my keys from me. She threw them at Jasper then pulled me to her bike. She lets me get on first, to which I was surprised. I quickly realize her intentions as she gets on the back, wrapping her arms around me. She leaned forward and kissed my neck. My apartment, please, she purred in my ear then nibbled on my ear. I bit back my growl as I drove off fast. When we arrived, we hurried to her apartment, closing the door behind us. Bella immediately jumped up, wrapping her legs around my waist and started to kiss me, hot and heavily. I returned those kisses, trying to walk to her couch where I sat, and she situates herself in my lap, straddling me. Our kisses grew bolder and hands started to roam. I heard her moan when I kissed a spot on her neck. I bit and sucked lightly. She started to purr and grew more aggressive. I suddenly realized I needed to stop this or we were going to get carried away. I pulled away and sat Bella next to me on the couch. She looked at me with a pout and my resolve almost failed. Bella, we can't, I pleaded with her. She narrowed her eyes. Why not? She rubbed my arms. Because we aren't married, I explained, taking her hand and squeezing it. I saw her flinch slightly. I'm not sure what that means. Did she not want to marry me? A lot of people do this without being married and I'm tired of waiting, she begged, playing with a button on my shirt with her other hand. I grabbed it to stop her. Bella, neither of us were raised that way. I'm trying to do the right thing, I told her. She looked at me and I saw an unfamiliar look in her eyes. But I recognize it from Emmett. She pulled her hands from me and stood up. She walked over to her desk drawer and pulled something out. She came back to the couch and laid a ruler between us and sat down on the other side of it. She crossed her ankles and folded her hands in her lap. I really wish I could read her mind right now, because I was sure she is up to something. I looked down at the flimsy bit of wood that I could break with my pinky finger. I don't like that it was between me and Bella. I looked back up at her and she looking at me challengingly with one eyebrow raised. Bella, I started. Yes, Mr. Cullen? It is so good of you to come a-calling today, she says sweetly to me in a southern accent. I hid a smirk. Bella, this isn't necessary, I pointed to the ruler. Why, Mr. Cullen, of course, it is. Proper distance must be maintained. She batted her eyes at me playfully, then she started to smirk. Although, I do believe that we are in need of a chaperone. Perhaps I should call my brother, Bear. I could see the teasing glint in her eye. I wonder how long she is going to carry this out. You have informed my brother of your intentions, sir. It would be highly inappropriate for you to be here if you have not. She eyed me carefully now. Yes, miss. I have had a talk with your brother. You would find it good to know I have survived the encounter. I teased. Bella lets out some giggles. You are droll. She laughed and I couldn't help but chuckle. Are you done? I asked her, one eyebrow raised. She shook her head, her expression becoming more serious. What are your intentions, Mr. Cullen? I froze in shock. She was calling me out. I decided to play along with her, so I get down on one knee in front of her. Her eyes widened and she bit her sweet plump lip. I took her hand in mine. I have the best intentions in mind. Isabella Marie McCarty, will you go hunting with me? Her eyes go from sparkling to falling flat in mere seconds. Sure, just let me change my shirt. it is never smart to hunt in a white shirt. She dropped my hand, grabbed a shirt and went into her bathroom, slamming the door. I flinched, that failed. Surly Bella must know I want to marry her. We may have not spoken about it, but we are mates. It was the next logical step. I have been trying to plan how to propose since the fight. That has been a couple of months now. Her ring was burning a hole in my pocket even now. My problem was, nothing seemed either good enough or special enough to do it. Bella deserved something special, but a grand gesture like Emmett does for Rose doesn't seem right for Bella. She is more subdued. I started to keep the ring with me to be spontaneous. So far I have been a coward. I think Bella's little display was her way of saying she was tired of waiting. Bella came out of the bathroom and I stood up and moved to her. She placed her other shirt down and turned to face me. I pulled her into my arms and kissed her lightly once. Bella, I love you. I want the best for us. Just please be patient with me. I gazed into her eyes. She nodded, taking my hand, and leads me out. About an hour later we come to a stop. Edward, are you okay? Bella asked, looking at me with concern. Yes, why? I replied. We have been out here for an hour and you have yet to catch anything, Bella responded. I guess I'm a little distracted. I looked around and started to smile. Do you know where we are? I smiled at her. I believe this is the spot where I ran into you hunting and you stole my lion, she smirked. I rolled my eyes. Before I could say anything, she continues. I almost ran that night. When I saw how Emmett was happy with a new family, I was jealous and hurt. I thought he moved on and forgot about me. I even thought he was glad he didn't have me to worry about anymore, she admitted as she looked up to the sky. Tonight the moon was actually out and not covered by clouds. Bella, that wasn't true, I told her. She looked over at me.
I know, which is what I am trying to get at. Thank you, Edward. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have known the truth and I would still be running right now. I wouldn't have Bear back. I wouldn't have a family. And I wouldn't have you in my life. She tells me as her eyes shine bright with emotion.
Bella, you do not have to thank me. The instant I saw you, I felt this urge to protect you and care for you. I wanted nothing more than to make you smile and for you to be happy. I took her hands in mine and pulled them to my lips. Then, I realized that this was the perfect place. Isabella Marie McCarty, you came into my life and everything changed in it, for the better. You have become my best friend, my love and my mate. I hope that now you would accept the title of wife. I fell to one knee. Will you marry me? I watched as her mouth dropped open. She tried to make her mouth move, but no sound came out. Then she gave me a small smile. Yes, 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 I will marry you, she answered me with her mind. I jumped to my feet and whirled her around, stopping to kiss her hard until we are both breathless. I pulled the ring box from my pocket. I've been carrying this around for a while, trying to find the perfect way. I paused, hoping I hadn't screwed up. Bella brought a hand to my cheek. This is perfect, she kissed me softly. This ring was my mother's, I told her shyly as I opened the box, showing her the old-fashioned oval ring set with tiny diamonds. It is beautiful, her eyes were glowing from happiness. May I asked, taking her left hand in mine. I wouldn't want anyone else to do it. Bella smirked. I placed the ring on her finger to find it fit perfectly. I pulled her into me for another kiss. When we break, I threw her onto my back. Hold on. We are going to go tell everyone. I started to run. She squealed in delight as she grabbed me tight. BPOV, it has been a couple of days since Edward proposed. Everyone in the family was happy for us, even Bear. Currently the men were out hunting and us girls had stayed at home. I pulled out the box from the trunk that had Alice so interested. Ooh, are you finally going to open that? Alice was bouncing at my side. Yes, I answered her as Esme and Rose came into the room. I opened the box and gently took out the dress. Bella, that is gorgeous, Esme complimented. Thank you, it was my mother's. I wanted it for my wedding day. I'm hoping that it is still in good condition. I smiled shyly. All three come over to inspect it. It still looks in good condition, Rose said. Try it on, Alice commanded. I quickly change into the dress. The dress is mostly Irish lace with a high collar and sleeves that go to the elbows. It has an empire waist that has a thick lace sash tied in a simple bow in the back and the skirt flares out to a simple A-line. Underneath the lace is satin that starts right above the breasts and flows with the rest of the dress to end just above the ankles. Bella, you look beautiful, Esme gasped. Edward would love it, especially since it would be from about his time too, Rose smiled. Well, I won't have to make any adjustments. Alice looked it over. Lower your shield a moment. I do what she asks. She sees a vision that makes her smile. A dry cleaner in Seattle will be able to clean it for us, Alice announced. She pulled out the veil and placed it on my head. I pulled my shield back up. So, Bella, can I plan the wedding? Alice pleaded. I don't know, Alice. We want it to be simple. Here at the house. Just family, I told her. She seemed to like to go all out. Please, I will be good. I promise, she begged. I have final veto power, I warned her. He squealed and hugged me. So, Alice, will you be a bridesmaid? I asked. Yes, of course, thank you, she clapped joyfully. Rose, will you be my matron of honor? I asked my sister-in-law. I will be honored, Rose giggled at her play on words. I changed back and we spent the rest of the time, while the boys are away, planning out the wedding. At long last it is my wedding day. When I was a little girl I never thought this day would come. I never wasted time dreaming about it because I imagined no boy would want a girl who couldn't talk. That, and Bear would probably never let them near me.
I looked in the mirror at myself in my mother's dress. It needed minor repairs that Alice managed to do for me. She was putting the finishing touches on my veil. Rose was standing nearby watching, taking snapshots. Both were dressed in strapless bridesmaids' gowns. Their gowns were a cornflower blue and fell to their knees.
There was a knock on the door. Go away, Alice put her hands on her hips and turned to the door. Let me in, I want to talk to Baby Doll, Bear demanded from the other side of the door. You can come in, Bear, I called back to him as Alice pouted. I covered him with my shield so Edward doesn't get a sneak peek. Emmett opened the door and slipped in. He was already dressed in his tux looking very dapper. He smiled when he sees me. No touching, I don't have time to readjust things, Alice scolded Bear before stepping out of the room with Rose. You look very beautiful, Baby Doll. He came over, he went to hug me and stopped, muttering something about Alice ripping him apart. I found it funny that he was afraid of her. Thank you. You look very handsome as well. Who knew you could clean up so well? I teased. Yeah, well, after getting married once a decade you get used to these monkey suits, but don't tell Rosie I called them that. He sighed, rubbing the back of his neck nervously. I won't, I giggled, wondering if I should remind him she probably heard him herself. Anyways, I wanted to give you something. Emmett handed me a small jeweler's box with a bow. Ah, Bear, you shouldn't have. I took it from him. Just open it. He looked a little nervous. I opened and found a charm bracelet lying inside. I pulled it out to examine it. The first thing I see was a bear. The following was a doll. In addition was an ice cream cone, baseball bat, a hand making the symbol of love, then a barbell and a clear sphere. I pause at these two and look at Bear. They stand for my strength and your shield. He looks sheepish. The last two were heart charms with birthstones of our parents. Bear, this is beautiful. Thank you. I kiss his cheek, full of emotion as my eyes felt as if they could sob. You're welcome. I'm glad you like it. It's nothing like that though, indicating the diamond heart necklace Edward gave me for Valentine's Day. I had tried to refuse it at first until he told me it was his mom's. I still think it's perfect. I held out my wrist for him to place it on. Thank you for giving me away today, I whispered. I'm happy to do it. I don't look at it as I am losing a sister. I look at it as my brother is becoming my brother, who is marrying my sister. He smiled. Giggles threatened to take over but I suppressed them. The rest of the vampires in the house weren't as kind. Emmett looks confused by their laughter. Are they laughing at me? He asked. I shrugged in response. There was a knock on the door. Alice stepped in with my bouquet and hers. Ready, if we don't start soon, Tanya is going to jump in your spot at the altar, she teased. My vision goes red. I don't think so. I remember Tanya arriving the other day. Flashback, we were waiting in the living room for the arrival of the Denali's, a clan, who are like the Cullens only from Alaska. No one thought to warn me about Tanya, though. She barreled through the door and jumped on Edward, wrapping her arms and legs around him.
Tell me it isn't so, Edward. Then the tramp had the nerve to kiss his cheek. Lucky for Edward, he made no move to hold her back and looked horrified by the kiss. I wrapped my shield around Edward and solidify it as I push out hard. Tanya went flying off and crashing to the ground.
She glared at me. Edward wrapped an arm around my waist. Tanya, this is my beautiful fiancée, Bella, Edward introduced me, kissing my cheek. Emmett's sister, right? She looked me over. Yes, I answered her. And I taught her everything, I know. Emmett narrowed his eyes at her. I could tell he wasn't pleased with her at the moment. She seemed to get what he meant when he subtly flexed his muscles. She stood up and offered me her hand. My apologies, Bella, I think I acted a little rash. I accept. I guess I should apologize for pushing you off my fiancé, I added, not really apologizing. Edward squeezed my waist. That was you. It's remarkable what you can do with your shield now. A new voice spoke up. I turned to see the vampire who helped me from long ago. It is nice to see you again. I smiled at him. I wish all those years ago I knew your name. If I had, I would brought you to Emmett right away. Eliezer gave me an apologetic smile. Don't apologize, I probably wouldn't have gone, I answered him. Bella, I asked if you were ready. Alice looked concerned. I am. I smiled widely. Emmett took the veil and softly covered my face. It's a good thing you are doing this as a vampire. As human you would probably kill yourself trying to see through that. Bear chuckled. I rolled my eyes and stomped on his foot. He held out his arm and led me out the door. Downstairs Carmen was playing the piano since both Edward and Rose couldn't. Alice went down first, followed by Rose. Race ya? Bear suddenly says. I stared at him incredulously, letting go of his arm to smack his head. You're no fun, Emmett sighed dramatically, and then winked as we started down the steps. When we reach the bottom of the steps I get tunnel vision for the breathtaking man waiting for me. I am sure the flower arches look wonderful, but I don't see them. I don't see any of the guests either. All I see is Edward, who looks like a god in his tux. Esme wanted him to slick back his hair nicely, but I wouldn't allow it. I love the messy hair that I can bury my fingers into. We reached the front and Emmett lifted the veil away from face, placing it back gently. I looked up at him and I thought Bear was actually going to start crying. He placed a kiss on my cheek. Love you, baby doll. Love you too, Bear. I placed a kiss on his cheek. Before he took a deep breath he turned to give Edward a gesture that said, I am watching you, and went and stood behind him. I noticed Jasper patted Emmett on the shoulder and I see Emmett visibly calm down. After that, I locked eyes with Edward. I could feel myself get excited and happy. I wished I could tell you that I remember the ceremony, but truth be told, I was lost in Edward's eyes and beaming angelic face. As I heard him pronounced husband and wife, my arms flung around Edward's neck and his around my waist. Our lips crashed into each other jubilantly. There was a clearing of a throat. Edward pulled away and we both looked at Carlyle who was marrying us. He looked quite amused. I suppose it's too late to say, and now you may kiss the bride, he chuckled. I don't mind doing it again. Edward grinned impishly and pulled me in for another kiss, smothering my giggles. Our audience breaks out into laughter and clapping. He finally pulled away and led me back down the aisle where our small group of guests congratulates us. The guests include our family, Denali's, and the few vampires the Cullens knew that I recently met. The reception was in the backyard. Since it was all vampires there was no food but plenty of dancing.
Edward and I led off the dancing with the first song. The song was the first song we ever danced to, Someone to Watch Over Me by Gertrude Lawrence. Somewhere Edward found an original copy of the song. He talked to Emmett, asking if he wanted to dance to it with me since it was the song my dad chose. Emmett told Edward he could use it.
We danced around the floor looking into each other's eyes, stealing kisses which no one could barge in and ruin this time. At the end of the song Edward twirled me to stop in front of Bear. Instead of a father-daughter dance, we were having a brother-sister dance. Bear insisted on picking out the song. I was a little worried that he was going to do something crazy. Alice and Edward didn't know what it was because he kept changing his mind to throw them off. The song started and I smiled as Emmett started to dance. The song was You'll Be in My Heart by Phil Collins. The song was very sweet and got me very emotional, until Bear decides to sing along, off-key. I couldn't expect anything else. He can't stay serious for very long. My dry tears turned to giggles to laughter. Truth be told, I liked it better this way, because this was Bear, my protective, but fun-loving, goofball of a brother. Edward and Esme had their turn on the floor next, looking very elegant. They danced to the song Edward wrote her years ago that he recorded for this day. After their dance a mix of music is played for everyone. I got a chance to dance with a few others. I ended up swing dancing with Jasper, which was fun and brought back some memories. Of course my husband claimed my dances many times over. Although I am just as guilty of grabbing him to dance anytime Tanya got too close to my liking. Time seemed to have moved too fast when Alice grabbed me to go get changed. Alice, please tell me where he is taking me. I gave her my best imitation of her puppy dog expression. She looks torn. Bella, don't do that to me. Alice was hanging up my dress, as I stepped into the new blue one that has cap sleeves and a V-neck. The dress was about mid-thigh length. Rose was taking out the pins in my hair for me. What if I promised to go shopping with you anytime for a month, without complaining? I asked her. Bella, you're horrible. Rose giggled. I could see Alice was thinking it over. Bella, Edward would be so upset with me if I ruined the surprise, she pleaded. Bella, love, leave the pixie alone. Edward's voice came from the floor above where he was getting change. I huffed and finished getting dressed. When I was done, I saw Edward leaning up against the wall across from the door. One little hint, please. I wrapped my arms around his neck as I stood on my tippy toes to pepper his face with kisses. Fine, you will love it, and I am fairly certain you have never been there. Edward smirked, pulling me into a deeper kiss. I'm not sure how long we were like this until I hear Alice clear her throat. Come on, you still have the last dance before leaving or you will miss your plane, she chirped at our elbows. All right, we are coming. Edward broke away, grasping my hand and leading me down the steps where everyone is gathered. Almost as soon as my feet hit the landing, the lullaby Edward wrote me starts to play. He pulled me to him and we started dancing. At the end, we hugged the others goodbye and thanked them. Bear gave me an extra big hug. A half day later, we were on a boat out in the Atlantic Ocean. See that out there? Edward pointed. I nodded. That's Renesmee. I figured you never got a chance to enjoy a real tropical island with all your running, so I thought that you might enjoy it. I looked at him in awe. I jumped into his lap as he driving. I started kissing him furiously. Careful, love, you will crash the boat, then all of our stuff will sink, Edward teased. So we will have to go naked, I purred into his neck. He shifted underneath me and growled slightly. So do you like it? He has one arm wrapped around my waist. I love it. One question though, I told him, kissing his cheek. What is that, my angel? Edward looked at me with eyes filled with joy. Does it have a bed? I batted my eyes at him. Edward's eyes instantly got dark and hooded as he started kissing my neck. I sighed in contentment, and then I heard the boat pick up in speed. Yes, Mrs. Cullen, there is indeed a bed there, a couple in fact. We can try them all out if you wish. His voice was very husky against my throat. I tried to hold back my moan. I don't wish, I demand, Mr. Cullen. I told him, biting him on the earlobe. He groaned and the boat comes to a halt. I was up in Edward's arms and he was racing for the house. I giggled as he headed straight inside, then for the first bedroom we find. Epilogue. Janitor closets. It has been 20 years since finding my family in Forks. It made everything seem like the distant past. Right after Alice, Edward and I graduated Forks, I went to college for the first time. It was something that I couldn't afford to do in the past, and both Bear and Edward insisted. So I ended up at Dartmouth College with Edward. After being undecided my first year, I ended focusing in literature. I toyed with the idea of writing a book. I was thinking of writing a little based on my own life, which in turn would be fantasy for most readers. Edward and I were very happily married. We had barely any time apart since our wedding day. Now that we were married, things were more intimate between us. Jasper liked to tease us by asking if we were trying to give Rose and Bear a run for their money. The connection has gotten so strong between us that we had a hard time focusing at school. Edward, I moaned as he pushed me into the wall next to a shelving unit of cleaning supplies. He started kissing my neck, while his hands traveled up my thighs and under my skirt to my butt. Your own fault. You know what seeing you in that skirt does to me, he growled into my ear, causing me to shiver in delight. I'm surprised Alice let you keep it. Well, I hid it very well from her. I like this skirt. As I recall, you stared at my legs so long Emmett yelled at you, the first time I wore it. I giggled, then nibbled his ear. Do you blame me? You have sexy legs, Mrs. Cullen. He kissed my neck. All the better to wrap around you with, Mr. Cullen. I teased, running my hand through his wild mane. He growled softly as he started to kiss me fiercely. The door slammed open as someone entered abruptly. We both glanced up, but we don't move apart. Get your hands off my sister. Bear growled at the doorway with a giggling Rose behind him. Edward rolled his eyes but doesn't let go of me. Some things will never change. Seriously, I rather not see you feel my sister up. Bear was getting agitated. I decided to have a little fun with him. Actually, his hands are technically down right now. I giggled along with Rose, who started giggling harder. Edward even choked back a chuckle. That's it. Emmett grabbed me by the arms and dragged me away from Edward. Hey, I pouted. It's not like we were about to do anything you and Rose don't do. I tried to fix my clothes with my free hand as he was pulling me down the hall. Rose caught up and was trying to help me. That is different, Emmett said. Is not. We are married, we have sex all the time, I whispered. Why? I don't need to hear that. I miss that you're no longer mute, Bear whined as he came to a stop in front of Alice and Jasper, who looked highly amused. Now, that's not fair. We all have to hear you and Rose go at it. Bella and Edward aren't nearly as loud, Jasper chuckled. I can work on that, I smiled evilly. Edward cleared his throat as the girls burst into laughter. You live to torment me, don't you? Bear accused. I giggled, but don't answer. Alice grabbed me and yanked me free of Bear. Us, girls, are using the facilities. We will meet you in the cafeteria, Alice announced, dragging Rose with one hand and me with the other into the ladies' room. I was finally able to finish fixing my hair and straighten my clothes. Let's go before Bear actually burst into the bathroom, I sighed. He is always going to be in brother mode, Alice smirked. You wouldn't be laughing if he did it to you, I told her. No, probably not, she giggled. We were about to enter the cafeteria when I see something that makes my vision turn red. There was small freshman girl who was new to the school. 2 juniors were harassing her because she was mute. They were holding her communicator above her head. She had tears in her eyes and she was trying to get it back. Just say the word and I will hand it back to you, the red-headed boy taunted as his Fryan laughed. Word, I snapped as I elbowed him almost too hard in the stomach. He grunted and almost dropped the device. I grabbed it before it was damaged. This doesn't concern you, the other boy with blonde hair glared at me. Too bad. I crossed my arms in front of my chest. Listen, it isn't our fault the girl is too dumb to talk, the red-haired boy quipped. Why, you little twit? Just because she cannot speak doesn't mean that it affects her intelligence. Apologies to her, right now, I demanded. Who's going to make me? The red-haired boy sneered at me. I am. Bear's voice boomed from behind me. Both boys' heads shot up and take a step back when they notice him. They went stark white. They looked at him, then me, and then the small girl. Sorry, they squeaked and started to back away. Not so fast. Emmett grabbed them both by the arm. If I see or hear that you bothered this girl again, you will be dealing with me. Got it? They nodded, too scared to speak. Good, now spread the word. Emmett lets them go roughly and they fell to the ground. They got up and ran down the hallway and disappeared around the corner. Are you okay? I turned to the girl holding out her communicator to her. She was looking at me with eyes wide, but doesn't say anything. Shoot, I thought, she was just mute. Maybe she is deaf. B, are you okay? I signed and spoke to her at the same time to her. As I signed, she started to smile a bit. She nodded. B, my name is Bella and this is my brother Emmett. M, my name is Meredith. Thank you for helping me, but you don't have to sign. I can hear. I was just nervous before. You're welcome, Meredith. We were glad to help. Emmett smiled at her. Just then someone comes running up and rushes in front of Meredith in a protective stance. Emmett and I both take a step back to make him realize we weren't a threat. Meredith, are you okay? I overheard that someone was picking on you. The brown hair boy was trying to be able to see Meredith sign, but not take his eyes off Emmett at the same time. Jason, I am fine, now. Bella and Emmett actually helped me out. They know sign language. Meredith hurriedly signs to him. Jason instantly relaxed. Thank you for helping my sister. I'm sorry for my reaction, but we are used to her getting picked on, not helped by others. It's understandable. I have been in your shoes. Bella was born mute and we had many of the same experiences growing up, which is why we were happy to help. Emmett gave him a smile as he puts an arm around my shoulders. But you just spoke? Jason and Meredith looked at me in confusion. I had a surgery a couple years back that repaired what was wrong, I smiled. Do you think that might be able to help me? Meredith asked. Her eyes looked so hopeful. I saw Alice out of the corner of my eye nodding her head. Possibly. I can get a name of a doctor from our father who might be able to help you, I answered, and her whole face brightens. If it works, how does she learn to speak? Jason asked tentatively. I can help her. It is a lot like how a baby learns, but it can happen, I suggested. That will be great, thank you. There is no need to thank us. We were only doing what is right, I told her. If there is anything you two need, let us know. Our other siblings know sign language too, Emmett told them. He held his hand for Jason to shake it. We just may take you up on that, thank you. Jason took his hand. We went our separate ways. Emmett and I joined the others.
Her surgery will work, Alice said softly. Edward wrapped his arms around my waist and kissed my cheek. Emmett sighed heavily.
You know, Emmett, you are the one who suggested the janitor's closet, Edward smirked. I did not, Bear huffed. Sure you did. You asked him why the biology class, that the janitor's closet would be better. Jasper was now smirking too. That's it, come on, Rosie, let's leave the children be. Emmett got up, pulling a giggling Rose behind him. Shall we get to biology, love? Edward stood up offering his hand. I nodded, taking his hand. Before we get to class Edward stopped me and pulled me into a kiss. That was a wonderful thing you did for Meredith and Jason, she is so happy right now, her brother is the only one who ever bothers to talk with her. It was the right thing to do, I couldn't walk away from that after everything I have been through, I told him as I slipped my arms around his waist. Which is why you are a wonderful person, Isabella Marie McCarty Cullen. I watched his eyes darken as he speaks. Bear was there too, you know, I told him, I rather not think of him right now, love. His lips descend on mine, kissing me softly and passionately. I kissed him back and realizing that I finally have my happily ever after that I never thought I would get. It was just over a year since I first met the Cullens, since I was married to Edward the First now lived at the house, but I kept my apartment for appearance sake. It was a long weekend and everyone left except for Emmett and we stayed behind saying we wanted sibling time, when in reality we were executing our practical jokes on everyone. This is going to be awesome, Emmett rubbed his hands together, gleefully. Just remember, Emmett, it's supposed to be a joke, we aren't supposed to hurt anything, I warned him. I know, he mumbled, stepping into Jasper's study with his bag of Union paraphernalia. Our prank on Jasper was to take all of his Confederate things and change it out with Union. I headed into Alice's closet, I took out all of her clothes and packed them away to hide in the attic. In their place, I filled her closet with sweatpants, t-shirts and sweatshirts. The prank on Esme was fairly simple. Esme was too much of a dear to do anything too mean. I ended up replacing all her drawing pens and inks she uses for drawing with disappearing ink. This prank might be the last one discovered. Bear and I worked together on Edward's. Again, it was nothing that would harm anything, just probably annoy him. I didn't particularly want to prank Edward, but Emmett was adamant because he was never able to pull off a prank before on him. This prank involved not only switching the CDs in their cases, but also messing up his strict order. The prank on Carlisle took a bit to accomplish. We took all his furniture and nailed to the ceiling of his office. We made it look like the whole room was upside down when you walked in. Our prank on Rose was probably going to seem like the most harsh. We put her BMW in storage and replaced it with an almost identical model, only this one was lime green. The seat covers were purple leopard print. On the review mirror was fuzzy dice. Emmett added something to the car that made it hop up and down as it moved. He also made it so the radio station played only rap. Not only that, but the horn now played the La Cucaracha while the headlights blinked in sync with it. She is going to kill you. I shook my head as Emmett showed me it proudly, he just shrugged his shoulders. After all our pranks were set we spent the remainder of the time playing games. Rose was the first one to notice as they must have walked through the garage. Emmett, she screeched. We went running out to the garage where she was fuming beside the car. Most of the others are desperately trying to smother their laughter. What did you do? She spoke each word slowly, getting louder with each one. I thought your car could use a change. Did you see what it could do? Emmett started it up and hits the horn. Everyone bursts out laughing except Rose. Rose pretty much has smoke coming out of her ears. She threw the hood up, then glanced down. She gave it a confused glance, then goes to check the VIN number on the car. This isn't my car. Where is my car? She hissed. In storage in Port Angeles, Emmett told her looking afraid. I told him he went overboard. He told her the address as she storms out ordering him not to follow her. I guess it is too late to say April Fools, Emmett muttered. Edward's arms snaked around my waist and pulled me to him. I missed you, love. I spun around so I could wrap my arms around his neck. I missed you too, I whispered as he leaned in to kiss me. This weekend was the IRST time we have been separated since we were married. Our kissing quickly got more aggressive, until Edward pulled back. He chuckled when I pouted and tried to pull him back. Don't you think this would be better if we take it to our room? He whispered, kissing my neck tenderly. I suppose. I sighed, unwrapping my arms from his neck to grab his hand and pulled him toward the house to get him to the room. In a hurry, love? Edward teased. I turned and frowned. You know what? I have other things I could be doing. I dropped his hand and started to walk away. I don't make it more than a step before I was up in Edward's arms, bridal style. His eyes were black with lust. I don't think so. I am taking you to our room and reminding you that you are mine over and over again until you learn you can't walk away from me. He growled. He leaned in and bit me softly on the neck and then kissed it, causing me to moan out loud. He pulled back and smirked. Quit your smirking and get a move on, I ordered as I started to lick and kiss his neck. I was only vaguely aware of Edward running. He came to a sudden stop when we heard Alice scream, followed by Jasper bellowing for Emmett. You and Emmett have been busy, Edward smiled in amusement. I hoped he kept the same sense of humor when he sees his CDs. I saw a flash of Alice appearing before us in anger. I immediately solidify my shield. Where are my clothes? She hissed. Jasper passed us and tackled Emmett and they started wrestling in the living room. Bella, please, Alice whined. Don't tell her they are in the attic, Emmett yelled. I shook my head as Edward started to laugh. Okay, I won't be the one to tell her, I bit my lip, slightly annoyed he told her. I also wouldn't tell Jasper that his stuff is in the same place. I rolled my eyes as Alice shot up the stairs like her life depended on it. Edward continued up the stairs when Carlisle's office door opened. Edward poked his head inside and chuckled again. Amusing, but please fix it by tomorrow. Carlisle winked at me, then he yelled for Emmett, who was getting beaten badly by Jasper. Edward hurried up to our room and shut the door. We made it about 2 steps before he sets me on my feet. He flied over to his shelves. My CDs are out of order. He looked angry. Suddenly I really regret this trick. Wait, I grabbed his hand to stop him before he moved them around. Don't be mad, it was just a joke, we didn't hurt anything, I pleaded with him. Edward's temper has never been directed to me before. He doesn't say anything, but glared at the shelves. I took a chance and stepped in between him and the shelf and started kissing his neck. I felt him relax. Edward, please don't get mad, it was just a prank. I will fix your CDs, I pleaded with him. I started rubbing his chest up and down and slowly make my way down to his pants. Aren't you supposed to be teaching me that I am yours? I whispered suggestively into his ear. His arms wrapped around my waist and he buried his face in my hair. In a moment, I have to fix the CDs first, he kissed my cheek again. Wait, I stopped him again. The CDs are in order, we just switched the cases. That way if you switched them back without looking they would then be out of order. It was Bear's idea. I bit my lip and looked away expecting him to get mad again. After a few seconds I looked back at him. Relief filled me when I saw him looking amused. That is actually pretty diabolical, he shook his head. Let me, it will be faster. I started moving the CDs back into place. So you pranked everyone, but Esme? Edward chuckled as he crossed his arms and leaned against the wall as I worked. I glanced at him and he raised an eyebrow. I lowered my mental shield. Actually, she just hasn't found hers yet. We replace all her drawing pens with disappearing ink. Edward laughed. You do know that you opened yourselves for war. Edward's eyes were twinkling. Bring it, I challenged. You asked for it. Edward grinned evilly then launched himself at me. I squealed as we fly through the air to land on the bed. Edward hovered over me as he starts to tickle me. I squeal and squirm under him as his fingers ghost over my body. It doesn't take long before the tickling becomes caresses. Soon the laughter dies to moans and purrs. Our passion ignites into heated lovemaking as we make up for the last few days apart. Video ends here.